Hey guys. Here's part 3 of Yellow and Red Makes. 2 quick messages before the video though. First, the whole story is already out over on Patreon. Second, I have read the comments and I know one of the most frustrating things is completing one part and not being able to get to the next. I'm trying to fix that. Right now I'm working on a huge project that would make the fanfic experience way better. For one, it would allow me to post full fics immediately and more often so that people can follow along at their own speed. However, I ask that you guys please bear with me for now cause this is a very big project and will take quite a lot of time. Anyways, enough of that, enjoy the video. Chapter 23. Okay, come at me Gaki. Anko stood a good distance away from Naruto in a large field, the furthest training ground from the village. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the name but smirked anyway. After a week of grueling intensive training he was finally allowed to spar with their latest sensei. Anko took on a very different approach to Baki. While their old sensei was content to let them go about their own training how they saw fit, she took on a much more hands-on approach. You're going to regret letting me fight you, Anko-sensei. The older woman gave an even bigger smirk than her pupil, however this one was quite a bit more frightening. Naruto used that as his cue to attack, sprinting in on all fours, covering the distance in only a few moments, giving the woman only seconds to go through hand seals. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. The call came out seconds too late as Naruto vanished at the last possible moment, reappearing only a moment later behind the woman to deliver a kick to her head. Much to his surprise, Anko dodged, ducking under the kick while at the same time swiveling her entire body and raising her arms in his direction. Instantly at least a dozen snakes shot out of the baggy sleeves of her trench coat. Naruto quickly found himself entangled up to the neck in the writhing vipers, one positioned very close to his neck. He figured it wouldn't be a lethal snake, but he never could tell with Anko. Even if he was immune to the poison, the snake could do a lot of damage with its powerful jaws. Luckily his arms were slightly loose in their coiling bonds and he was able to get off a few hand seals without Anko realizing. Wind-style shielding blades jutsu. He called it out quickly before the snake could attack and almost instantly large spinning discs appeared around his body, slicing the restraining snakes to mincemeat. After they puffed back to where they came from, Naruto dodged rapidly to the left, avoiding the hail of shuriken that emerged from the smoke and pivoted quickly, using his claws for purchase. He used the newfound momentum to launch himself to where he smelt Anko, her scent of dengo and scales easy to pick out. Unfortunately all he got for his troubles was the woman's trench coat, hung up on a stick dug into the ground. He had pounced on it without thinking, relying far too much on his instincts, and before he could rectify the mistake cold steel was pressed up against his throat. You're fast Gaki, I'll give you that. But this is the muscle you need to be exercising. She knocked him on the head once, playfully but still enough to hurt. I'll keep that in mind, Anko-sensei. And with that the clone popped out of existence, leaving a confused and irritated Anko clearing the smoke with her hands. Before Naruto could use that smokescreen to his advantage, the woman sunk into the ground, leaving a normal clone in her place. The real Naruto watched from the trees with interest. He already knew it was a clone, but he was debating on whether or not to spring the trap anyway. Come out of the ground, Anko-sensei. You might get your clothes muddy. He used a neat trick Tayuya had taught him to throw his voice some way across the forest so it would sound like he was in the trees on the other side. Anko poked her head out just a little, looking in the direction she thought he was, wondering why he would give away his position. Naruto used that opportunity to launch a few kunai at her. Immediately Anko tried to sink back down, but when one of the kunai hinged into a shadow clone she was pulled out by her hair. Naruto threw the older woman across the clearing where she flipped to land gracefully on the trunk of a tree. She didn't even give him time to follow up before she was running through hand seals lighting fast. Fire-style Dragonfire Jutsu. Naruto looked around in confusion. He was sure that jutsu needed some kind of conductor. He spotted the slight shimmer of wire down by the base of the tree he was in and followed it back to its source. There was an entire network of ninja wire all connected by a single kunai in the middle of the field, surrounded by the ones he had thrown earlier. She had used them as cover for her own trap. A trap that was now racing down the wire near her and spreading out all across the field. Naruto had to abandon the tree he was in, flipping down to the ground before it was engulfed in fire. He sighed in annoyance. Fire techniques always annoyed the hell out of him. Luckily they came as a double-edged sword to the user. Wind-style Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Naruto released the huge gust of wind from his lungs, sending it careening towards Anko. The gale caught the flames as it went, sending them into an inferno as the oxygen ignited, and soon Anko had to jump out of the way as her own technique was used against her. Never one to give up the advantage, she sent a small hail of senborn in his direction, each laced with trace poisons. Naruto dodged as best he could, taking the ones that he couldn't in his arms as he used them to cover his more vital regions. He felt the sting as the poison circulated through his veins, quickly being cleansed from his system as Kyuubi broke down the more harmful toxins. Unfortunately, it slowed him down long enough that Anko managed to catch him unawares as she dropped down from the sky, quickly pressing her kunai into a much more precious area than Naruto's neck. "Okay, Anko-sensei, you got me." He held up his arms in defeat, but slowly so Anko would think he was trying to attack her. One twitch from her hand and he wouldn't be having any kids in the near future, at least if what Hana said was true. "Nice fight, Gaki, maybe someday you'll actually be as good as me." Anko released him with a small push, unbalancing him for a moment, allowing her to trip him up. Once he was on the ground, she quickly sat on his chest, idly picking at her nails with the edge of the small blade. But probably not. Naruto just blushed in the compromising position. Anko wore a very short skirt and he could feel something soft where she was sitting on his stomach. Anko noticed his discomfort and rubbed her body back and forth a little, smiling broadly at the shade of red his face went. She leaned in closer to his ear, whispering softly in a husky voice. "Do you like me sitting here, Gaki?" Naruto's eye twitched and Anko was fairly certain the boy was about to pass out, so she got up, much to Naruto's relief, but not before she gave his ear a little lick for good measure. Anko sighed happily from the teasing, only now noticing that she was still without her trench coat. She walked over and pulled it off of the branch sticking out of the ground and threw it around her shoulders. As she did so, a small orange book flew out of one of the pockets, skidding across the ground to land next to Naruto. He picked up the small book, looking at it with unhidden amusement, noticing the well-read pages with noticeable wear and a few stains from red bean paste. Anko rushed back over, snatching the book out of his grasp and quickly replacing it in her pocket, this time buttoning it back up. "Gaki, you tell anybody about this and I'll make sure a few of my scaly friends visit you in your sleep." Despite how serious he knew the threat to be, Naruto couldn't wipe the smirk off of his face. "Of course, Anko-sensei." They both stood up, wiping some dust off of their respective clothes, an awkward silence permeating the air. "How many times have you read it?" Anko hung her head down, an almost visible rain cloud hanging overhead. "6." It was a whisper, and not a very proud one. Naruto couldn't hold back the laughter after that. He had only given her the book as a joke and he never expected women except Tayuya to actually read it. A week later and the five of them were sitting around in a circle in that same training ground, sans the battle damage from Anko and Naruto's spar. All three Chunin looked suitable, worn out from the intensive training under Anko and Hana's joint tutelage. Tayuya had been made to focus on her taijutsu and ninjutsu to account for the weakness her overdependence on genjutsu had caused her. Gaara merely focused on what he always did, refining and controlling his sand, something Anko and Hana had been perfectly fine with after witnessing just what he could do with it firsthand. Recently he had been focused on training in his father's techniques, finding the magnet release extremely difficult compared to the ease with which he could control his own sand. Even so, he persevered and was just now starting to grasp the basic ideas behind it, actually managing to levitate and control the fine gold dust to a degree. Naruto had actually helped him by suggesting he incorporate the gold into his own sand, to lighten the need for just magnet release. His abilities had soon skyrocketed after that as he learned the more basic elements of the nature release. Naruto had felt proud that he could help his friend in such a way, however that didn't make his own training any better. Out of everybody, Naruto had the harshest time. Hana focused on Tayuya to hone her taijutsu while Gaara could work on his own, so Naruto was left with Anko as his personal tutor. To say that she was a slave driver would have been doing the ancient Egyptians a kindness. It had only worsened when she found out about the possibilities of shadow clone training. Naruto of course knew about the benefits. What most people didn't understand were the massive drawbacks that were part of the reason the multi-shadow clone jutsu was a kinjutsu. While training with a few dozen clones in a day could accomplish a few weeks' worth of training, the sudden influx of information from that many clones dispersing was enough to drive most people insane. As it was, it gave Naruto the worst migraines imaginable, making him irritable and short-tempered until it cleared a few hours later. Anko merely told him that training wasn't supposed to be enjoyable and to be lucky that he was even able to endure this kind of strenuous training. In the end they reached a compromise that Naruto would only do half of his training this way, limiting the headaches to a dull, near-constant throb. The only other drawback was that clones couldn't train his body, which was why while they were off practicing ninjutsu or taijutsu techniques he was stuck working his body. Normally he wouldn't have minded that. He enjoyed physical exercise as much as the next shinobi, but not when you had a very loud woman eating dango while sitting on your back like a purple-haired Yoda. Apparently Tayuya had it almost as bad with Hana. Despite all their preconceptions that she was kind-hearted and fair, she turned out to be just the maniacal sadist that Anko was. At least that answered the question of why the two were such fast friends despite their supposed differing personalities. Then again, in that regard, Naruto and Gaara shouldn't have been friends, but then friendship is no fun without somebody to challenge and rival you. While Tayuya's taijutsu was hardly weak, it still couldn't compare to Hana's years of intensive training in the Inuzuka style. It led Naruto to believe that if she had gone up against Kiba in the Chunin exam, she might have met the same fate as Lee. Tayuya may have been one of the most intelligent and strategizing people he knew, but she had a terrible tendency to underestimate people and hold back on her true abilities. Hana was currently beating this habit out of her, in some cases quite literally, with training as equally intensive as Naruto's. Although for all their faults and sadistic tendencies, Naruto had to admit that the two Tokubutsu Jounin made great sensais. Even so, that didn't lessen the intensity of the gaze he and Tayuya were leveling at the two older women. The last week had been hell. The only relief was that instead of launching into their training as per usual, Anko had brought them out here for a treat. Alright Gakis, I bet you're wondering why we aren't going by the normal routine today. The glares leveled in her direction only increased, causing her to smirk. What do you know about killer intent? This caught the three Chunin unawares and they blinked a few times at the question, widening Anko's smirk. Well, you're in luck, my sensei pretty much wrote the book on it and now you get me to hand that secret down to you. None of them missed the spite with which she said the word sensei. Instantly all three of them felt a wave of pure hatred and malice wash over them. Looking into Anko's eyes was like watching their own deaths unfold in increasingly horrific manners. When Anko finally let up, she was a little disappointed to see that only Tayuya seemed to have been really affected. Even then the girl only looked a little startled. It was normally a lot more effective. She had even made one guy pass out after soiling himself when he touched her ass in a bar. She huffed a little, annoyed that she was either losing her touch or these kids had some strong wills. Well, it's basically a genjutsu that you focus through your eyes. It's strange in that it feeds of your negative emotions, be it pain, anger or fury. It's sort of like a dojutsu that anybody can have, I guess. Though women have more of a knack for it than men do in my experience. She went through the next few minutes explaining how it worked and how to channel chakra to their eyes. They found it fairly easy considering all of the chakra control exercises they had gone through. Tayuya went first in practicing and Anko immediately felt the hatred in her glare. Even she had to admit that it was good, almost on par with her already. It was to be expected from one so focused in genjutsu, but even so that she had gotten it so quickly was impressive. Gaara went next, using all the newfound control he had gained from his magnet release training to focus the stare. Anko noticed that his eyes actually changed a little, becoming completely pupil-less and bloodshot. She wasn't sure if it was because he was a Jinchuriki, but it certainly made her feel frightened, which was good. Naruto went last. Out of all of them, Anko figured he would have the most difficulty. While it was good, he still had the worst chakra control out of the three of them, and he always seemed so happy, so she didn't think he would get the technique that well. What came next would be a moment she would remember for a long time. Naruto's eyes became bloodthirsty, terrifying even. She couldn't even tear herself away. It was like he was pouring all the pain and anger from 1,000 lifetimes into one look. Like Gaara's, his eyes changed, becoming red like the color of blood, with the pupils turning into jagged slits. For a fleeting moment Anko believed she was looking into the eyes of the Kyuubi itself, and she was frightened to the core. Naruto noticed this and immediately let up, taking the chakra from his eyes. Anko was left panting and shivering from the intensity of the killer intent. The fact that he had been so happy beforehand only added to the terror. Gee, good, that was good, Naruto. He looked at her curiously, wondering where his nickname went before Anko managed to pull herself together. She was a trained shinobi, well used to the killer intent from her old sensei and from her interrogation job. If Naruto could do that to her, then he could do a lot worse to others with such a technique. Alright, you seem to get that pretty quickly, keep working on it, but Gaki. She looked straight at Naruto when she spoke. Don't use that technique on somebody, even for practice, unless they are definitely an enemy. Naruto nodded slowly, unsure why she was telling him this. He would never try to frighten anybody he cared about like that. Anyway, I'm giving you guys the day off. Go rest or mess about, whatever the hell it is kids do now. Naruto shot up. Hey, you're only like 4 years older than us. Anko smirked. She purposefully riled him up with that. She just needed to see the proper him for a moment to wipe out the memory of that horrible glare. Naruto lazily swung his legs off the side of the bed. He had been waiting for a while now for Gaara to get ready so they could go to the onsen. Both of them were worn out from the training and Anko had recommended they relax there for a while to ease the tension in their muscles. Naruto couldn't disagree with her. As long as they didn't run into any perverts this time, he figured they would be okay. After all, The last time he had been sure it was working, although if he heard giggling he wasn't liable for the pervert he would strangle. Finally Gaara came out of his room. Going to baths was always worrisome for him because he couldn't take his sand, which left him feeling very vulnerable. His sand and water didn't mix well and it left him heavy and ineffective. There would be earth he could break down at the baths of course, but it wouldn't be as effective as his chakra-laced sand. He did have his father's gold dust now though, which offered him some protection, but not the extent his armor would. You know, you could just take the gourd and not take it into the actual bath with you. Gaara stared at him with an evil look that clearly said, and you didn't tell me this sooner because? Naruto sighed deeply as Gaara returned to his room to retrieve his gourd before he heard a knocking at the door. He wondered who it could be because Tayuya and Anko were out together getting dengo while Hana was on a tracking mission. He couldn't think of anybody else who might be visiting, or even knew where he lived right now. With that in mind he resolved it was probably somebody coming to see Anko. Even that confused him. Even in the short time he had known her it was fairly clear that her only real friend was Hana and they wouldn't be receiving missions yet. Anko had told them as much. It left him confused and curious as he opened the door, only to see the three Tomoe eyes of a fully matured Sharingan looking right back at him. Naruto Uzumaki? The voice was cold, emotionless and dangerous, even more so that Gaara could hope to achieve, and Naruto immediately knew who this was. Even if he didn't recognize the man from his picture in the bingo book, there were only two other living people with the Sharingan and this certainly wasn't Kakashi. Itachi Uchiha? Naruto didn't mean for it to come out as a squeak, but the man cast an intimidating shadow and he had been caught unawares. Gaara heard him and came rushing out of his room, gourd back on and sand armor already coalescing around his body. Ah, the Ichibi container. Sasori will be disappointed, but I suppose we must use the opportunities presented us. That same flat, monotone voice again, like it was trying to remove all the emotion from the very air. How did you find us? Itachi didn't even raise an eyebrow, instead he just motioned with his head and walked out into the corridor. Naruto and Gaara felt compelled to follow him. Already Naruto was forming a plan. Itachi might have been Konoha's second most wanted S-rank missing nin, but he and Gaara were Jinchuriki. They should have been able to take him on together. Of course that plan fell apart when they moved out and saw that Itachi was not alone. Ha, 2 for 1 Itachi? Aren't we lucky? The eldest Uchiha didn't even bother answering his companion who was too busy thinking of way they could make capturing them easier, dismemberment being at the forefront of that list. Naruto stared him down. The rubbery blue skin and gill-like markings on his cheeks, plus the scratched Mist Village headband were a dead giveaway to his identity. Kisame, grab them both. We have to move quickly before we are detected. The shark-like man just nodded with a gleeful but sadistic smile as he approached the two boys, already drawing the bandaged sword from his back. He was much faster than his bulky appearance would have suggested, and in a flash he was in front of Gaara, bringing his massive weapon down in a blow that would have surely ripped Gaara's arm off if his sand hadn't sprung up to meet it. Unfortunately for Gaara, he wasn't aware of the abilities Saimata possessed. Not that many people were left alive to recount them. The blade quickly absorbed the very chakra holding Gaara's sand defense in place, the particles falling uselessly to the ground like their chakra void counterparts. It only slowed Kisame's strike, but enough for Gaara's eyes to widen and for him to move out of the way. The shark man looked disappointed that he had failed to draw even a single scratch, but was glad he was more than a match for the Ichibi's legendary defense. Saimata will enjoy feasting on Jinchuriki chakra today, he advanced again, playful sadism in his eyes, looking ready to tear every limb off their bodies. Kisame, if you do not hurry up I will be forced to end this quickly. The blue-skinned man sneered in annoyance, not getting the chance to toy with his prey, as he preferred. You're no fun, Itachi. The Uchiha didn't answer, not that Kisame was listening. In all this time Naruto had pretty much stood frozen to the spot in indecision. That changed when he saw Kisame advance on Gaara again, this time with the intention on maiming the boy. Naruto wasn't going to allow anybody to hurt his friend and charged the Akatsuki member head on, throwing out kunai from his wrist seals in such numbers that it surprised even him. Kisame merely used his sword's bulk to block all the projectiles. They harmlessly bounced off the wrapped sword like they were made of paper. Alright Kyuubi container, I had decided to go numerically, but if you insist on being the first to feed Saimata then I won't stop you, he smiled, showing off his sharpened, pointed teeth as Naruto halted mid-attack, seeing that it was useless. Luckily, or unluckily considering one's viewpoint, Itachi finally decided they were out of time. You wasted time Kisame, now I have to deal with this. He suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, looking the boy dead in the eyes, as the world around them seemed to melt away. The color scheme of the corridor shifted. Before it vanished completely, replaced by a simple field under a red sky. It felt cold, cold and uninhabited, like Naruto was the only person alive in the entire world. Soon Itachi rose from the ground like it was water beneath him and took to staring Naruto in the eyes again. Welcome to my Tsukiyomi, here reality is mine to control, and for the next 72 hours you are nothing more than my plaything. The tomoe of his eye had warped into a new pattern, like a three-pronged pinwheel. Naruto knew this had to be a genjutsu, but nothing he did, from stabbing himself in the leg to disrupting his chakra, would break it. Please Naruto, it is pointless to try and escape this place, hours in this world are nothing but seconds in reality. Even if your comrade were to somehow awaken you, it would be too late. To you it would have already been hours of experiencing what I choose to do here. Naruto wanted to answer, but he suddenly felt very strange, warmed even as a presence seemed to fill him up before leaving him. Before his eyes Kyuubi seemed to melt out of his body, dropping to the ground gracefully on her four paws before looking at Itachi with the most murderous look Naruto had ever seen. Gone was the elegant and graceful Kyuubi that Naruto had come to know over the years. This was a vicious and powerful bijou that saw something that angered her. You! It was a growl so deep that even Naruto was a little frightened by it. In front of him he saw Kyuubi begin to change, her fur dropping off in clumps as she straightened herself up. Her vulpine features shrank back and became more human as furry paws gave way to slightly tanned hands. Clothes appeared on her body quickly, and soon the woman was dressed in something like a monk's outfit but in black with stripes of orange. Likewise a large coat, not dissimilar from Anko's, materialized around her shoulders. It was a deep orange, the same color as her fur, and had a pattern of 9 tomoe arranged in a square in black. Finally red hair, bordering on orange, cascaded down her back, coming to a stop around her thighs where 9 tails continued to sway about. Naruto couldn't see her face because she was turned away, but that was rectified when she turned around to him, giving him a warm smile. She had left her red, slitted eyes, but he noticed that she had the same whisker marks that he did, as well as the same elongated canines. The warm smile shifted when she turned back to face Itachi, her eyes smoldering in fury and uncontained hatred. I must admit this has never happened before. Itachi had managed to maintain his purely deadpan voice, only seemingly somewhat surprised at the turn of events. You dare look at me, Uchiha? Kyuubi's voice was a roar that made even Naruto cringe back. The world around them seemed to twist and turn as a battle of wills took place between the genjutsu master and bijou prisoner. I'll rip those accursed eyes out of your skull. She started taking menacing steps towards the now somewhat startled Itachi. It was true he hadn't been certain of the results putting a Jinchuriki under Tsukiyomi would have, but he certainly hadn't been expecting this. Somehow he didn't think the fact that he controlled this world would help him as the furious woman approached him at a quickening pace. Her elegant fingernails quickly became pure white claws and her whiskers more defined. He didn't particularly want to find out what would happen when she actually reached him, so he tried to cancel the genjutsu, only for nothing to happen. Kyuubi closed the distance between them, grabbing his neck with her clawed hands and smirking, even though her eyes still burned with hatred. You are no longer in control of this world. She looked around as the environment finally righted itself, accepting the dominant will of the Kyuubi. She turned back around to the man currently held in her grasp and started to squeeze slowly. I wonder how long your Tsukiyomi lasts. I understand the longest has been over 100 hours. She smiled sadistically and squeezed harder. I hope it's long because I have a lot planned. Uchiha. Kisame wasn't sure what happened. One moment Itachi had moved in to put the Kyuubi Jinchuriki under that powerful genjutsu of his, the next he crumpled to the floor, barely being able to use his arms to prop himself up. Itachi, what's going on? What happened? He moved over to his partner, keeping one eye on the 2 children in case they decided to take off. He didn't get to move any closer as he felt an enormous pain in his stomach and was sent hurtling along the short distance of the corridor. He looked down to see a large swirling scar on his stomach. His cloak was torn to shreds, but it was not a fatal blow. He looked up to see Jiraiya approaching, a very determined look on his face. Before he could pass Itachi, Kisame stood and raced down the hallway. Jiraiya braced for an attack, but at the last moment Kisame crouched and pulled Itachi onto his shoulders before racing off in the opposite direction. He used Seimata to break through the wall and leapt out into the night sky, quickly disappearing before Anbu could get on their trail. Jiraiya turned back to Gaara and Naruto with an irritated grunt. He finally had 2 Akatsuki members, one of which looked severely incapacitated, and had let them get away. He moved to where Naruto stood, looking a little shell-shocked by what he had been forced to witness inside the Tsukiyomi. What a lot of people didn't know about the genjutsu was that you couldn't close your eyes, or cover them in any way. Are you all right, Naruto? The boy nodded, still looking a little distant, but he seemed to snap out of it after a few seconds. He moved over to Gaara, seeing that the boy was also unharmed, although the same couldn't be said for his pride. Gaara had been completely defenseless against the chakra-consuming blade and now had to find a solution to it for when he faced Kisame in the future. Opponents like that were never just a one-time deal, he would be seeing the shark-skinned man again, he was certain of it. Jiraiya led them back inside Anko's apartment. He would wait for their sensei and third teammate to get back from what they were doing. After that he would have a lot of explaining to do. He looked at Naruto sadly. It irritated him to have to bring such a young boy into such things, but right now he saw no other way. Chapter 24. The bleak dirt path seemed to stretch on forever, endlessly winding in between the trees like a drunken snake. The five of them trudged along, all of them far too weary and the weather too dreary for them to attempt conversation. Jiraiya took the lead, walking purposefully like he actually knew where they were going, which of course wasn't true. The three Chunin walked side by side a few paces behind him, increasingly distressed by the endless path. Anko brought up the rear, equally irritated and annoyed as Naruto, Gaara, and Tayuya, but the difference was she was more vocal. "Come on Jiraiya, when the hell are we going to get there?" The white-haired man in question's eyes twitched as the tick that had been steadily growing since their departure gained a friend. "Quiet down Anko, you're worse than the Gaki here." Everybody else in the group would have taken offense at that had they not been far too tired to care either way. Anko was about to retort in her usual manner, but they were saved from Jiraiya exploding as they rounded the corner of the paths and the trees finally broke. They rounded the crest of a hill and stared down at the sprawling mini-metropolis below them. "This is Tanzaku town?" Anko looked down at it in wonder. There were so many people going about in the full throes of some festival or another. As far as she knew, there was always something to celebrate in this town. It was what made it such a tourist hotspot. Jiraiya turned around to face the group, particularly Naruto. "Now you're sure Tsunade will be here?" Naruto just scoffed, looking insulted. "Of course she will be, they're celebrating the Kishoto festival here. That's the biggest gambling event of the season in this part of the country. I bet she couldn't avoid this place if she wanted to." Jiraiya sighed. He knew Naruto had a point, but he hated being reminded of it. He was the one who was supposed to have the inscrutable spy network, not the little blonde Gaki here. Fine. Let's just go get some rooms booked and we can start searching tomorrow." Everybody in the group nodded enthusiastically. They were tired of walking and wanted to get off their feet. "Hey Jiraiya, wait up." Naruto ran after the large Sannin, who paused to allow him to catch up. "What is it Naruto?" The blonde boy ran over, still not winded despite having run clear across the village in search of the legendary pervert. "So if all that stuff about the Akatsuki is true." Jiraiya looked offended, like his intelligence could ever be wrong. "Then what are we going to do about it?" Jiraiya stared at the young boy, wondering just how much he could tell him. It was true he hadn't been there for his godchild throughout most of his life, but he at least appeared to be relatively perceptive and somewhat level-headed. "We're not going to do anything." He had stressed the word "we're" and Naruto stared at him confused until he clarified. "I'm going to find Tsunade and try to convince her to take the position of Hokage." Naruto nodded slowly, seeing the logic in finding a strong leader for the village in a time of crisis. If what Jiraiya said about the Akatsuki was true, then this was definitely a time of crisis. What worried Naruto the most was that if they were collecting the bijou, then it wasn't only Naruto who was in danger, but Gaara as well. "All right then, I can help you with that." Jiraiya looked at him strangely, eyebrow quirked and an amused smile on his face. "And how exactly do you think you can help me?" It was Naruto's turn to smirk as he confidently looked out at the horizon in the distance. "Because I know where Tsunade will be." Naruto relaxed into the chair, taking in the plethora of food laid out in front of them by the very kind and polite staff of the hotel. He happily dug into the assortments of sashimi while his friends and sensei did the same. Jiraiya didn't eat surprisingly. Instead, he was off talking to somebody Naruto would have guessed was a contact in his spy network. No doubt the man was currently scouring the small city in an attempt to find his old teammate. In fact, he was only doing such because Anko had forcefully stopped him from running off to the various brothels in the town, 3 times. Having her along was the best thing to happen because she detested perverts of all kinds. It was a thought Naruto now found particularly hilarious considering who the author of the books she now happily read was. Jiraiya finally entered the room, sitting down with a very frustrated look, which Naruto took to mean the search had been unsuccessful so far. He seemed to shake it off and turn happily to Naruto, with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Well Naruto, I came to a decision that since you are out here with me, I might as well train you a little." Jiraiya didn't get the reaction he had been expecting with that statement. Anko shot him a death glare like he was insinuating that she was incapable of teaching Naruto, while Tayuya was doing likewise, wondering why the hell Naruto was getting special treatment. Jiraiya gulped loudly from the combined attack from the two angered females. Now, Anko, I didn't mean to imply you aren't a good teacher, it would simply be a technique that you don't know. Anko still seemed annoyed but was now at least curious as to what Jiraiya would teach Naruto. And Tayuya, don't worry about it, you could attempt it as well. Again the younger girl still seemed irritated but at least somewhat sated. Jiraiya was more curious as to why he had no reaction from the two boys yet. So what would you teach me? It was said plainly, only the faintest hints of intrigue that made Jiraiya want to cry. He was a Sannin, actually offering training to somebody, and they were only slightly curious. Gaara on the other hand didn't even look like he was paying attention anymore, more focused on the food in front of him than the pervert at the head of the table. Jiraiya tried to ignore him and turned back to Naruto, turning on his salesman voice to further interest the kid. How about the move I used on Kisame when I rescued you too? He added a small eyebrow wiggle to complete the enticement, but Naruto smirked at him calmly and stood up from the table and clutched his right wrist with his left hand. Quickly, and much to Jiraiya's astonishment, blue energy began to form in the palm of Naruto's hand, rapidly coalescing into a large sphere. Jiraiya just stood watching the spinning orb of chakra, transfixed by its size, before Naruto dispelled it harmlessly. You mean that one? The three of them hopped through the trees. It had taken them a long slog through the desert, but they were finally in river country and on schedule. None of them wanted anything to go wrong with their first unsupervised B-rank mission, so they had to cut out the usual antics that Baki would have kept to a minimum. Even so, Naruto wasn't really paying attention to the branches ahead of them, more focused on the kunai in his hand. Tayuya looked across at him in annoyance. Naruto hadn't dropped that kunai since they had left the village. Normally that wouldn't have annoyed her, it paid to be safe, but he wasn't even using it for its proper purpose. When he had told her he was going to invent his own chakra control exercise, she had actually laughed in his face. It just sounded that ridiculous. Even so, here he was, running along whilst perfectly balancing the kunai point down on the palm of his hand. From what Tayuya understood in the mumbled and nearly incoherent description Naruto had given, the objective was to focus chakra in streams from the tenketsu in your hand. Then using those streams of chakra like tethers you would hold up the kunai. It sounded simple enough, but the concentration and sheer volume of chakra required made it completely useless for anybody except chakra powerhouses like Naruto. She stopped focusing on him and instead thought about the mission at hand, a simple retrieval mission. Normally that wouldn't warrant a B rank, except what they were retrieving was money and the person they were retrieving it from was Tsunade of the Sannin. She had run out on a gambling debt, a very large one if the client's anger was anything to go on, and apparently that warranted the hiring of ninja to track her down and retrieve it. Honestly, the girl thought it was a major waste of her time and skills, but at least she would be able to meet Tsunade. The woman was like an icon to many kunoichi across the elemental nations, supposedly one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Tayuya would hardly describe herself as a fangirl or a sycophant of any kind, but she didn't turn down opportunities when they presented themselves. Meeting Tsunade definitely counted as an opportunity in her book, a great one too. Naruto, would you quit playing with that stupid kunai? Naruto just waved at her offhandedly, making Tayuya scowl. Wait, I think I almost have it. Tayuya was about to come over and beat him a little for waving her off, but watching in amazement as Naruto put too much chakra into his exercise and the kunai flew out of his hand, embedding itself into a tree not far away. That wasn't what interested her. What was more fascinating was the slight swirl of chakra that was left in Naruto's hand. He didn't even seem to realize it was there until he looked down and yelped in surprise. He flapped his arm and the chakra dissipated instantly. Wait, shithead, do that again. Naruto looked at her strangely but pulled out another kunai, performing the exact same procedure, ending up with another kunai drilled into a tree. All three of them watched, amazed as swirling chakra once again was left in Naruto's hand before slowly disappearing as the energies were released. That was fucking awesome. How did you do that? Naruto just shrugged, looking at his hand in amazement. The rest of the trip to the town Tsunade was last spotted and went fairly quickly. Naruto continued with his newfound skill, finding that he didn't need a kunai to make the chakra appear. Now he would just hold out his hand and after a moment of concentration swirling chakra appeared. They were all astounded by the new technique Naruto had seemingly created. They had no idea what it could be used for, but that was what experimentation was for. They reached the town with Naruto still playing with the swirling blue chakra and quickly scouted out the nearest taverns and gambling halls, which was where they were told they would find the youthful-looking Sannin. This was also one of the reasons Tayuya wanted to find Tsunade. Her healing skills were legendary and she had supposedly found a way to make herself appear youthful well into her 50s. What woman didn't want that? They kept asking around town and eventually struck lucky as somebody recognized seeing the woman they were after at a pub not far from them. They ran to the location, entering nonchalantly to not arouse suspicion. They received a few odd looks from the patrons because of their age, but when they saw the headbands they lost interest. There was an unspoken rule regarding shinobi, best expressed as old enough to kill, old enough to drink. Many barmen went along with this because it merely added to their potential clientele, and that meant more money for them. They found a booth quickly and scouted out the small tavern. It didn't take long to find the aging Sanin. She tended to change her appearance often to fool people like them trying to find her after running out on a debt, but there were clues, 2 very large clues. Naruto's mouth hung open a little as he stared at the woman, only snapping out of it when he remembered she was about 5 times his age. Of course, Tayuya slapping him on the back of his head had nothing to do with it. They discussed how to approach the situation. The woman was legendary for a few reasons and her strength was one of them. She also seemed to be accompanied by a young girl, probably about 18, which might pose a problem if she decided to run interference, giving Tsunade time to escape. In the end they decided to wait. The woman seemed to be drinking herself into a stupor and they would allow it, then they would approach directly, letting Gaara do the talking, as he was the most sensible of the 3. Finally they agreed that Tsunade was drunk enough and they walked over. Immediately the girl next to her became defensive seeing Gaara's headband, but Naruto put up his hands showing they meant no harm. The girl was still tense but she allowed them to sit down, eyeing them warily. Gaara sat down in the middle of the booth so he could talk while Naruto and Tayuya sat on either side, Naruto in the corner so he could continue to play with his new ability. Please don't feel alarmed by our presence, we are merely here to collect the money you owe. After that we will go and leave you in peace, as there is no need for conflict. The very drunk and sleepy Tsunade on the other side of the booth let out a loud and amused snort. Ha, little brats think they actually stand a chance against me? Naruto had to hold back a snicker. From the way the woman talked she was obviously absolutely hammered. It did put them on guard however, many shinobi feigned being more drunk than they actually were to catch their enemies off guard. What makes you think I can't just walk out of here and there isn't a damn thing you could do to stop me? Naruto tuned out the conversation at this point, he would just let Gaara deal with it as the planned. He continued to play with the chakra in his hands, marveling for a moment as he got it to spin wildly for a few seconds, wondering if he could do something with that. Tsunade caught the action. Even in her hazy state she saw what looked a lot like her teammate's attack in one of the kid's hands. Ha! Well, would you look at that? The brat thinks she can do the Rasengan. Naruto looked up, seeing that she was taking about him and suddenly gained interest in the conversation. His teammates and the girl to Tsunade's side also looked over at him in interest. Tsunade sneered a little, looking slightly to Naruto's left as she swayed for a moment. Like a little brat, like you could ever hope to learn the 4th Hokage technique. Now Naruto was very interested. What are you talking about? Tsunade swayed a bit more, her eyes not quite focusing in the same place before turning back to Naruto. He might have been imagining it, but her actions seemed even more pronounced and exaggerated, like she was in fact faking. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade had actually been using her medical training to quickly burn off the excess alcohol in her system since the moment they sat down. Unfortunately for her the procedure took time and her mind was still a little fuzzy. The Rasengan was a technique created by the 4th Hokage. To this day only he and Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade's old teammate, have ever mastered it. Naruto looked in the direction of the young woman who answered him as she stuck out her hand in a handshake. I'm Shizune, Lady Tsunade's personal assistant. Naruto took the hand and shook it. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Everybody missed Tsunade raise an eyebrow at hearing the name, but she covered it well. I'm sorry Naruto, but while Lady Tsunade is like this, I'm obligated to tell you that we currently do not have the funds to repay the money we lost. She looked worriedly at Tsunade, who looked about ready to take a nap, embarrassingly using her own ample bosom as a makeshift pillow. May I ask what you were instructed to do should we not comply? Naruto nodded and Gaara took over. We have explicit orders that should you be unable to repay the debt, or in the event you refuse, we are to escort you back to our client. Shizune once again looked sadly at her boss and mother figure before shaking her head. I'm sorry, but Lady Tsunade won't. She was interrupted as Tsunade's head suddenly came up, looking at the 3 Genin intently, especially Naruto. Shizune, she narrowed her eyes with a smirk. I have a proposition for the brat. Shizune looked extremely worried as she played with her hands. Lady Tsunade, I don't think that's a good idea. We can't. The older woman just looked at her young apprentice, very clearly telling her to be quiet, which she did so. You, The blonde one, Naruto. Naruto scowled at the drunken woman but let her continue. How long have you got before you have to bring me back? Gaara answered for him. We were given a month before we have to return to Sunagakure, we left 2 days ago. Tsunade nodded in an exaggerated manner, mulling over the numbers with difficulty as her drunken mind tried to grasp maths. Okay then, I'll give this little Gaki 3 weeks to learn the Rasengan. She looked right at Naruto in a very smug manner. If you can do that then I'll pay back the money. Sound fair? In fact if you do it I'll even throw in my necklash. Gaara narrowed his eyes at the proposition. There was obviously some catch but there was no way they could actually take on one of the Sannin so they had no other choice. How do we know you won't run away while Naruto is training? Tsunade smiled drunkenly with her eyes closed, looking damn near to passing out. One of you brats can watch me if you like. She looked thoughtful for a moment before surprising everybody at the table by grabbing her breasts in both hands but no funny business. And with another satisfied smile she happily lay down on the boobs she had just grabbed and dozed off. Everybody just stared at her a moment with large drops of sweat hanging off her heads before Shizune smiled and began to hoist Tsunade up using her shoulder. Well you might as well come and stay at our hotel room. The 3 Shounen nodded, following the older woman carrying the even older woman out of the bar. Naruto stopped outside, slapping his head in annoyance as he remembered something. Wait, I still don't know what the hell a Rasengan is. Naruto lay on the ground, exhausted and spent. He brought his hand up to his face, turning it in the moonlight to see the extent of the damage his training had done. He had chakra burns practically covering his hand. Kyuubi was doing her best to keep up with the damage with her own chakra, but that was the problem in the first place. While Shizune had explained the concept of the Rasengan, and Tsunade improved the description when she finally sobered up, knowing what something is and actually doing it were two different things. All they knew was it had something to do with spinning the chakra, condensing it then holding it, much easier said than done. Naruto pulled in a deep, painful breath and raised his hand, already channeling the chakra and spinning it. He looked at the rotating disc of chakra in his hand, shaking his head as he did so. He knew it was supposed to be a ball but he didn't know how to manipulate the chakra into such a shape. He tried to visualize a sphere, going back to basics as it were, thinking of how it was made up. He guessed it was just a load of different rings at different angles and thought how he could use that. He took another deep breath and tried to will another disc into existence, this time spinning vertically. He just managed to do it, but at this point his hand was burning from the combined efforts of the day. He looked at what he made in satisfaction. At least it now looked something like a sphere and he could work from there. Naruto had his eyes screwed shut in concentration, focusing on the movement of chakra in his palm. A week had gone by since Tsunade issued the challenge and he was proud to say he was making progress. After his initial breakthrough he had quickly found that the more rotations he added to the sphere, the more difficult it became to control. The extra burns on his hands were testament to that. The ball of energy was constantly yearning to expand, to grow and eventually dissipate. It had gotten to the point where Naruto had simply allowed it. The ball doubled in size but became nearly half as difficult to manage. He smiled. He now had a perfect sphere of rotating energy contained within his hands. He frowned, remembering that the fourth Hokage had spent nearly 3 years perfecting this technique, so it couldn't possibly be this easy. The moment of truth came when he firmly planted the sphere of energy into a nearby tree, only for it to pathetically strip a few layers of bark before petering out. He stared at his hand in dismay, wondering what it was he did wrong. He had the ball of chakra and it was spinning in multiple directions all at the same speed. He thought that maybe he just needed more power behind it and set about infusing his Rasengan with more chakra to see what would happen. The trees around him were wrecked, many emblazoned with a swirling burn pattern like some kind of brand. He grunted in frustration before summoning yet another ball, pouring in as much chakra as he thought was safe without letting it expand anymore. He was sweating from the exertion it put him under, not just today but from going at this nonstop for nearly 5 days. He only had little over a week until the deadline and he had to make those days count. He couldn't let down his friends or the client, more importantly he couldn't let down Tsunade. He had seen it in her eyes, she had lost something very precious that was slowly eating away at her. She hid the pain with gambling and drinking, but there was no hiding the fact that she had simply given up hope. She didn't expect him to do this, she didn't expect him to succeed, so he needed to prove her wrong. He needed to show her that things were possible and you couldn't just give up on the world. He growled in frustration and gripped his wrist, now pouring in chakra from both arms, making the ball pulse excitedly. He didn't care anymore, he wasn't going to limit it, he simply poured in as much chakra as he could, controlling it as best he could from the outside. Finally, with a satisfactory cry, he held out a very condensed, spinning ball of chakra, double the size of his palm. With a roar he slammed it into a tree, only for his concentration to slip at the last moment. The explosion could be heard throughout the entire town. The explosion had taken him out for a few days. There were only 3 left until the deadline, but it was the best thing to have happened so far. Firstly, he had seen that he could in fact do it, it was possible, and that was all the motivation he needed. Secondly, he had time to think about what else needed to be done and had finally come up with an answer. He wasn't completely sure it would work, but that was what he was out here to find out. He formed the Rasengan as quickly as possible, clutching his wrist to steady and increase the chakra supply. Next he condensed it, molding it down while pumping in more chakra before it glowed and pulsed happily. Finally, before he lost control again, he attempted to form a thin membrane of chakra around the sphere to contain its energies. He laughed triumphantly as he felt his control over the sphere increase dramatically. He couldn't help it, he just laughed. People passing would have thought him insane for laughing maniacally while holding a bright ball of energy. All his hard work and perseverance finally paid off as he held up the sphere, proudly looking at it. He had to hold his wrist to do it, but at least he managed it. He could work on improving it later. Right now he had a bet to win. With that he drove the ball into a tree, cleanly shearing the trunk straight through before he cheerfully sprinted back to town. Tsunade stared at the sinning ball with a look caught between disbelief, annoyance, confusion and a small amount of pride. Naruto for his part just looked extremely pleased, not smug, but pleased nevertheless. Shizune was equally shocked. While neither of them had actually expected the boy to accomplish the feat, she was now more worried about the consequences. They would have to pull out another loan to pay off the Suna debt. After all, Tsunade may have run out on debts before, but she always kept her sides of deals. On that same line of thought, the old woman smiled softly as Naruto dissipated the ball of energy, reaching around her neck to unclasp the necklace that hung there. Naruto watched her strangely, only now remembering that part of the deal. He wondered what the significance of the necklace was. It looked old and valuable, however when Tsunade handed it over he felt calmed by its presence. He also thought it looked pretty cool as he threw it on, letting the cold crystal fall on his chest. "That was my grandfather's, the shot. I'm Hokage." Naruto looked up at Tsunade, who was smiling sadly at the aquamarine crystal. Immediately Naruto felt regretful for separating this woman from something that obviously held great sentimental and monetary value. However, when he made a move to remove it and give it back, Tsunade stopped him, making sure his hand was firmly clasped around the amulet. "No, Naruto, you earned this." Her smile lost its sad edge and she leaned closer, catching Naruto by surprise, and she moved his headband to one side and gently kissed his forehead. "I didn't think you would be able to do it." Her smile had grown at Naruto's flushed face as she leaned back. "Thank you for proving me wrong." They talked a little bit longer, but ultimately their mission had been fulfilled and Tsunade went about making the necessary preparations to pay the money she had lost. She sighed inwardly, happy for Naruto's success but at the same time greatly irritated by it. No doubt she was going to have to change her appearance yet again to escape bankruptcy. To think she had just gotten used to her 30-year-old form. She sighed, thinking that maybe her teens might be fun again. She oddly rubbed the spot her necklace had once rested. A frown appeared as she thought back to its previous 2 owners, but dispelled those thoughts when she looked across at Naruto, happily chatting with his friends and Shizune. "You learned the Rasengan in 3 weeks?" Naruto nodded happily, frowning afterwards at the implication in Jiraiya's tone of voice. "So?" Jiraiya mumbled something under his breath about annoying blondes. He looked down at his palm and remembered the 4 months that it took him. Then again, he didn't have to grab his wrist to make a perfect Rasengan. However, it didn't escape his notice that Naruto's was larger, closer to the size of Minato's. Sadly, he pulled out the small assortment of balloons from his pocket, throwing them uselessly into the trash. He spent that entire time coming up with a way to learn the technique easily, and Naruto had gone and done it anyway. Even through his disappointment though, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. The boy really was Minato's son. He laughed softly to himself. Next the boy was going to tell him he had mastered the Hiraishin, building the special kunai from scratch. He laughed again at the absurdity before suddenly looking at the blonde with an intent-filled gaze. Naruto sweated under the observation before Jiraiya finally let up, shaking his head and mumbling nah. It couldn't be under his breath. The older man seemed to notice that everybody was staring at him like he was insane, and he coughed loudly. "I'm alright then, if there's nothing else then I guess we all better hit the hay." A devious smirk lit up his face. "I only got 2 rooms, so I guess me and Anko will bunk up." He said it with a lewd grin that immediately told them he was lost to his little pervert fantasy world. "Yeah, as if, you pervert. I'd rather bunk with the Gakas than you." Jiraiya's face fell before he walked off, mumbling ever more incoherent things. Everybody retired to the rooms that Jiraiya had bought and dumped their equipment down on the floor. That left everybody in the awkward position of staring at the two beds before Gaara wordlessly walked over and sat on one, crossing his arms and daring anybody to disagree with him with his eyes. The other three stared at the last bed before they all ran at it, shoving and pushing as they dived onto the mattress, still somewhat wrestling for control of the bed. Needless to say, Naruto had a very awkward night as he laid in bed, Tayuya to one side and Anko to the other. He didn't know what Anko was dreaming about, but he imagined it had something to do with teddy bears considering the way she was clutching him to her. He didn't dare move or wake her though. There was a kunai right beneath her pillow and he didn't quite fancy testing out her reflexes. Naruto didn't get much sleep that night. Chapter 25. Naruto couldn't remember ever feeling this comfortable before as he woke up. The pillow just felt amazing, just firm enough to support his head yet at the same time soft enough to feel like he was lying against a cloud. He snuggled into it some more, not paying attention to the murmurs coming from above him that came with emotion. He sighed deeply, noticing a scent that hadn't been there before, sweet like a dumpling or dango. Naruto's eyes shot open wide and stared at the ceiling of the hotel room, not daring to move more than an inch at a time as he slowly moved his head. He turned so slowly he would have held up a snail to see what he was resting on, Anko's breasts. He froze in an instant, not knowing what to do. Moving meant Anko might wake up, not moving meant Anko might wake up. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place, figuratively. He decided to just go for it. Staying here was too risky and there was always that kunai to think about. Before he could do anything though, he felt Anko's breath hitch slightly beneath him and once again he froze. Morning Gaki. Naruto tried not to cringe at the sweet but deadly tone Anko spoke in, instead feigning sleep so he could plead ignorance later. Oh, don't try that with me Gaki, I know you're awake. Naruto kept at it, really hoping she was bluffing at this point. He could feel her breath so close to his ear now. Did you enjoy your sleep? She was whispering and he could practically feel her lips, they were so close to his ear. He went all in at this point, not able to bear the pressure anymore. He turned on Anko's chest, readjusting for more comfort. He hoped that it would seem so brash that Anko would have to believe he was still asleep. He had to stifle the sigh of relief as he heard the woman mumble some curses under her breath about him ruining her fun. She shifted out from beneath him, dropping his head unceremoniously to the mattress, and for a moment he missed the warmth and comfort of her chest. He reconsidered though, it just wasn't worth the loss of a certain anatomical part of his body. He stayed still for another 5 minutes before getting up himself. Anko was in the small kitchenette eating breakfast and he joined her, smiling happily like nothing was wrong. They sat in silence while they ate, both feeling awkward but neither of them showing it, one out of embarrassment and the other out of fear. Thankfully Tayuya woke up not too long after, or more correctly she was forced to by the annoying rays of light filtering in through the blinds. The fuck's up with you two? You guys look like you've seen a freaking ghost, she laughed to herself before walking off to the bathroom for a shower, a decision Naruto now regretted putting off. Anko looked at him closely, not noticing how nervous he had looked because of her own embarrassment. She saw it now though and her eyes narrowed dangerously. You were awake. Naruto's eyes shot up and he fell backwards off his chair, crawling away as Anko walked closer to him, twirling a kunai. No, what? I didn't, there was no, I couldn't have, sorry. And with that Naruto bolted to his feet and did the first thing he could think of, jumping straight out of the window. Anko looked at the broken glass for a moment before smiling devilishly. Sorry Naruto, but you touched the twins, now you have to pay the price. And without further thought Anko raced after Naruto, diving out of the now twice broken window to give chase. An hour later, after Jiraiya prevented Anko from seriously harming the young blonde, the group was out scouring the local gambling halls in search of the elusive Tsunade. They hit the largest and most obvious ones first. It didn't make sense for Tsunade to go there due to her history, but they had to cross them off the list. As they continued to search without luck, they began to feel more and more dejected. Jiraiya began to think they had wasted their time, knowing he shouldn't have listened to the blonde. Finally, though they struck luck, it was more by chance that Naruto saw the flash of blonde hair in the crowd and quickly decided to follow it. He pressed through the crowd into a smaller hall where he noticed their surprisingly large buy-in. If Tsunade's moniker held true, then it would be the perfect place to find her, and with that Naruto went about searching for the legendary sucker. He passed through the different rooms where mostly men sat around playing poker or chohan. The abundance of men made it all the easier to spot Tsunade's recognizable blonde hair out of the throngs of people. He noticed that he was on his own, the others having split up long ago to find the woman he was staring across the room at. He smirked at the opportunity and sat down at the table Tsunade was just about to join, absently noticing that he couldn't spot Shizune anywhere. It struck him as odd. If their last encounter was anything to go on, then the girl was inseparable from the older blonde. Then again, looking across at her now, that statement didn't seem to hold much weight. While it was definitely Tsunade, he could tell that much, she was much younger than he remembered. If he didn't know she was in fact 50-something years old, he might have said 19 or 20. The jutsu she used amazed him, wondering if there was some way he could get her to teach him. He was sure it wouldn't just work for her. Looking as youthful as he wanted sounded perfect to him. It would certainly scare his enemies to come across a man they thought was elderly but looked in the prime of youth. He smiled at the thoughts before sitting down at the table and getting dealt in. Tsunade hadn't noticed him so far, and he used that to his advantage. The game went slowly, with the chips going back and forth between players as slowly one after the other struck out. Naruto was marveling at the lucky streak the old woman seemed to be having, wondering if her nickname was just a ploy to get others to underestimate her. Slowly though, the cards turned in his favor and the chips around his person grew into small stacks. He smirked as he sensed his two remaining opponents grow frustrated at his constant winnings. After the next hand, that two became one, and soon it was just himself and Tsunade. She still hadn't recognized him. It came down to one last hand. The cards on the table were Queen of Hearts, Jack of Spades, Jack of Clubs, 10 of Diamonds and Queen of Spades. Tsunade grinned maniacally and pushed all her chips into the pot, looking very confident as she went all in. Much more sedately, Naruto shrugged and also pushed his chips in. It unnerved his opponent to see him so calm despite the large amount of money he was risking. Honestly, Naruto couldn't have cared less about the money. He made a pretty decent living from his missions. Even so, he enjoyed the moment as Tsunade put down her cards, revealing her hand. 4 of a kind, jacks. Naruto just sighed before idly flipping over his own cards with a flick, much to Tsunade's dismay. 4 of a kind, queens. Tsunade slumped down onto the table in defeat as the man raked her chips over to Naruto's side of the table. He chuckled at the display before taking enough chips to cover his buy-in and pushing the rest over to Tsunade's still slumped over form. The woman looked up, surprised as she felt the small mountain of chips brush her arm, and stared at the young blonde, squinting at him curiously. Naruto? He smiled at her, finally recognizing him and walking over, but not before she raked all of the chips into a small bag. Naruto, is that you? He nodded with a smirk before Tsunade wiped it off his face by slapping him on the back of his head. You little brat, I would have won if it wasn't for you. He glared angrily back at her, rubbing the sore spot he now had on the back of his head. Hey, at least you got the money. Tsunade stopped her frown and patted the small pouch, smiling at the reassuring clink of chops inside. It was like she didn't really believe they were there and this was all a dream. Now I can buy into an even bigger game and double this, she said it dreamily off into the distance, not really talking to anybody as Naruto felt the sweat on his forehead grow. Shouldn't you pay back your debts first? Tsunade rounded on him, looking like she was going to slap him again. What are you, Shizune, now? Speaking of her apprentice-turned-assistant, the woman came rushing onto the gambling hall, pushing past the patrons while carrying a pig that Naruto didn't remember seeing the last time. Lady Tsunade. There you are, me and Tonton were looking everywhere for you. Naruto looked quizzically at the small, apparently female pig in the young woman's arms. Tonton stared straight back with a surprising amount of understanding in her eyes considering she was a pig. Not now, Shizune, can't you see I'm talking to an old friend? The woman seemed to notice the small blonde at that point, her eyes widening and her lips curling into a smile. Naruto, it's good to see you, she chuckled to herself recollecting their last encounter. Learn any new legendary techniques? Naruto smiled and raised a hand to the back of his head, rubbing the spot. Well, actually, now that you mention it. Tsunade. Jiraiya took that moment to walk into the gambling hall, immediately spotting his old teammate. He looked over her appearance with a critical eye born from years of perversion, taking in her single ponytail and 2 large bangs framing her youthful face. She also wore what she was fond of at the time, her nostalgia overcoming her. It was a short red skirt with a white shirt atop a fishnet vest. Jiraiya seemed to come to a decision and raised a thumb in her direction, a gleaming smile along with it. I like the new, or should I say old look. Tsunade quickly repeated the same maneuver she had on Naruto, but with considerably more force. It was enough to send Jiraiya halfway through the wall of the building, earning a satisfied smile from the youthful-looking woman. When he finally picked himself out of the wall with some help from Naruto and Shizune, he wobbled back over. Good to see you as always, Tsunade. What do you want, Jiraiya? He straightened up instantly, like he was never injured in the first place. Always straight to the point, come on, I'll buy you a drink while I explain it. Once everybody was settled into the booth in a small out-of-the-way tavern, Jiraiya cleared his throat. "Okay Tsunade, I'm going to be blunt with you. The council asked me to find you and offer you the position of Hokage." The woman and her apprentice looked slack-jawed at the man, Tsunade instantly downing her saucer of sake. Naruto looked on in amusement, wondering how the woman would take such a proposition. For that matter, Naruto wondered how he would take such news as he downed his own saucer. It had become clear a while ago that the blonde couldn't get drunk, no matter how hard he tried. It was similar to his resistance to most poisons in that the Kyuubi would immediately remove the toxins from his system. He pondered the question himself, wondering what being Kazekage would be like. There was the respect and power to think about, while on the other side there would be the responsibility and enemies he might gain. There would also be a great deal of difficult decisions he might be forced to make. In the end, Naruto decided that he couldn't come to a decision either way, thinking it was unlikely he would have to think about such things for a long time. "You can't be serious, Jiraiya." Naruto broke out of his inner monologue, noticing that the sake jug was considerably emptier now. "Completely, Tsunade." The old woman stared at her former teammate for a few seconds, scrutinizing his face. "Why me?" Jiraiya looked confused for a moment, obviously not having thought the question would come up. "What are you talking about, Tsunade? You are the granddaughter of the first Hokage, grandniece of the second and student of the third. There isn't anybody better suited." Again Tsunade scrutinized the man. "You of all people should know that connections and names mean nothing compared to true merits, Jiraiya. You yourself are more powerful than me, why weren't you considered?" Naruto stared at the elderly sage for a moment, wondering how he could possibly be more powerful than Tsunade. He had seen her strength firsthand. "I was." That simple statement shocked everybody at the table. "But I turned them down." Jiraiya seemed to have gone quite serious by this point, more so than many of the people there had ever seen him. "You were always the more level-headed of us, Tsunade, always making the difficult decisions and keeping me and Orochimaru from fighting." The woman flinched at the name of their other teammate and Naruto immediately sensed there was something she was hiding. "Please Jiraiya, the Hokage's position is a fool's job. Everybody that takes it just dies." Normally Naruto would have been able to keep out of this conversation, keeping his emotions and opinions to himself. However, Tsunade had just indirectly insulted the old man, the first man to befriend him and earn Naruto's respect, even if he didn't show it as much as he should have. "We all die at some point, Tsunade." The table became eerily quiet as everybody turned to look at the young blonde. Every shinobi has to accept that at some point. His tone was flat and even, not a hint of emotion or sarcasm present. At least the Hokage died for something they believed in, sacrificing themselves for something bigger than themselves. I think the old man called it the will of fire once. The two Sannin felt the wave of melancholy wash over them as they remembered their sensei's favorite phrase. "You don't know what you're talking about, brat. You've never seen true pain, or the sting of the loss of a loved one." Tsunade's eyes were once again misted with melancholy as the faces of her deceased brother and former lover flashed through her mind. "Maybe not, but at least I accept that I will face pain in my life. Whether I overcome it or not is yet to be said, but I will never stop fighting to protect the ones I care about and do everything in my power to make sure the same can't be said for them." The faintest hints of a smile tweaked at the edges of Tsunade's lips as an image of Nawaki seemed to superimpose itself on Naruto's features. "Bravely said, brat, but you still have no idea what you're talking about." Naruto shrugged absently. He had said what he meant to say, how the woman took it was not his concern. All this time both Tayuya and Gaara had been staring at Naruto, wondering at the conviction behind his words. Tayuya especially seemed moved and she swore Naruto had been looking straight at her when he had said "the ones I care about." "You know Tsunade, you may be right." Everybody turned to Jiraiya in shock, his companions wondering what the hell he was doing. "Maybe you aren't right for the Hokage position." He seemed to look in thought before looking off into the distance. "Maybe I was too hasty in turning down the job myself." A lustful and recognizable grin spread across his features after he said it, and most of the people at the table groaned inwardly. "Yes, I can see it now, hot springs around every corner, mixed baths all throughout the village. As Hokage I would have command over all the lovely kunoichi." His eyes glazed over for a moment and Naruto thought he saw hints of drool at the corners of his mouth. He stood up, adopting his classic hero pose, and looked off into the foreground. "Yes, I, Jiraiya the legendary Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, will take the position of Hokage and lead the women of Konoha into a new golden age." He was promptly cut off from his rant by a slender fist impacting painfully with his abdomen, quickly sending the elderly man skidding across the bar. He only stopped when his face met the concrete wall, sending spiderweb cracks out from the impact zone. Tsunade snarled in annoyance, blowing on her fist as she sat back down with her arms crossed under her chest. Like I would ever let a pervert like you become Hokage. The three younger shinobi looked at the woman skeptically while Anko was just grinning crazily, wondering if she could get that strong. So are you going to accept the position? It was Gaara who spoke, his monotone voice cutting through the silence that had settled. Tsunade just slumped a little in her seat, sighing deeply, realizing what her little display of anger might have cost her. I don't know. She seemed to slump even more as she said it, the full impact of the words hitting her. For a fleeting moment she had actually considered it, and deep within her that didn't bode well. We'll give you some time to decide. Jiraiya had suddenly popped out of nowhere, startling everybody and nearly earning him another fist to the gut compliments of his former teammate. Damn it, Jiraiya, you know I hate when you do that. He just nodded absently while waving his hand in a dismissive manner. He motioned for everybody to leave the woman and her apprentice with some time to think things over. However, before he left he turned to Tsunade, deciding to impart the words he thought would have the most impact of the conversation. You do note, Tsunade, that if you turn down their offer, it will naturally be Danzo they turn to next. Without any more needing to be said, Jiraiya hastily walked out of the bar, following his odd band of companions as they went back to their hotel. Tsunade was left with a sinking feeling as she was now left with two very important decisions to make, and not much time to do it in. Jiraiya, are you sure it was a good idea to give Tsunade time to think about this? It was strange seeing Gaara uncertain about something, but he was only voicing what was on everybody's minds. The older man shrugged lightly, still looking as thoughtful as he had while walking out of the bar. I've known that woman for nearly 40 years of my life and I still can't predict what she'll do worth a damn. Anko just chuckled at that, but Jiraiya stayed oddly serious. I don't trust her right now, there was something she was hiding from me. Naruto nodded from his position on the bed. Yeah, I thought that too, it was when you mentioned Orochimaru. Again Jiraiya went into deep thought, dismissing everybody from his room. He had a sinking feeling about this whole situation and he was going to have to talk to Tsunade sooner or later. Anko, Naruto and Tayuya were walking through the packed streets of Tanzaku town, all of them slightly awed by what they saw. Gaara had elected to stay back at the hotel. Lots of people just meant it as more likely someone would bump into him, and generally those encounters did not go well. Currently Naruto was gawking at a large stand where the objective was to knock a small pyramid of bottles down with just 3 balls. It seemed simple enough. He had practiced throwing kunai and shuriken for the majority of his life. Hey, what are you doing? Naruto, hand about to reach for a ball, looked up at the stall owner in confusion as he pointed to the sign hanging over the entrance. No shinobi, you guys rip me off every time, Naruto sighed while looking around, noticing many of the other stalls had similar policies hung up to ward off headband wearers. Am I allowed to have a go, mister? Naruto's eyes widened when he heard the strangely familiar voice, but in a much sweeter tone. He looked around and saw Tayuya, minus her forehead protector, rocking slightly on her back foot, actually managing to pull off a shy look. He gawked for a moment before the stall owner broke him out of the shock. Of course, little miss, just try to be careful with these balls, okay? You don't want to hurt anybody. Tayuya seemed taken aback by this, putting her hand over her mouth as she mock gasped. No, of course not, mister. The old man just smiled at the sweet young girl while Naruto continued to stare in amazement at both the act and the fact it was Tayuya doing it. She picked up a ball and looked at it, perfectly adopting the pose of a civilian who had never handled deadly hand projectiles before. Hey mister, what do I get if I knock down all the bottles? The old man smiled again, knowing that it would be almost impossible to do so thanks to the weighted bottles in the middle. Well, little miss, you can choose anything you like from the top shelf. Tayuya seemed ecstatic about this, gleefully hopping up and down before playfully sticking her tongue out of her mouth in fake concentration. She aimed down her arm carefully before launching the small ball with all her shinobi training and skill, catching the center of the pyramid and sending all 6 of the bottles hurtling towards the back of the stall. She didn't stop there though, the ball actually managed to ricochet off of the first pyramid, striking the one next to it and causing a similar collapse. Wow, that was so cool. Do I get 2 prizes now? The question sounded so innocent even Naruto was a little convinced, wondering if Tayuya actually had a twin sister with incredible aim. The stall owner looked dumbfounded, staring at the scattered bottles on the ground and nodding dumbly. Yeah, sure, I guess. Tayuya did another little gleeful hop before looking down at the counter. Oh hey, I still have 2 balls left. Everybody near the counter heard the owner let out an anguished groan. Tayuya looked particularly pleased with herself as she walked down the street carrying 2 of her prizes for the day, Naruto of course being forced to carry the other 2. She was a little disappointed that she hadn't managed to get another 2 in one shot, but was still happy with the look on the stall owner's face. Naruto for his part was just wondering whether he would be able to pull off a stunt like that. He thought probably not. It got him thinking though. Women were able to get a lot of stuff for free or at least lower their opponent's guards, either by acting cute or sexy. Perhaps he could develop a form of henge to that effect. The cogs in his head began to turn when suddenly a purple blur ran up to them. Naruto thought the young girl was oddly familiar. She was about their age with purple hair drawn into a pineapple-esque bun not dissimilar from Anko's, and she wore a plain black t-shirt with a simple burnt orange skirt. Hi, she was looking straight at Naruto, completely ignoring Tayuya's presence. Hi. The girl smiled broadly at that, making Naruto a little nervous at how familiar this all seemed. The girl seemed to notice his discomfort and stuck out a hand. I'm Kyuubi. Naruto rubbed the back of his head but offered his other hand all the same. Naruto Uzumaki. The girl started to move like Tayuya did before, with her arms behind her back and looking down at the ground while swiveling on one foot. I noticed you have a ton of prizes, which must mean you're really strong. There was the smallest blush on the girl's face when she said this, and Tayuya started to see what was happening. Actually, I'm the one who won the animals. The girl just nodded politely to the redhead before turning back around to Naruto with the same gushing smile. Wow, then it's so cool of you to help her carry them. Naruto was starting to feel a little uncomfortable with all the attention he was getting. Suddenly he developed his own blush as the girl sidled over and wrapped her arm around his. Wow, and you are really strong too. By now Naruto was speechless. He had never received treatment like this before and his mind was struggling with what to do. By now Tayuya was fuming at what the girl was doing to Naruto. Get the fuck off of him, you whore. The girl just turned around in a small amount of frustration and glared daggers at the redhead, unlinking her arm from Naruto's all the same. Fine. She turned back to Naruto with a sultrier grin. Why don't you come find me when your girlfriend isn't around? With that the girl took off with a way in her step, quickly being lost to the impenetrable crowd, leaving behind a stupefied Naruto and a furious Tayuya. That was weird. Why would that girl think you were my girlfriend? Naruto's head quickly met with the ass of one of Tayuya's prizes as she launched it at him with her full strength. Of course it was only a stuffed toy, so Naruto wasn't even fazed, but he still looked at Tayuya curiously, recognizing all the signs that she was very angry. What, you think I wouldn't make a good girlfriend? With that Tayuya launched her other stuffed animal and stormed off. Naruto just stared after her, thoroughly confused at everything at the moment. What the hell just happened? Kyuubi slunk into a nearby alleyway, smirking all the way as smoke enveloped her form. Out of it stepped a grinning and amused Anko. It didn't even faze her that the two Chunin hadn't seen through her henge. She was a master of infiltration for a reason. Her thoughts were more on what she had gathered with that quick reconnaissance mission. She had her suspicions before, but seeing Tayuya's burst of blatant jealousy at least confirmed it. The fact that Naruto was completely clueless to the girl's feeling was a definite worry. Relationships in themselves weren't all that dangerous to shinobi. They might hurt you once in a while and be used against you, but in the end it was the ninja who had to decide if it was worth it. No, it was unresolved relationships that were the danger, out on missions where even a moment of hesitancy or uncertainty would get not only you, but also a teammate killed. As their current sensei, it now fell to Anko to sort out the mess the two Chunin had made with their life. It wasn't really her problem whether or not it worked out for them. What was important was that they understood what was going on, for better or worse. Anko sighed. She wasn't naturally the meddling type despite what people might think, and she wasn't exactly the guru on relationships, but she certainly knew one thing that would bring Tayuya's feelings to the surface. The young Tokubutsu Jounin slunk back into the shadows, an idea already forming in her mind. A few days later Naruto was peacefully dozing on the couch, having realized it was the much safer option. It wasn't all that comfortable, but he had certainly weathered worse in his brief time. He was in that strange state between waking and sleeping where you decide whether or not it's actually worth getting up yet. Anko was already up. He could hear movement in the kitchen, and at this hour it was highly unlikely to be Tayuya. Finally, the discomfort of the couch outweighed the possible comfort of sleep, and he lazily swung himself up before sleepily dragging himself to the kitchen. He plopped down on a stool and went about making some quick food from one of the cartons and tubs in the cupboards. Gaara joined them not long after, so all three were surprised and unprepared when the door suddenly burst open, despite the lock being closed, and a panting and exhausted Shizune broke through. Everybody swiveled on their seats, ready for trouble. Sand was already trickling out of Gaara's gourd, and Anko had a hand on a few kunai. They took in Shizune's form, noticing the few scratches on her clothes, or at least Naruto did. Shizune. He rushed over, catching the woman who looked about ready to fall over. What's wrong? What happened to you? She took a few deep breaths before turning to everybody in the room. Orochimaru, you have to help Lady Tsunade. Naruto nodded with determination as Anko joined him at Shizune's side, a grim but equally determined look on her features. Where is she? Shizune coughed a few times, worrying Naruto further. The castle, hurry. She didn't need to say it twice as Naruto was already out the door. Chapter 26. Naruto rounded the corner as a practical blonde and black blur with Anko, Gaara, and Tayuya actually struggling to keep up as he raced off. Naruto was just worried about Tsunade. If Orochimaru could kill Hiruzen despite his age, then Tsunade would be hard-pressed at best. Anko was just wondering how Naruto could be so fast while Tayuya and Gaara were keeping their opinions to themselves. However, Tayuya was starting to feel some pain in her shoulder as her anger flared over Orochimaru. It took them less than a minute to reach the castle, or at least where the castle used to be. Now it was nothing more than smoking rubble. They weren't sure whether this was Tsunade or Orochimaru's doing, but it didn't matter when Naruto quickly spotted the trail of destruction leading away from it. Without stopping for more than a few seconds, he was off again, not even giving his companions time to catch up. He arrived at the battlefield in another few seconds, earning him a few strange glances from both Orochimaru and the bespectacled man beside him. They weren't expecting anybody to arrive so quickly and suddenly, not that either of them were worried by it in the slightest. Naruto felt his anger growing just looking at the pale man currently across from Tsunade, but he held back Kyuubi's chakra. It wouldn't do him good to lose himself right now. He spared a fleeting glance at Tsunade, who had a few splatters of blood over her clothes which thankfully didn't appear to be hers. However, she seemed to be in some kind of shock and he couldn't help but wonder just what Orochimaru had done to her to make her this way. He snarled but kept his emotions in check as he turned back to the snake Sannin and his irritating assistant. Kabuto, I knew I smelled Orochimaru on you at the Chunin exams. The white-haired youth just smiled mockingly, pushing up his glasses onto his nose as if Naruto's very presence was less than a concern. It's good to see you too, Naruto. I have yet to pay you back for what you did to me and my team. Naruto just rolled his neck, making sure it popped a few times as the rest of his companions hopped into view behind him. Sorry, but I don't have time for you right now. He turned and stared straight at Orochimaru, who gave him an equally mocking smile. Interesting, the Kyuubi brat thinks he can take me on. Perhaps I ought to give an overconfident Jinchuriki a lesson in humility. Naruto growled but once again held back the overwhelming tide of Kyuubi's chakra, begging to be released into his system. I don't need Kyuubi to deal with you. His voice was really starting to sound like a roar now, but his coils remained purely his own chakra. Kabuto merely sneered as green chakra coated his hand into a blade which he quickly pointed in their direction. To get to Lord Orochimaru you must first pass me, Naruto. Before Naruto could even reply, Kabuto sprinted across the field, covering the distance in moments. Naruto bent into a more defensible stance, but at the last second Kabuto veered off and aimed a lethal strike at Tsunade with a gleeful grin on his face. But first I think I should deal with Lady Tsunade here. The chakra scalpel came down in a long arc as time seemed to slow down. The blade would have landed a lethal, most definitely fatal blow on the blonde Sannin had it not been for Anko's timely intervention. She dived in front of the woman, taking the blow against her crossed arms, crying out in pain as muscle and bones were severed. Kabuto just gave an annoyed sneer at the woman who blocked his strike. The snake Sannin looked upon his first apprentice with a sigh, thinking of all those years he wasted on her. Kabuto flared the scalpel again, figuring he might as well finish off the pesky Tokubutsu Jounin, but once again his attack was interrupted as Naruto dashed past, picking up Anko in the process and moving her to a safer location. Kabuto growled a little in annoyance as he jumped back to Orochimaru's side before Naruto could return and finish him. Orochimaru smiled a little, although it wasn't entirely pleasant. My dear Anko, how good it is to see you again. Anko couldn't reply as she bit back the pain from Kabuto's attack, but she managed to spit some blood in the pale man's direction. Orochimaru gave a more visible sigh but returned his attention to the more bothersome people. Aw, is Jiraiya not here? We could have had one big happy reunion. Naruto cursed under his breath that they had forgotten the sage back in the hotel. Tayuya, you need to go back and get Jiraiya. We won't be able to do this without him. Tayuya shot him a look that clearly said she was against the idea. Come on, shithead, the fucker can't even use his arms. Nobody caught the glare Orochimaru sent the redhead. How fucking dangerous could he be? Naruto sent her a gaze that brokered no argument. Tayuya, we don't have time to argue, just get Jiraiya. Tayuya scowled and the mark on her shoulder pulsed painfully. shifting ever so slightly as her gaze flickered between Naruto and Orochimaru. The snake Sannin took great notice of this, his mouth twisting into a sickening smile as he noted that information down for later. Fine, but you owe me, shithead. Naruto just nodded quickly as Tayuya turned and sprinted back in the direction they come from. Now Naruto could focus his full attention on Orochimaru. Gaara, I need you to take care of Kabuto. The other redhead looked at him questioningly but nodded nevertheless, shifting his stance to better face the apprentice as sand leaked from his gourd. Aw, that's cute, I get to play with a little fox. Naruto was really starting to get irritated by Orochimaru, and the longer that went on the more likely it was he would tap Kyuubi's power. He ignored it as best he could and shrugged off his jacket, holding it out in front of him briefly before dropping it to the ground. Everybody, even Orochimaru, stared a moment at the small crater the jacket created as it struck the earth, managing to send up plumes of dust from its weight. Naruto only cracked his knuckles once as his disappeared from sight, appearing less than a second later behind Orochimaru. He was already in the process of delivering a swift kick which might have shattered the man's skull if he hadn't suddenly bent his body forward, underneath the attack. He followed up with a devastating axe kick which Orochimaru also dodged, bending his body at impossible angles to escape his fast attacks. Interesting, so the boy is fast. Naruto ignored him as he continued a relentless assault which only earned him glancing blows which did little to hinder Orochimaru's movement as the man continued to contort and twist away from every attack Naruto would deliver. Finally, after he had enough, Naruto flickered and reappeared a few meters away from the man, still not tired despite the speeds he had been moving. Impressive stamina as well, but not enough. Naruto cursed under his breath, he still wasn't fast enough despite all the training he had gone through just for that effect. He narrowed his eyes in irritation but soon smirked, an action Orochimaru didn't miss. And what is so funny, brat? That your friends are about to die? That the village you once lived in will be razed to the ground? Naruto shook his head, still smiling, which actually caused the smallest of frowns to appear on Orochimaru's normally flippant features. It's not that. I might not be fast enough. He looked up as two very unique but very recognizable kunai dropped out of the seals in his wrists into his awaiting hands, but the fourth Hokage is. Orochimaru snarled in anger as his eyes opened wide at the sight of the legendary weapons. That's impossible. A brat like you learning the Hiraishin? Even I couldn't learn it. Naruto shrugged in such a flippant manner it set the snake Sannin seething. He used that opportunity to launch out a fair number of the kunai, littering the field with them, all around Orochimaru. Inside, Orochimaru still didn't believe that the boy could do it, that this was all a trick just to get under his skin. It was no small secret that Orochimaru greatly resented the fourth because he stole the position of Hokage from him. However, his unspoken question was answered when Naruto just disappeared, not leaving so much as an after-image. Immediately Orochimaru felt a heavy blow from behind, but when he whirled around to block the follow-up there was nobody there. The exact same thing happened, but now Orochimaru wasn't taking chances. In a flash, Kusanagi was out of his throat and held in his mouth, ready as when Naruto next appeared. Orochimaru tried to take the boy's head up with an upward swing. Naruto dodged the blow, sliding under the blade before coming up within Orochimaru's and slapping him fiercely in the chest before disappearing once again. Orochimaru growled out in annoyance at that god-forsaken technique before he suddenly frowned. He slapped me? Naruto appeared again next to the kunai nearest Anko and Tsunade. The pineapple-haired kunoichi was staring at the blonde in disbelief while Tsunade was still trapped in whatever it was that petrified her. Naruto went down on one knee, panting for breath. He was still unused to using that technique and it took a lot out of him. Orochimaru was still snarling where Naruto had left him, Kusanagi still in his mouth as he stared at Naruto with unbidden hatred. Right now there was just an image of Minato over the boy, an image Orochimaru would very gladly wipe off the planet. Naruto stood up after catching his breath, just as Tayuya and Jiraiya returned to the scene. Jiraiya didn't look all that great, swaying slightly as he ran and his eyes seemed to be swimming, however they quickly focused on the kunai scattered across the field. Naruto what? Naruto just panted, waiting for the last of his energy to return. Not now, Jiraiya, I can explain later. The Toad Sage didn't seem satisfied with that, far too curious about the technique Naruto was using. He didn't give him a chance for any other questions as he made a one-handed seal and 4 more of him popped into existence. Orochimaru seemed to have calmed down by now and was back to his normal mocking smile. Really, boy, you think that it would only take 5 of you to beat me? It was Naruto's turn to smile as he grinned at Orochimaru. No. The 4 clones all grabbed onto Naruto's arm as blue swirling chakra coalesced into a Rasengan, just one. The ball of energy swiftly grew to the size of a man, making Naruto wince as he fought against the large vortex of energy. Orochimaru had to concede that it was an impressive technique, but he would never allow Naruto anywhere near him to use it. By now he had subtly moved away from all the kunai littering the field. Unfortunately for him, he failed to remember the slap that Naruto had given him earlier, only realizing what had happened when Naruto disappeared with a wink. Everybody on the field watched in amazement as Naruto blinking into existence above Orochimaru, driving the massive Rasengan into the man's unprotected head. The ground around the snake Sanin's feet erupted as the massive energies were finally released and his body was lost to the intense flash of light that followed. Naruto reappeared next to Tayuya and Jiraiya, who were still staring at the dust cloud Naruto had created with the attack. He once again fell to one knee, feeling completely drained. Using two of his most powerful techniques simultaneously was difficult to say the least. He joined everybody in watching the dust slowly clear. Even Gaara and Kabuto had stopped their battle to wait in anticipation. Finally everything settled and they could all witness Orochimaru's limp body lying at the center of a decent-sized crater. Both the remaining Sannin and Kabuto just hung their jaw at their former teammate and leader's apparent defeat. Unfortunately for them, they were too quick to judge as the body writhed for a moment before two burned and rotting hands emerged from the man's mouth. Using what little dexterity the limbs had left, the arms pulled themselves out of the body like a snake shedding its skin. Soon Orochimaru was standing before them, shaking off a thin layer of slime, not looking at all hurt, minus his still wrecked arms. Tayuya felt like she might puke from the vile rebirth technique, while everybody else shared similar sentiments. By now Naruto was seething that his most powerful techniques were still not enough to kill this guy. "Why won't you just die?" Orochimaru let out a small laugh, which abruptly ended when he began to see vile orange chakra leak out of Naruto's pores. It happened quicker than anybody was expecting. Naruto dropped down on all fours as the cloak overtook him, three tails rising up in sync. Naruto vanished in a flash of speed, once again appearing over Orochimaru as he brought his freshly clawed hand down in a powerful swipe die. The crater Orochimaru had been standing in doubled in size as the force of Naruto's blow crushed the man into the ground. A chakra-cloaked Naruto looked at the base of the crater in anger after seeing that the snake Sannin wasn't there. He reappeared a few dozen feet away, melting out of the ground like it was water. Naruto's slitted eyes narrowed as the pale man chuckled in his direction. Poor Naruto, so weak as to rely on the Kyuubi's chakra. It was a bluff, of course. Had Orochimaru been anybody else, he would surely have died from that Rasengan, but it served its desired effect. Naruto gripped the ground even harder, sending out enough killer intent that Orochimaru actually felt like he was staring the bijou in the face, and even for him that wasn't a pleasant experience. "You want to see Kyuubi's chakra?" Naruto's grip on the ground was beginning to splinter it as the chakra emanating from his body swirled around him in a small maelstrom. "Then I'll give you Kyuubi's chakra." Orochimaru watched in fascination as Naruto's skin began to peel off, revealing the pure swirling chakra beneath. It writhed and glowed an ominous red as Naruto's flesh continued to shed itself away from the burning force. "Gaara!" It was Tayuya calling out, and the usually stoic sand user nodded in worry, already directing his sand away from Kabuto, who was too transfixed on the scene unfolding to capitalize. The sand rushed at Naruto, who was still in the process of changing between states. The fourth tail still hadn't quite grown. The sand swirled under the Jinchuriki's feet, forming into a complex seal on the ground with Naruto at its center. When it was complete, the complex seal shone in a brilliant white, which caused many of the people present to shield their eyes. When it cleared, a very badly burned, but thankfully chakra-free Naruto lay at its center again. Orochimaru had watched all this in interest, but he was now low on chakra, thanks to the oral rebirth technique. He certainly didn't have enough to take on Jiraiya, who seemed to have recovered from the worst of his poisoning by Tsunade's hands. However, he felt he did have enough for one last burst of speed to take care of a pest he was sure would be a thorn in his side in the future. He sprinted at Naruto's prone form, Kusanagi at the ready to deliver the final blow, only for a different blonde blur to get in the way. Tsunade coughed out blood as the sword pierced her stomach, cringing from the pain when she moved. Orochimaru just sighed and took out the blade, earning another wince from the elderly blonde. "Ah, Tsunade, finally overcoming your hemophobia only to die by my sword." Tsunade grimaced through the pain but managed to stand up to her full height, ignoring the blood that rushed from her wound. "But really, Tsunade, for this brat you would give up your life?" Tsunade couldn't reply because of the pain, but she managed a nod, earning a last sigh from her old teammate. "I should have expected as much from you, I guess." Orochimaru paused as the diamond on Tsunade's forehead suddenly enveloped her in a complex and beautiful seal. He was even more impressed when the wound through her stomach instantly sealed itself and he smirked in amusement. He knew he wouldn't last long in this fight, not with both Tsunade and Jiraiya. Instead he jumped back as far as he could, already motioning with his head to his assistant. Kabuto, it's time we depart. I've had enough of seeing my old teammates and their pet fox. Kabuto nodded and appeared next to his master, shining them both away from the scene quickly. When they were gone, Jiraiya, Gaara and Tayuya all rushed to Naruto's side, the red-headed girl falling onto her knees next to him. The blonde just smiled weakly up at them, wincing every so often from the pain of so many burns. Good thing that seal worked then, Gaara. The flippant comment earned him a small slap on the head courtesy of Tayuya before he finally passed out from the pain. Tsunade had made short work of repairing Anko's arms and healing Naruto's body, her reputation as the Elemental Nation's best medical shinobi standing true. Now they were all anxiously waiting in Jiraiya's room for Naruto to wake up. They had a lot of questions for the boy, but given the time, Jiraiya thought he would at least get some other matters out of the way. So Tsunade, will you take the position now? The elderly blonde was still wearily staring down at Naruto, lying on the bed peacefully. I think so, Jiraiya. The toad sage quirked an eyebrow at the odd response, but he figured it was better than a straight no, so he let it slide. The room settled back into an awkward silence as everybody was at a loss at what to do while they waited for Naruto to wake up. Luckily they weren't kept waiting for long, and before long Naruto cracked an eye open. What happened to Orochimaru? Everybody perked up at his voice and Tayuya rushed over, hugging him, which managed to surprise everybody present. Anko on the other hand merely raised an eyebrow, smirking. Naruto winced from the pain in his recently repaired skin but returned the hug all the same. Tayuya for once didn't care about the encroaching blush as she allowed people to see her concern for Naruto. Of course she had a limit and soon pulled away, slapping him around the head playfully. Don't worry me like that, shithead. If you die, then who the fuck am I going to torture? Naruto just grinned. He knew this was just her way of showing she was worried, and he nodded his thanks. Gaara didn't come over, but he nodded in Naruto's direction, giving a small smile which let the blonde know everything he needed to. Finally he caught the concerned glances of both Shizune and Tsunade before Jiraiya managed to ruin the moment. Alright brat, tell me how you learned the Hiraishin, and more importantly. He held up one of the kunai that Naruto had used, which the five of them managed to collect from the battlefield. Where did you get these? Naruto just grinned sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head as he glanced between the kunai and Jiraiya. It's kind of a long story. Jiraiya look made it clear they had time. It was a few months after their mission to retrieve the money from Tsunade, and life had pretty much returned to normal for the two Jinchuriki and Tayuya. Naruto didn't exactly remember the exact prank he had pulled, but he did know that he was now running through the streets of Suna at top pace. Anbu were behind him, yet Naruto managed to outpace them, thanks to his inherent speed which had been training regularly over the years. He ducked and weaved through the crowded streets, using the people as cover to escape. When he thought he was finally out of sight of the Anbu, he ducked into a nearby alleyway, continuing to sprint so as to put as much distance between himself and his pursuers. Finally he figured he was far enough away and rested against the wall, panting from the running but smiling all the same. He looked around himself to get a bearing for where he was, recognizing the area immediately. He was in the poorer area of Suna's civilian district, where mostly refugees and the poorest of residents eked out a living. If Naruto had to compare it to anything, then it would be the area he himself had to live in back in Konoha. The walls around him were shabby and covered in graffiti, but he wasn't exactly given much time to admire the surroundings as a kunai came out of nowhere, embedding itself in the wall next to him. You! He panicked at the attack. The Anbu had never been this aggressive before. Then again, he had been standing deadly still. An Anbu wouldn't have missed like that. He turned to where the kunai had come from, only to see a very elderly man, clutching another kunai and looking like he was about to throw it. He was squinting, and it was obvious he was either completely or mostly blind, thanks to his cloudy and sun-strained eyes. Hey, watch where you're throwing those things, old man, you could have hit me. The man seemed to start at Naruto's voice, like it wasn't what he had been expecting. He kept the kunai poised to throw as he approached, squinting harder to see through his blindness before he ascertained it was just a boy. He immediately lowered the knife, looking very sheepish as he pocketed it and came closer to Naruto. I'm terribly sorry about that, young man. My eyes don't see all that well anymore, and I mistook you for somebody else. Naruto was still angry at almost being hit with a kunai, but now he was at least somewhat curious. Who? The elderly man sighed and motioned to a nearby house. It was a bit dilapidated but wasn't all that bad. I'll tell you inside over some tea. It's the least I can do for almost killing you. Naruto nodded. There were a few better things he could do, but Naruto dropped it. Once inside and after the man had poured some tea, Naruto stared at him curiously. "You're not from Suna, are you?" The man chuckled and shook his head. "No, I'm not, but I can say the same for you. Even with these old eyes I know that blonde hair is most uncommon in these parts. If you must know, I'm actually from Iwa." Naruto seemed surprised by that, but the man seemed troubled by some memories, so he decided not to pry. "So who did you mistake me for?" The man chuckled as if it was the silliest thing in the world and rubbed the back of his head in a manner that reminded Naruto of himself. "I actually mistook you for Minato Namikaze, if you could believe that." Upon seeing Naruto's blank look, he clarified. "That's the fourth Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves." Naruto nodded in understanding. He had never heard the man's name before, which upon reflection was rather strange. "But why would you attack me if I look like the fourth Hokage?" He was a hero to the Hidden Leaf village. The man nodded, but there was a scowl on his face, obviously picturing some bad memories. "A hero to them, but in Iwa he is thought of a little differently. During the Third Shinobi War, Minato Namikaze was the man who single-handedly killed a third of Iwa's forces." Naruto's eyes grew to the sizes of dinner plates. "I know he was supposed to be dead, but in Iwa he is still infamous." Naruto nodded, but by now he was just marveling at the accomplishment. How did he do something like that? The elderly man sighed deeply. A powerful technique that was unique to the man, the Hiraishin. It allowed him to instantly move himself to any location marked by a specific seal he could place. He used to put them onto special kunai that he would throw into the battlefield, allowing him to move around faster than was physically possible. It was how he earned himself the nickname the Yellow Flash. By now Naruto was in complete awe of the man. To do something like that was like a dream. The man suddenly looked up, remembering something. "Actually, now that I think about it." He trailed off and stood from the couch, moving into a back room where Naruto heard him move some things around, making a clatter. If I remember right, it should be right around. There was more general sounds of movement before here. The man came back into the room and sat down on the couch, tightly clutching something in a small blanket. He unwrapped it on the table and revealed a very strange three-pronged kunai, covered in various seals that Naruto didn't have a clue how to decipher. This was one of his kunai. There were so many littering the battlefield that some of us decided to take them home as souvenirs. At the time it seemed like a good idea, something to show our kids to say we survived the Yellow Flash. In retrospect, it was completely idiotic. We took them into our homes despite knowing that the man could teleport to any one of them at will. Luckily it didn't come to that, as not soon after that Tsuchikage surrendered, and soon after that the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. The man didn't notice the imperceptible flinch Naruto let out at those words. "Tell you what? Why don't you take it?" Naruto stared at the man in a mix between appreciation and disbelief. "But why?" The old man sighed while looking at the simple weapon. "It brings back too many painful memories. I should have gotten rid of it a long time ago." Naruto was too young to understand completely, but he got the idea and accepted the legendary kunai with a thankful nod. "Sorry again about almost trying to kill you." Naruto shared a chuckle with the old man, but inside he was in turmoil. If he could learn a technique like that, then he would be unstoppable. "Well, that's all well and good, but even I couldn't figure out the Hiraishin, so how did you do it?" Naruto blinked at being interrupted from his narrative by Jiraiya, who was currently pleading with him in his eyes. "Come on, kid, Minato tried to explain it to me but I couldn't understand. How did he do it?" Naruto just shrugged. "I don't know." Everybody in the room except Tayuya and Gaara face faulted at those words, and Jiraiya was the first to recover. "What do you mean you don't know? I saw you use it." Naruto shrugged again, and Jiraiya looked about ready to strangle the boy. "What I mean is I have no idea how he did it." Jiraiya looked at him questioningly. "I gave up trying to figure out the technique ages ago." He smirked a little at Jiraiya's thoroughly confused expression. "But out there, I saw, and then..." "What?" Naruto chuckled again as Jiraiya finally found a grip. "I made my own version." That dropped the jaws of all four non-Suna residents. Seeing that they weren't going to recover any time soon, Naruto continued. "It actually came to me by accident. I remember one day I got really frustrated trying to work out the seals on the kunai. I gave up and sealed it away in a special scroll I always kept, and for some reason that got me thinking. I started to wonder where things went when you sealed them into scrolls." Jiraiya actually seemed to give this a little thought, the question striking him as odd. "I used Kyuubi as an example. She's in my stomach, but she couldn't actually fit in there, so she would have to be put on some kind of other dimension." Jiraiya nodded at the logic. "So that made me think that if there was some kind of seal for sealing things in, then there had to be a seal on the other side to allow them into the other dimension." Then I just worked out what the seal was, which is a lot harder than it sounds. Jiraiya began to see where Naruto was going with this. After that I found I could just place a normal, but very powerful sealing mark on my body, then put the inverse mark on anything I wanted to go to, and I could instantly teleport. I mean, it was a bit more complicated than that. I had to first disconnect the original seal from its usual exit seal and link it up to my new ones, plus I had to sort out jumping to multiple exits from only one entrance, but that's the general idea. Naruto finished to a room in complete silence as everybody took in what Naruto had just told them, basically a simplified and actually usable version of the famed Hiraishin. Gaki, that was the most incredible thing I've ever heard. How long did all of that take you? Naruto looked at Anko and furrowed his brow, trying to remember. I'm not sure, it all kind of passed in a blur. Tayuya chuckled from her spot across the room. If you count all the time he was locked away in his room with fuck tons of scrolls and ink, then it was about a year. Jiraiya raised his brow at that. That was a lot of time for such a young kid to be dedicated to learning one move. Then again, he couldn't exactly argue with the results. I have to agree with Anko, that technique is astounding. He sidled up to Naruto's side and wiggled his eyebrows. Maybe you could impart your knowledge to an old man, eh? Everybody in the room sweat dropped at the old sage practically begging somebody a fifth of his age for a technique. Naruto just grinned broadly, a smile that Tayuya and Gaara recognized well. Maybe, depends what you're willing to do for it. Jiraiya nodded excitedly while Tayuya and Gaara shook their heads. The old sage had no idea. Chapter 27. It was a fairly boring and uneventful trip back to Konoha, unless you believe Tayuya about some crazy adventure or another at a hot springs they stayed in. Everybody was relieved when the large and imposing gates finally came into view. Even Tsunade smiled a little, the nostalgia of coming back to this place after 14 years getting to her a little. Shizune was young when Tsunade had taken her away, so she didn't really remember it all that well, but there were fleeting memories of her uncle that made her smile. Anko was more distracted than the others, thinking over what she had seen as well as what she had observed on their trip back. Most prominent in her mind was the interaction between Tayuya and Naruto. It was fairly obvious to her that the girl had feelings for him, even if the slightly naive blonde couldn't see it. She was currently working on a plan to at least make her acknowledge those feelings and get over the obvious denial she was in. She knew the girl probably had a hard childhood, which was the obvious cause for her trust issues, but most shinobi could say the same thing. Plus, she had Naruto and Gaara for the last 7 years, and those two seemed alright in Anko's eyes. Sometimes the purple-haired kunoichi couldn't help but think some people just had to, in the words of her friend, nut up or shut up. It may have been a harsh view, but most of the time it was just what people needed, and Anko intended the same for Tayuya. Once they were through the gates, greeted by the ever-chippery Zumo and Kotetsu, Tsunade and Jiraiya took off for the Hokage Tower to finalize the Hokage ceremony preparations. Once they were gone, Tayuya turned to Naruto to see if he wanted to go train, but she was beaten to the punch by Anko, who had rounded on the blonde once the Sannin were out of earshot. Naruto felt a little uncomfortable being held on both shoulders, but he had somewhat come to expect this kind of behavior from Anko. Naruto, I wanted to thank you for what you did. The blonde just looked at the woman confused, as did his two teammates. What do you mean, Anko? Anko chuckled lightly. It wasn't her usual laugh, and Naruto had to admit it actually sounded quite nice, tinkling almost. I mean, when you saved me from Kabuto. He would have killed me if you hadn't been there. Naruto felt a blush form across the bridge of his nose and adopted his classic bashful pose. Well, you know, it's just what shinobi do. Anko smirked again but shook her head lightly. Maybe so, but I wanted to thank you anyway, and with that, making sure Tayuya was in full view, she kissed Naruto on the cheek, surprising everybody present, as well as a few passers-by who knew of the Jonin's reputation. Naruto just spluttered, his slight blush turning into a full red mask that covered his face, earning a delighted laugh from Anko. That's cute. Naruto continued to be out of it, so Anko just drew him in for a hug, chuckling as she did so. How about a date to show my gratitude? By now you could see the plumes of smoke coming from Tayuya's ears, but the redhead remained quiet, annoying Anko. She had hoped that this would be all she needed, but it would appear she would have to do a little more. Naruto for his part just seemed dumbfounded. A beautiful, if slightly crazy woman was asking him out on a date. What would we do? I mean, I think it's supposed to be dinner, boo. Anko quietened him by placing a finger on his lips and smiled devilishly. Nah, dinner's so cliché, I have something much more fun in mind. Naruto nearly tripped over his own feet and he sprinted through the dark forest. The dark wasn't the problem, it was just he had to keep his concentration elsewhere and not on his feet. As if to prove his point, another hail of kunai shot out from the bushes around him, forcing him to jump and contort his body around to dodge them all. He didn't have much more time to think as he landed, as he could already smell his pursuer approaching, their threat still fresh in his mind, causing him to unconsciously place his hand over a special area. He took a sharp left through some low brush, diving over the nest of snakes he accidentally disturbed before pivoting and doubling back on himself. The trees all seemed the same, and after 30 minutes of running through the forest he still had no idea where he was. He ducked as a few senbon shot over his head. He was definitely going to have nightmares regarding this later. He sighed deeply, already on the move again, as he felt the cold steel of a kunai sail past his cheek, drawing an almost invisible line of blood where metal met skin. He dived to the right to avoid its friends and scrabbled back to his feet. Unfortunately, it wasn't in time, as a shadow managed to get behind him. He felt a moment of blinding pain as something smacked him over the back of his head before darkness crept into his vision and he slumped painfully to the floor. His attacker just stood over his body victoriously, twirling a kunai innocently as they grabbed a foot and began dragging Naruto off to their lair. Naruto woke up with a groan, instantly noticing that he was bound by something tough. It was most likely ninja wire. He looked down and confirmed his suspicions. A lot of ninja wire bound him tightly to a tree trunk, letting him look out over the small clearing where his attacker stood confidently a few feet away from him. They walked over slowly, moving their body like the swaying of a naked flame as they approached his bound form. "Morning, Naruto. Was it as good for you as it was for me?" Naruto just writhed against his bindings, putting on a good show for her as he struggled helplessly against the metal wires. "Why the hell did you tie me up, Anko?" She smirked at him, letting him see some of her teeth in the weak moonlight. "Oh, don't you know, Naruto? All the best fun is had when somebody's tied up." Naruto stopped struggling against the wire, looking at his latest sensei critically. "Well, are you going to cut me free?" Anko brought the kunai up to her chin, tapping it against her lips as she seemed to think about the request for a moment. No. Naruto just groaned awkwardly as he felt his legs start to fall asleep from the constriction. "Why the hell would you ask me on a date only to stalk me through a forest then tie me up?" Anko laughed again, obviously enjoying all of this immensely. "What else would we do on a date?" She asked it as if it were the most natural thing to do in the world, and Naruto was left speechless as he tried to come up with an answer. However, his inexperience got the better of him and he let his head droop. "Bye then, Naruto." Naruto's head shot up only to see Anko turning to leave, thoroughly scaring Naruto. He remembered the creatures that dwelled in Training Ground 44 from the Chunin exams, and he didn't want one of those to find him in this situation. "Wait, where are you going?" Anko just put up a hand and wiggled her fingers in a goodbye gesture. Naruto narrowed his eyes and finally released the breath he had been holding, even subconsciously, while he was asleep. Instantly the bindings loosed and Naruto was able to wriggle his way out of them. Before Anko could get too far, he silently sprinted after her and tackled her to the ground. The woman actually seemed impressed at his escape abilities, smirking. "That's pretty good, Gaki, didn't expect you to get out that fast." Naruto smiled in turn, thinking of his time back in Suna. "This isn't the first time I've been tied up." "Come on, Baki-sensei, why the hell am I tied to a tree?" Naruto's notoriously sadistic sensei just shrugged casually, irritating the bound shinobi in training. "Are you going to shout that same sentence at your enemies when they capture you?" Naruto was about to retort when he heard a creak from the ropes he was tied up in, and he immediately stopped moving. If he moved too much, then the ropes would snap and he would fall the 20-something feet to the ground below him. Not a fatal drop, but it would hurt like hell. In Naruto's opinion, being tied to a tree branch suspended over a large drop, in one word, sucked. "Come on, Baki-sensei, when I'm a ninja nobody is ever going to capture me." Naruto tried to put as much conviction as he could into the words, but it was difficult when you weren't able to move all that much. "Please, Naruto, every shinobi, male and female, get captured at some point. And the first ones to get captured are the ones who presume they cannot be, thus never learned how to properly escape. You'll thank me one day for this. Now I suggest you stop talking and get to work on those ropes. You're running out of time." Naruto just gulped as the ropes let off another ominous creak. I guess I owe Baki-sensei that, thank you then." Naruto looked down to see Anko slightly blushing and found that incredibly odd. He had never seen the expression on her face before. He realized why when he looked at the compromising position he had put the both in, namely him straddling her stomach. He immediately launched himself back off of her, blushing more than she was as he apologized. Anko just got up and dusted herself off, laughing at the Chunin's hurried apologies. "Idiot, had me in that position and didn't even know what to do with it." The woman shook her head in amusement. "Kind of cute in its own way, but don't worry, Gaki, I won't steal your kiss from Tayuya." She sighed and laughed at the same time before walking over to Naruto and placing reassuring hand on the blonde's shoulder. Come on Naruto, why don't we get that dinner then? Clichés be damned. Naruto just smiled at her and Anko returned it with one of her own, leading the blonde through the safest way out of the forest of death. The next day the 5 of them gathered at the training ground, and immediately the 2 jounin had their students start their training. Anko took the time to catch up on what she missed in the village while filling Hana in on her plan with Naruto and Tayuya. She was genuinely surprised when she found her friend disagreed with her for once. That almost never happened. Anko wasn't the only one who had noticed the relationship between Naruto and Tayuya. However, Hana was more than happy to let the relationship progress on its natural course without Anko interfering. Anko defended that she wasn't interfering, just moving things along at a quicker pace with ultimately the same ending. Hana sighed through all of this and just hoped her friend was right about that. She wouldn't want to have to jump in as well and possibly mess things up even more than they were. Unfortunately for Anko, Hana's fear seemed to be dead on. All throughout her training Tayuya seemed sluggish and unmotivated, not really paying attention to what was going on. Hana sighed deeply as she saw this, trying her best to motivate the girl with promises of Dengo and even a new jutsu, but nothing really worked. It worried Hana. She had never seen Tayuya so depressed and unwilling to train. Naruto and Gaara didn't seem to notice the lackluster attitude of their teammate. Gaara was absorbed in his own training as always and Naruto seemed as equally distracted as the redhead, although he didn't let it affect his training as much. Anko also wasn't planning on letting him see it, not until she corrected all of this. Sadness wasn't what she was looking for, she really needed to ignite that spark of jealousy. When the training session finally came to an end, Anko decided to try one last thing. Before Tayuya could leave, which it was fairly she wanted to do despite her exhaustion, Anko pulled Naruto to the side again. Thank you for last night Naruto, it was fun. Naruto began to splutter and turned red like before, but Anko stopped paying attention and focused on Tayuya, who was once again seething from the open display of affection between the two. Anko smirked, she figured one last push should do it. With that she leant forward and kissed Naruto on the cheek again. Anko nearly lost hope when in an instant Tayuya deflated, all the anger leaving her as she just felt defeated, resigned almost. Anko was really worried now, she might have overdone it and pushed the two away for good. She meant what she said about a resolved relationship being better, but that still didn't mean she wanted to break apart friends that have been together for so long. Her mind raced as to what she could do to fix this and came up with a blank every time. She shot one last fleeting glance at Tayuya as the girl turned to leave with sadness in her walk. Suddenly the redhead stopped mid-step, her eye twitching as something inside her clicked. Call it her determination or stubborn attitude, maybe her acceptance over her feelings for Naruto, but either way a spark inside her ignited. In an instant all the anger and annoyance came flooding back to her as jealousy in all its glory finally overcame the hot-headed, flame-haired genjutsu wielder. Get away from him, you whorish skank. You're 4 fucking years older than him, don't you have any fucking self-respect or decency, you common slut? What? Couldn't get a dick your own age to suck on? Why don't you run back to your street corner like a good whore? Tayuya was panting by the time she was finished, leaving everybody in the clearing stunned. Even Gaara had his mouth open and eyes widened at the display. Anko was seething as well, she had expected a reaction but nothing like this. While it was in the right direction she was still insulted. What, you jealous or something? Tayuya squeaked at that, all her confidence retreating with those simple words. Finally admitting to yourself that you actually like Naruto as more than a friend? Tayuya opened her eyes wide and Anko thought, or at least figured, she would deny the allegation. Instead she just opened and closed her mouth like a fish with no water to breath, panicking on the spot. Naruto turned to her curiously, of all of them he was the one most used to her language. Tayuya, what does she mean you like me as more than a friend? Tayuya's eyes opened even wider and she suddenly felt cornered like a rabbit facing down a group of snakes. She looked about ready to hyperventilate before her brain finally gave her a command, namely, run away. She turned on her heel and sprinted out of the training ground, not particularly caring where she went. Naruto watched her for a few seconds, trying to work out what was going on as his body took over on instinct and ran after her. Tayuya, wait. If anything, the girl seemed to run faster when he called out, confusing him again. He chased after her through the village, over rooftops and through alleyways. Normally he would be faster than her, but she didn't care where she went while he was more careful of civilians. They traced a winding path through Konoha as Tayuya took corners at random in an attempt to get away from Naruto. The rational part of her mind told her that was impossible. He was much faster and an incredible tracker. Unfortunately her rational side wasn't in control right now. Tayuya didn't know if she was always going there subconsciously or it was just random chance, but eventually she found herself sprinting up the rough-hewn steps on the side of the Hokage monument. After a brief climb she ran out over the heads only for a kunai to go sailing past her head. She was surprised that Naruto was now attacking her, but it became more clear when she saw what type of kunai it was. Naruto appeared out of thin air in front of her while she was still sprinting forward. The result was her crashing straight into him, knocking them both to the stone ground atop Hiruzen's head. Tayuya tried to get back up and scrabble away to keep escaping, but now Naruto had a hold on her and he wasn't letting go. She tugged at his hand, but it was like a vice and she wouldn't be escaping it any time soon. Eventually she stopped her struggling and just bowed her head, letting her unruly hair hang over her eyes. Naruto looked curiously and desperately at his oldest friend, still having no idea what was going on. He gently took her chin in his hand and lifted her face to see her, more than surprised when he saw a single tear roll down her cheek. Naruto had only ever seen Tayuya cry when they talked about the worst of her past, never out of the blue like this. He was now really worried and damned the consequences. He pulled Tayuya into a deep hug, not really caring what was wrong anymore, just wanting to make the girl in front of him feel better and stop crying. Tayuya was startled by the sudden embrace and just froze as Naruto kept his arms wrapped around her. When he finally heard the sobs stop, he pulled back and looked the redhead in the face again. "Tayuya, why were you crying?" His features were set into a concerned look that made Tayuya want to cry again. It hurt her that just by being sad she got this reaction from Naruto. 7 years with the unpredictable blonde and she still wasn't used to just how selfless he was. "It doesn't matter, Naruto." If the boy was surprised at the use of his name, he didn't choose to show it, instead gaining a more determined look. "Tayuya, when you cry it always matters to me." Tayuya narrowed her eyes, not out of anger but because of how ridiculous that sounded. She lightly punched Naruto in the chest, which he barely felt, and wormed her way out from his arms. He let her because she then just sat down next to him, looking at the ground in a cross-legged position. Naruto didn't say anything for a while, more because he didn't quite know what to say. Instead he decided to reiterate an earlier question that was still on my mind. "Tayuya." She flinched from his voice and Naruto furrowed his brow in worry. "What did Anko-sensei mean? You like me as more than a friend?" Tayuya sighed deeply, still just staring into the ground. "You're such an idiot sometimes, Naruto." Naruto furrowed his brow again. He failed to see the point of the insult, but right now he was trying to cheer Tayuya up for whatever reason, so he just dealt with it. "I like you, shithead." Naruto nodded in a mix between happiness and confusion. "Yeah, I like you too, Tayuya." The girl chuckled, the smallest of smiles gracing her lips. She looked around and stared straight into Naruto's big blue eyes while he in turn gazed into her deep green ones. "I like you, Naruto." Again he just looked frustrated and confused, shaking his head because he didn't understand what the redhead meant. "I like you too, Tayuya?" She chuckled again, remembering some of the reasons she enjoyed being around Naruto so much. She mumbled something under her breath that to Naruto suspiciously sounded like clueless. "You make everything so difficult, you moron." She actually sounded a little frustrated and was wondering why this was so hard. It was just words, words were easy, she said words all the time, so why were these ones so hard to say? Well, she knew why, because it had to be Naruto she was saying them to. That infuriating, unpredictable, irritating, loudmouthed, kind, generous, selfless and unbelievable Naruto. She decided that words were in fact too hard for her, so she decided to get rid of them. Instead she simply grabbed Naruto's shirt, closed her eyes, and went for it. In retrospect, closing her eyes wasn't the best idea, as all she accomplished was her forehead slamming into Naruto's. It was actually lucky they were wearing their headbands or it might have seriously hurt. She opened her eyes to see Naruto rubbing his headband and looking at her strangely, immediately sending her back into her previous position of glumly staring at the floor. "Perfect, now I fucked everything up. He's just going to think I'm weird now." She groaned to herself, cursing her lack of experience in these matters. She knew she should have listened to Temari more, but the older blonde always made those situations more awkward. "Fuck it, like I care what he thinks. Well, actually I do, but shut up me, just go for it again, but keep your eyes open, fucktard." Before Naruto could question her strange action, she grabbed his shirt again and pulled him across. It was Naruto who closed his eyes this time, expecting another headbutt. In that aspect he was more than surprised when Tayuya's lips met their mark and her suddenly felt a familiar and soft sensation against his own. His eyes shot open in surprise, but they drooped pleasantly when he just decided to go with it, enjoying the contact and actually deepening it by placing his hand on the back of Tayuya's head. The redhead wasn't prepared for it, but it felt strangely good to have the gesture returned, and she smiled one of her rare smiles as Naruto returned her kiss. They finally broke when they remembered they needed air to breathe and were left slightly panting as they stared at each other, both blushing crazily. Tayuya, not that I'm complaining, but what was that? Tuya's blush increased tenfold and she averted her gaze from Naruto's, unable to look at him as another smile danced across her features. 2 in one day was rare for her, never mind in a few minutes. She just playfully slapped him on the chest while he continued to look happy and confused, a lot like a puppy. That was me saying I like you, shithead. Naruto stared at her wide-eyed, finally understanding the situation as those elusive cogs in his brain finally meshed. I like Gaara too, does this mean I have to kiss him? Tayuya nearly snorted from the laughter when she heard the joke, smiling appreciatively at Naruto. He always knew how to break the tension in any moment. No, because if you kiss anybody else from now on I'll kill you. Especially another boy. It was said sweetly, but like Anko there was the obvious and very real threat behind the words that made Naruto gulp. Does this mean you're my girlfriend now? Tayuya found her confidence falter as the blush increased in intensity, but she managed a meek nod and a shrug which made Naruto smile broadly. So can I call you Tayuya-chan? Tayuya shot him a look that very clearly, even through her blush, said no. Yeah sure, and I'll call you shithead-kun. Naruto chuckled but fell silent as the two took to their own thoughts, finally getting the chance to think about everything that had just happened over that short space of time. Both realized it was getting late, but neither particularly wanted to be the first to speak. It's what happens when two stubborn people are in a relationship. It got to the point where they both just fell asleep right where they were sitting, Tayuya naturally curling into Naruto's warm body. Naruto nearly made a dent in the stone beneath him from the sheer force of him jumping back. He had woken up with a smile, only to get the scare of his life when he opened his eyes to see Gaara standing over him with his arms crossed. You didn't return to the apartment last night. Naruto shifted himself up into a semi-sitting position so as not to disturb Tayuya too much. He rubbed his head with the hand that currently wasn't trapped by Tayuya in a death grip. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Guess we kind of lost track of time and fell asleep. Gaara just sighed and looked across at Tuya's peacefully sleeping form. So what happened last night? Naruto chuckled again and also took a glance at Tayuya, smiling as she saw her mumble something in her sleep which made her actually look cute. If you can believe it, Tuya's now my girlfriend. Gaara immediately quirked an eyebrow but kept the rest of his emotions in check. It's about time. Naruto frowned at his friend questioningly. What do you mean? Gaara chuckled, a rare occurrence in itself, but he actually seemed relatively amused by the news and Naruto wasn't sure whether to not to be annoyed or glad. I mean, it's been fairly obvious that Tayuya has liked you for quite a while now. If I had other friends I'm sure we would have made a bet on when you would realize. Naruto shared in his laugh, enjoying this rare moment with a longtime friend. You shitheads better not be talking about me. They both paused as they turned to Tayuya, who was just now propping herself up on her forearm, covering her eyes with the other hand. What time is it? Gaara smiled. Leave it to Tayuya to be concerned about when she wakes up after a night like that. Around 7 in the morning. Tayuya's eyes widened and she snarled at Gaara in sheer annoyance. Oh fuck off Gaara and bother somebody else, it's too early. This was the first morning she didn't have to go and do some stupid training way too early in the morning and she was going to use it. She flipped back over onto her side, pulling Naruto over to her as she did so. Settle in shithead because I don't feel like getting up for a while. Gaara just smiled at the scene and shunshined away while Tayuya propped her head up on Naruto's chest so it wasn't touching the ground. Hey, you actually make a half-decent pillow, shithead, now lie still and act like one. Naruto sighed but complied with his girlfriend's request. He still found it weird to say that, even in his mind. He lay down on the hard stone, the surface not really bothering him because he had slept on worse. Tayuya adjusted her head on his chest until she was comfortable and soon he felt her steady breathing and knew she was asleep. Well, this was certainly unexpected. Kyuubi stared at him from across the field with utter incredulity. Speak for yourself, kid, it was painfully obvious for everybody except you two. Naruto smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head, chuckling lightly. Was I really that bad? Kyuubi just looked at him, cocking her head to the side and sighing. Naruto growled lightly, knowing what the gesture meant. Well, at least you got there in the end, kid. If foxes could smile lecherously, then Kyuubi was managing it. Now comes the fun part. Naruto stared at the large fox blankly and once again the vulpine Baijuu submitted to a sigh. That's right, I forget that for you humans, 14 is still a child. Naruto grumbled under his breath at that and pointed to his headband. This means I'm not a kid anymore, I'm a shinobi. Kyuubi smirked and patted over, her body moving lively like the trained hunter she was. Ah yes, the headband with the 9 on it. Really, I still don't know where you got that idea from, it certainly wasn't me. Honestly, I don't know whether to be flattered or amused in all honesty. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted, sitting down on the ground in a huff. Kyuubi merely laughed to herself and wrapped him up in one of her tails. It is exactly behavior like that helps me remind myself you are in fact just a child. Naruto straightened up, not fighting Kyuubi's tail as he knew it was pointless. They were each like a vice of solid steel when she wanted them to be. It wasn't an exaggeration that she could reshape mountains with them. He instead just allowed himself to be pulled to his feet before Kyuubi released him, sitting back down across from him and chuckling. When you and your female finally do get to the fun aspects of your relationship, let me know so I can be a part of it. Naruto looked at the ancient chakra creature in shock. Kyuubi. The old fox just laughed again. What, just because I'm imprisoned inside of you means I don't get any fun? Naruto refused to answer her, instead breaking the connection and returning to the real world where Tayuya still peacefully dozed away on her chest. He had to admit she looked amazing curled up against him with her vibrant hair splayed out across his chest like a scarlet waterfall. He inhaled her scent for a moment, taking in the smell of cinnamon and apples. After all this time it still hadn't changed. She moved on his chest, obviously in a dream as she readjusted on his chest for comfort before falling still again. He sighed, wondering just how he missed how beautiful she was before. It was now so painstakingly obvious that he could not see it. He guessed Tayuya was right, he really was a moron sometimes. He chuckled though, at least he was a moron with an amazing girlfriend. Chapter 28. Despite the cold and rather uncomfortable ground, Tayuya had to admit that it was a good sleep. She felt lighter today, as if a gravity seal had been released from her body after too many years of being active. Honestly, even she couldn't tell when it was she had started to like Naruto in that way, it was more of a gradual thing. Even so, she was always far too stubborn a person to ever admit such things. She couldn't be sure if Naruto finally finding out was a good thing, but something inside her told her it would be interesting to find out. She looked up from her position resting on his chest and stared up at his dozing face, gently reaching out a hand and lightly brushing it against one of his whisker marks. Ever since she had met him they had fascinated her, making her wonder what they felt like. She found it odd when they didn't actually feel any different from the rest of his skin. They were slightly smoother like the area around her curse mark, but they weren't raised or grooves like she would have thought. A smile graced Naruto's face when she brushed one of them and he chuckled. She could feel the vibrations through the contact with him and it made her smile as well. Quickly she stopped stroking him, realizing how it might look if he woke up to her doing it. That in itself made her pause. How would it look? She was now his girlfriend. Did girlfriends do things like that? She didn't honestly know she was as new to all this as Naruto was himself. It seems her stroking had actually gotten to the boy and he stirred before blinking his eyes open. Hey Tayuya. She smirked back at him. Hey shithead. Naruto groaned but still smiled. So you're still going to call me that? She sat up with her arms crossed under her chest while pouting in a very Tayuya fashion, mainly in a mocking gesture. Until the day I drop, Naruto chuckled as well, but she didn't miss the frown that troubled his features when she said that. He sat up as well, looking out over the village and only just noticing the sun beginning to fall in the sky. Damn, how late did we sleep in? Tayuya just shrugged, not really caring as she figured the later the better. Anko would probably be pissed and would no doubt punish them with training, not to mention tease the hell out of them when she found out, but a small part of Tayuya knew it was worth it. Dunno, come on, we should probably go find Gaara before he gets frustrated and takes it out on some unsuspecting building. Naruto nodded but suddenly smirked as he looked across at Tayuya. What are you looking at? His smirk grew. You just said an entire sentence without swearing. Tayuya thought back and realized he was right. What? Fuck off, I didn't. Go shove your fucking head up your shitty ass. Naruto just chuckled while Tayuya blushed, both getting to their feet, but before they could take off Naruto put a hand on Tayuya's shoulder. Tayuya. She looked around, noticing how deeply in thought Naruto looked. What do we do now? She frowned at him. What do you mean? I said we're going to find Gaara. He smiled weakly but shook his head and motioned with his hand between them. No, I mean with us. What do we do now? Tayuya suddenly blushed as she remembered some of the things Temari had talked to her about, Jiraiya's perverted books supplementing that. I don't know. Naruto nodded his head in agreement, they really hadn't thought that far ahead. I guess we just keep doing what we normally do, if it feels right I don't see why we should change it. Naruto nodded again, his smile gaining more confidence as he agreed with Tayuya's sentiments. However, if he could, there was one thing he would like to change and to illustrate that he suddenly leant forward and captured Tayuya's lips with his own. The redhead's eyes opened wide as she felt the urge to fight against the action, but her own words flashed through her mind. She realized that this felt, in a word, right. She closed her eyes and leaned into the kiss a bit more, but Naruto chose that moment to break from it, leaving Tayuya frowning. She opened her eyes to see Naruto smiling playfully at her, making her scowl. "Why'd you stop, shithead?" He shrugged and leant forward again, but she stopped his face with her hand, this time leaving him confused. She would be damned if he was the dominant one in this relationship. She gave him a mischievous wink before disappearing in a sunshine, leaving behind a dazed and confused Naruto. Women can be troublesome. He could have sworn he heard a cacophony of men sneezing coming from a particular house not far away, but shrugged it off as his imagination. He hopped down off the monument, taking his normal shortcut but with an enormous grin plastered across his face. Tayuya laughed to herself for leaving Naruto high and dry, but he deserved it for breaking the kiss too early. He really was going to have to learn about these things, and Tayuya decided it would be better if she weren't the one constantly correcting him. To her it was a sort of test, and while she had her doubts about Naruto, she knew he would probably meet her expectations. After all, she had gotten him into those books for more than the pleasure of reading. If he didn't come away from them without any hints, then he was a hopeless case. Despite her earlier sentiments of finding Gaara, she found she actually rather felt like being alone right now. She chose a random direction and started walking, not particularly caring where she ended up. It didn't even cross her mind when the streets began to get emptier and emptier until there was nobody but her walking through the barren walkways. She did notice all the strange fan symbols that littered the walls, though. They made her wonder if she had somehow stumbled into some kind of clan compound. That didn't make much sense to her, as if that were true then there should be more people walking about. It was at that moment she realized that she was the only person in about a 100-meter radius. She couldn't see another living soul, and the streets were quiet and had obviously been vacant for some time. The place gave her the creeps, and she turned around to leave and possibly find Naruto when she heard some commotion from the largest building in the area. Her curiosity piqued, she made her way over to where she could hear voices and see lights. She hopped over a wall to see the strangest sight. The Uchiha kid from the Chunin exams was facing down 4 people, all dressed in the same ridiculous clothing. It was some kind of cream robe with a white yin-yang symbol, and for a belt they wore a thick purple rope wrapped in a pretzel knot at their back. She would have snorted from the idiocy it would take to wear such a uniform, but she didn't want to give her position away. There was a fat one with a bright orange mohawk, clearly the up-close and personal type. Next was a strange thin person who Tayuya couldn't tell was male or female due to the green lipstick and pale blue hair. They were distinguished by a strange lump on the back of their neck that looked like a second head. The strangest of them was a dark-skinned man with 6 arms, something Tayuya found incredible. Lastly, and possibly most shocking, was one of the members of that girl Hinata's team, the one Naruto fought in the preliminaries. Tayuya crept closer to hear what they were talking about with Sasuke, not noticing as her foot lightly brushed a near-invisible wire. Before she could even shout out in surprise, she found herself enveloped in some kind of fast-hardening gunk. Horrifically, she realized it was shot out from the 6-armed guy's mouth, which made her want to vomit. Sasuke and the uniformed ones all turned to look at what he had caught. The androgynous on with the lump jumped up next to her and stared down at her with a sneer. "Looks like Kidomaru caught a little fly on the wall." Now identified as a man by his voice, he chuckled to himself before noticing the curse mark, only half hidden by Tayuya's shirt. "Oh, and what's this? Aren't we lucky?" He picked her up with surprising strength and carried her back down to his teammates. "What is it, Sakon?" It was the fat one who asked, and Tayuya shot him a scowl, finding she instantly disliked him. "Fuck off, fatso." The ginger-haired behemoth gained a tick over his eye and started to march forward, his hands already curled into fists. "Back off, Jirobo, this is the one Lord Orochimaru told us to watch out for." Jirobo scowled at Tayuya before backing off, at least that told Tayuya that Sakon was the leader of the group. By now the Uchiha just looked impatient, tapping his foot irritably, making Tayuya wonder what he was doing with subordinates of Orochimaru. "Will you idiots just stop bickering so we can go?" Tayuya tried not to show her surprise at Sasuke's defection, to Orochimaru of all people. "Oh great, you're a fucking traitor. Should have known an emo fag like you would want to be butt buddies with Orochipedo." Sasuke scowled at her, striking her across the face with the back of his hand in anger at her outburst. Tayuya by now was furious, but before she could retort, Kidomaru sprayed some more of that gunk over her mouth, silencing her. That would have gotten annoying. There was a round of nods that made Tayuya's twitch an eye in irritation. Suddenly Hibiki, who hadn't spoken since Tayuya had gotten there, looked up from where he had been concentrating. "We should leave now, there are faint vibrations in the ground not far from here. Anbu are coming." The Sound 4 and Sasuke nodded before taking off with Tayuya over Sakon's shoulder and Hibiki leading the way. Tayuya tried to shout out insults and curses at her kidnappers, but with her mouth restrained all she managed were grunts and muffled noises. Eventually they stopped in a clearing. Sakon was obviously annoyed by the girl's struggles and attempts at speaking. "That's it, I don't care, let's just put them in the coffins now." Tayuya's eyes widened, wondering what the hell they meant by that. Sasuke also seemed interested, raising an eyebrow at the word coffin. "How is that supposed to give me more power?" The Sound 4 merely laughed before Jirobo produced 2 pills from a pouch. "The coffins merely keep you from hurting yourself. These are what activate the second stage of the curse mark." Sasuke narrowed his eyes at that, but took the small pill anyway, quickly clambering into the rounded coffin before swallowing the pill. Jirobo quickly clamped on the lid and hefted the weighty coffin onto his back. Sakon took the other pill and regarded Tayuya harshly whilst she stared at the pill in his hands with fury. Sakon quickly ripped off the gunk from Tayuya's face, and before the girl could utter a sound the man grasped her jaw, forced her mouth open and shoved the pill in. Tayuya went to immediately spit it out, but Sakon beat her to it, putting his hand over her nose and mouth so she couldn't breathe. Tayuya struggled for a few minutes, but eventually her lungs demanded oxygen and she was forced to swallow. As soon as she did so, Sakon released her and she felt a burning sensation from her gut. Before it became too intense, she was hoisted up and shoved into the second coffin they had brought. The lid came down with a thud and was quickly sealed into place. Tayuya felt blinding pain before passing out. Finally Kidomaru lifted the coffin and the Sound 4 took off again, hurrying to get back to their master in time. Naruto had caught up to Gaara and was happily chatting with his stoic friend when he suddenly dropped to his knees and grabbed his wrist in pain. Gaara could plainly see that the small petal mark imprinted on the blonde's wrist was glowing ominously. Naruto had to prevent himself from crying out in pain by biting down on his lip, drawing blood. Finally the pain passed and he stood up shakily, looking back and forth before his eyes settled on Gaara. Tayuya's in trouble. Naruto quickly took off with Gaara on his tail, both of their faces set in determined and serious masks as they quickly located the highest point in the area. Naruto stood on the tall tower and sniffed deeply in every direction, searching for some hint of Tayuya's location. He came up with nothing. She was in a crowd and he couldn't discern her scent, or she had left the village. He really hoped it was the former. "We should inform the Hokage and get help with this." As ever, Gaara was the voice of reason in stressful situations and Naruto nodded lamely, following after him as they sprinted for the large building that dominated the village's skyline. It didn't take too long for the 2 Jinchuriki to reach the Hokage tower, and before long they were brushing past the Hokage's secretary and bursting through her door. Tsunade looked at them over a stack of paperwork, immediately noting their very serious expressions. "What is it, brat? Can't you see I have a stack of paperwork that's going to take all night to get through?" Naruto just narrowed his eyes, not really giving a damn about a pile of meaningless sheets when his friend was in danger. "Tayuya's in trouble and we need help finding her." Tsunade looked at him curiously. She had never seen Naruto this serious before. "What kind of trouble, and how do you know?" Naruto growled in irritation. He didn't have time to explain. "I don't know what kind of trouble, that's why we need help." He would have slammed his hands down on the desk, but there wasn't an inch of it not covered in various documents or forms. "Look, brat, I can't help you if you don't even know what the problem." She was interrupted as an Anbu suddenly appeared in the corner of the room. Lady Hokage, 4 sound ninja were seen fleeing the village with 1 Sasuke Uchiha and an unknown red-haired girl who appeared to be bound. Naruto's eyes shot open and he snarled visibly, already making for the door. "Naruto, wait." Begrudgingly he turned and took his hand off the door handle, looking at the youthful Hokage expectantly with barely concealed irritation. Tsunade turned to the Anbu who had the mask painted to give the impression of a dog. "Give me more information." The Anbu nodded curtly. "Our intel places the Sound Nin as the Sound 4, Orochimaru's elite bodyguards, also responsible for the barrier seal that prevented us from helping the Sandaime. It would also appear that the Uchiha was not bound in any fashion, apparently leaving of his own free will." Tsunade nodded, mulling the information over. "How many Anbu are currently available?" Even under the mask everybody could tell the Anbu was frowning. "None, Lady Hokage, all Anbu units are currently on missions or in their appropriate positions defending the village." Naruto snarled at that. If that was true, then how did the foreign ninja even get into the village? Tsunade also grimaced at the news. There was a similar situation with the Jounin as well. All were either with their squads or on missions. Round up available Chonin and Jinan immediately. Have them in my office in 5 minutes. The Anbu nodded before vanishing from the room, leaving an irate Naruto who was subconsciously scratching the pedal mark on his wrist. We don't have 5 minutes. They could be hurting Tayuya right now. Tsunade just turned to Naruto with the most understanding expression she could muster. Look Naruto, I know you care about your teammate, but you heard that Anbu, they're Orochimaru's elite guards. You'll need some backup if you hope to take them on at all. Naruto growled but couldn't escape the woman's logic. He irritably paced the room as he waited for the Anbu to return with the other shinobi. He didn't, but the other recruits quickly appeared in the room. In the end, the only ones the Anbu could find on such short notice were Kiba, Lee, and Neji. They were quickly informed of the situation, although they were more concerned with Sasuke's defection than Tayuya's kidnapping, much to Naruto's annoyance. He did however idly notice that Lee and Neji were wearing their village's Chonin flak jackets, which meant that one of them would probably be leading the mission, considering he wasn't actually a shinobi of the leaf. Finally they were all caught up and were running for the gates, quick to get on the kidnapper's trail. Naruto was impatient and kept pulling ahead of the group as they sprinted across the village, constantly having to be recalled by Gaara. Lee could keep up with him, but he didn't have the same sense of urgency as Naruto did, not to mention that every time he would try to run ahead Neji would pull him back. As Naruto had thought, the previously stuck-up Hyuga had been put in command of the mission. They regrouped at the gates of the village with Naruto impatiently looking back and forth, just waiting for them to give him the signal to go. Lee could sense his companion's eagerness and walked over, placing a firm hand on his back. Don't worry my friend, we shall retrieve your teammate and our wayward Sasuke, just you wait. The words irritated Naruto more than anything else, but he offered a fake smile just to get Lee to go away. Neji had them come around so he could draw out the plan, a waste of time in Naruto's opinion. He and Gaara could take these guys on without problem and the others would just end up dragging them down. Normally Naruto would have appreciated the help, but he was agitated, and if he moved at full speed then only Lee might have been able to keep up. Alright, we have no idea about the abilities of our opponents, therefore when we approach we should observe before we engage. Naruto growled at that but reluctantly nodded along with the rest of the group. We should try and avoid getting separated if possible, but ultimately our objectives are the retrieval of Sasuke and Tayuya. Another round of nods from the assembled shinobi. We will move out now in a spread-out formation to cover more ground with Naruto and Kiba in the front as they can track our targets. Gaara and Lee will be a bit further behind them as support, and I will take up the rear to watch out for any traps or tricks the targets may leave for us. More nods quickly followed. When we get closer we will slow down and assume a similar formation with Kiba in the front, followed by Naruto, followed by Gaara, then Lee, and finally myself. After Neji waited for the nods he motioned with his hand and the group was immediately off. Naruto was extremely frustrated as he raced through the trees. While Kiba was fast, he wasn't as fast as he was and he had to limit himself to avoid getting ahead of the group. He and Gaara may have been a strong unit, but on his own he doubted being able to take on 4 possibly Jounin level shinobi. He wanted to turn around and tell the Inuzuka to get a move on, but he was more focused on locating Tayuya's scent, which proved to be highly difficult. Instead he locked onto any unfamiliar scents that he could tell apart from the more natural smells of the forest. Eventually he caught something and took off in that direction, quickly followed by the rest of the group. A small amount of time later and Kiba confirmed his suspicions, also picking up the unfamiliar scent. Naruto was still concerned that he was unable to track Tayuya normally and couldn't help but worry what they had done to his girlfriend and teammate. After a few hours of tree hopping, the Sound Four finally had to rest after lugging 2 heavy coffins on their backs for such a distance. Naruto grinned when he noticed this, but that quickly turned into a grimace when Neji ordered everybody to slow down and get into formation. They did so with a fair amount of muted complaining from the blonde, and they quietly approached the group. It wasn't difficult to avoid their traps with the aid of Neji's Byakugan. He even spotted the 3rd layer, thanks to the trace chakra flowing through the strands of web-like substance. To this effect they were able to creep up on their opponents undetected and all gathered around on a tree branch to watch what was happening. The Sound Four just appeared to be resting against trees, catching their breaths after such a strenuous run. Naruto also noticed that Neji and Gaara also seemed slightly winded, while he, Kiba, and Lee all still seemed full of energy. They took a moment to observe their enemies to see what they could glean, quickly coming to the same assumptions that Tayuya had, not a few hours ago. Unfortunately Kiba couldn't help the gasp he let out when he saw Hibiki amongst the group, wearing their uniform no less, alerting the 4 to their presence. Immediately the 4 had to dodge the webbing Kidomaru shot out, diving from the branch into the clearing where they quickly took up a loose defensive formation. Neji, where are Sasuke and Tayuya? The Hyuga seemed to be concentrating extra hard on the group, his Byakugan flaring. I think they're in the coffins. All the Konoha shinobi glanced at him curiously while not taking their eyes off the enemy who had yet to make a move. You think? It was Lee who had asked, although they were all thinking the same thing. There is something blocking my Byakugan to a degree. I think it's the seals on the coffins, but I can't tell. Only one of their group wasn't really listening. Hibiki. What are you doing with them? The brown-haired boy merely smirked at his former teammate, sneering at the yipping dog in his jacket. Please, I was a spy for Lord Orochimaru this whole time. You idiots of the leaf never suspected a thing. Kiba growled menacingly, soon joined by both Akamaru and Naruto, who was more eyeing the two coffins. Hibiki, hold these clowns off, we still need to make it to Lord Orochimaru on time. The Tenketsu controlling boy nodded with a smile, still eyeing Kiba mockingly. The other members of the Sound Four had caught their breath and replaced the coffin on their backs before taking off. Naruto made a move to follow them but was cut off by Hibiki. He managed to dodge the rather clumsy strike but was still forced back. Fine Saito, you wanna go again? I'll rip you to shreds for taking Tayuya. Naruto was about to make good on his promise when he felt a firm hand on his shoulder and looked back at Kiba with surprise. No, you guys go on. He looked at Hibiki with no small amount of disgust. I'll keep the traitor here busy. Naruto waited in a moment of indecision, however upon seeing Kiba's determined but betrayed face he nodded grimly, taking off with the rest of the group. Hibiki made a move to cut them off again but he was sent flying back by a vicious kick from Kiba. Your fight is with me. Hibiki narrowed his eyes but smirked all the same. If that's what you want. Naruto spared a fleeting thought for Kiba as he ran on but quickly erased it and focused on the tree branches ahead of him. They were only a few minutes behind the targets and they were laden down, so the pursuing shinobi had the speed advantage. Of course they weren't expecting the ground in front of them to suddenly rise up into an enormous slab, forcing them to veer off to the side before it could descend and crush them. They regrouped as the dust settled, panting from the sudden attack. When the smoke finally cleared, they saw the largest of the Sound Four staring at them smirking. Naruto narrowed his eyes, working out what the group was doing. They're trying to delay us. We need to get to the coffins quickly. The others in the group nodded their heads in agreement while Lee stepped towards Jirobo. I will keep our opponent busy and match my flames of youth against his. Naruto looked uncertain, but when Neji nodded at his teammate, Naruto couldn't argue. Fine then, but be careful, once you deal with him make sure to catch up. Lee nodded with an exuberant grin, raising a thumb towards his comrades as they sprinted off around the clearing, leaving Jirobo to face Lee. Ha, I won't even need my curse mark to deal with a pipsqueak like you. Lee just continued to smile as he settled into an offensive Gyukin stance, his hand raised out in front of him, palm up. Let us fight. Naruto noticed their numbers had dwindled and knew it couldn't stay like this or they would be weakened too much to help Tayuya. Unfortunately, he was distracted and managed to run headfirst into a large web that spanned two trees, instantly getting caught on its gooey surface. He managed to keep one of his arms from getting stuck, but before he could warn the others they met a similar fate, each getting embarrassingly stuck like flies. The six-armed member of the group, Kidomaru, dropped down onto a branch facing all three stuck shinobi. Ha, it's almost too easy. It's not even surprising anymore how many people fall for a simple trap like that. Naruto struggled against his bonds but found them to be unbreakable, at least to him. Neji just seemed to be examining them with his Byakugan while Gaara had slowly leaked out and from his gourd and was currently doing something Naruto couldn't quite make out. It's impossible, that webbing is enhanced with chakra and you can't break it. Naruto caught the successive smirks from Neji and Gaara and figured they had found a way to escape. Not to be outdone, he summoned a kunai to his free arm and carefully launched it at the six-armed Sound Shinobi. Kidomaru just moved his head to the side, allowing the kunai to pierce the tree behind him, smiling amusedly. Is that the best you can do? I would expect a little better from Chonin. Naruto shrugged, or at least to the best of his ability while stuck like this. Kidomaru laughed again, but that instantly stopped when Naruto just vanished. His eyes opened wide in shock before a foot connected with the back of his head, sending him hurtling down to the forest floor below them. He managed to send out a web and swing onto the bough of a nearby tree only to see Neji and Gaara standing across from him, also free. How? That's impossible. Both ninja smirked, enjoying their opponent's confusion. Neji decided to explain first. Simple, with my Byakugan I could see the chakra flow in your webs. Using my Juuken style it was simple to stop that flow, making it easy to cut with a finger strike. Kidomaru's eye twitched at the arrogant explanation as he looked across at Gaara. You aren't the only one with chakra-infused substances at your control. That was all the explanation he was going to give the enemy. It was pointless to give away all his abilities. Neji stood up on the branch, motioning with his hands to Gaara and Naruto. Go, I can deal with his webs easily now that I understand them. You two must rescue Tayuya and confront Sasuke. The two Suna shinobi nodded. The pattern was unbroken so far, so they saw no reason to do so now. Either way, there were two of them left and only one of the sound four. The blonde and the redhead took off, trusting in their companions to handle their respective fights. They had seen each one fight in the Chunin exams and all of them were more than capable. It would come down to just how dangerous their opponents turned out to be. It didn't take long to catch up to Sakon, who inexplicably seemed to have split into two people, the lump on his back vanishing. Each carried a different coffin, so were markedly slower than Naruto and Gaara. Even so, they managed to outpace them long enough to reach a large open field at the center of the forest. The blue-haired man and his double turned wearily, unable to outrun their pursuers any longer. They placed the coffins down and turned to face Naruto and Gaara as the temporary leaf nin dropped into the clearing themselves. There's nowhere left to run. Both Sakons grinned at their opponents, turning to one another. You hear that, Ukon? They think we were running. Funny, isn't it, brother? They just walked right into our trap like good little idiots. Naruto seethed at the flippant conversation between the two sound shinobi. Shut up and fight so we can kick your asses and take Tayuya back. Sakon and Ukon chuckled as they glanced at the containers behind them. Oh brother, I do think the little leaf nin are too late. The other one nodded happily. I do think you're right, brother. Oh well, would you look at that? Sure enough, the coffins behind them began to spew an acrid purple smoke that drifted across the ground like dry ice. What are you doing to Tayuya? The brothers smirked again. He wants to know about stage 2, Ukon. Maybe we should show them, Sakon. Two large grins split the brothers' features as they finally turned around and dropped into a fighting stance and spoke simultaneously. This ought to be fun. Chapter 29. Kiba glared across at Hibiki, trying to get all of his anger and betrayal across in that single look, to which the sound spy merely smirked. It had amused him every day that the people around him actually believed he was befriending them, unknowingly giving him information and even training to better his goals. The best part had been fooling his sensei. For such a high-level jounin to fall for his charade for so long was bordering on plain sad. Why would you do this, Hibiki? The average-seeming boy glanced around with an air of superiority and arrogance. Why the hell wouldn't I? He leveled a more serious gaze on his former friend. You could never understand with your family and normal life. Lord Orochimaru saved me, he saved all of us. He gave us meaning and purpose where before we had none. He gave our very lives existence with one simple request, out total obedience. We became tools, sure, but at least we were something for once, as opposed to orphans left on the side of roads for dead. Kiba snarled, the sob story not really getting to him through his veil of anger. It doesn't matter what kind of life you had. Nothing is worth selling your soul to that snake bastard. Hibiki's fist shook for a moment as he suppressed a moment of rage before returning his gaze to something more neutral. Like I said, you would never understand the pain of losing your entire family, of being thrown aside by everybody you used to call friend. Kiba settled into his offensive taijutsu stance, smirking as his usual confident air replaced his anger as his fight reflexes kicked in. You're right, I don't understand because I do have a family, one I'll be going back to after I hand you your ass. Hibiki growled, his hands opening and closing in fists as he readied his chakra network for his complex ability. Kiba recognized this after so long of training with the boy and decided he couldn't let him prepare or stall any longer. Kiba launched himself at Hibiki much in the same way he had Sasuke in the preliminaries, the only difference being he was now much faster. After seeing what Lee could do, Kiba had decided to experiment with weights, and while he was only in the early stages of the training, the results were promising. His strength and speed were vastly improved past his usual family's training standards, shocking both his mother and his sister. It was enough that they actually began experimenting with adding the weights to the normal aspect of their family taijutsu. Of course, they didn't go to the extreme of always wearing the weights, something like that could prove more detrimental than helpful. He smirked at the results firsthand when he managed to shock Hibiki and drive a fist squarely into the boy's gut, making the traitor double over from the blow. Kiba tried to follow up with his claw-like nails but only passed through Hibiki as he vibrated out of harm's way. Kiba had seen how Naruto dealt with that problem, but Hibiki had made adjustments to that style. When Kiba would try to keep his body occupying the same space as Hibiki's blurred form, the boy would dodge or jump out of the way before retaliating with a swift and vicious counter. It was a brutally efficient and dangerous style, one that Kiba actually found himself hard-pressed to overcome. Nearly all of his strikes were rendered completely useless, and those that did hit made him come away with burns to his fists. He backed off a bit, giving him time to think, not an activity Kiba usually took a part of in the middle of the fight. He had sparred a few times with Hibiki over the months, but only now it was becoming apparent just how much he had been holding back. We got fairly close over these past few months, wouldn't you say, Kiba? The Inuzuka narrowed his eyes, recognizing that the boy was stalling for time, both for his teammate's sake and to catch his breath. His vibration technique was now second nature, but it was still relatively chakra-consuming when used in short succession like he had been forced to. A growl was all the answer he received, making the brown-haired boy smirk from the emotional rise he was getting. I'll take that as a yes. As such, I've decided I'll end this quickly. Kiba growled again as he saw Hibiki split into two clones, both as real as each other and twice as dangerous. I never could take that annoying blonde's advice and learn the shadow clones, but I did decide to upgrade my own moves a bit. Kiba watched in hidden amazement as the two Hibikis split apart again, so here were now four in a line in front of Kiba. What do you think? His voice had taken on a somewhat buzzing quality due to the intense vibrations his body was being put through. Kiba wondered how this was even physically possible. Then, in a world where people could walk on water and form clones out of thin air, he decided to just go with it and focus on not dying. Man-beast clone. Kiba threw Akamaru out of his jacket in time for the small dog to puff out into a ball of smoke, only to reappear as a perfect duplicate of himself. Come on, boy, that's two each. His doppelganger yipped in agreement, a strange sight coming from what was supposed to be a feral-looking teenage boy. Hibiki just chuckled in his static-filled voice, and all four of them dropped down into a solid taijutsu stance as markings reminiscent of lightning began to move across his face. Lee dodged underneath another heavy swing from the surprisingly fast Jirobo as the man roared out in annoyance yet again at his swift opponent. As hard as the man tried, he couldn't land one of his devastating blows on the spandex-wearing taijutsu protege. One hit would be all it took, but he couldn't even manage that much. Luckily for the ginger giant, his opponent so far had merely dodged all his attacks. While I admit your fighting is most youthful and energetic indeed, I must disagree with your methods of kidnapping a woman such as the fair Tayuya. I am honor-stricken to do everything in my power to save such a damsel in distress, so I wish you a good fight. Satisfied with his opening monologue, Lee grinned wildly as he flipped back from the muscular man and landed with the grace honed from years of intense training. Hold still, you twig, so I can crush you and that stupid bowl haircut. Lee's eye twitched a little at the comment, but his form remained flawless. I must have you know that my hair is based off of the handsome devil of the Leaf Village guy sensei, and I will not have you insult him. Jirobo seemed a little confused by that, hesitating in taking a step, which was all the opening Lee required. He zipped out of existence just faster than the sound Nin's eyes could follow and appeared in front of him. Leaf Hurricane. Jirobo felt a strong spinning kick impact with his stomach, and as he moved to defend against the next attack, he felt the boy try to sweep his legs out from under him. Unfortunately for Lee, it was like kicking a boulder, an exercise he had done many times, but that still didn't mean he could move it. Jirobo retaliated by grabbing Lee, or he would have if Lee hadn't used the opportunity to slip out from his guard through his legs. He delivered two swift and strong kicks to the back of Jirobo's knees. The areas were weaker than the rest of his legs, so Lee finally felt some give. Before he could capitalize, his opponent turned and once again tried to grab him, only for the nimble Leaf Nin to backflip away. Jirobo seemed more and more irritated as the seconds shifted by, and in his impatience he drove his hands into the ground and literally dragged up a chunk of earth roughly the same size as himself. He threw the mighty boulder straight at Lee, who, much to his opponent's surprise, made no move to dodge the potentially fatal attack. Instead, the boy raised his leg up in the air with unbelievable flexibility before bringing it down on top of the boulder as soon as it came into range. The power behind the kick, supplemented by the heavy weights around Lee's ankles, served to drive the earth back into the ground where it came from, creating a small screen of unsettled dust from the impact. When it all finally settled, the two fighting ninja were right back to where they started, Jirobo standing across from Lee in his confident opening position. The behemoth of a man roared out in annoyance as arrows spread out from his shoulder, covering his face in intricate patterns that Lee observed for a moment with a grin. Very well, if you believe we can move on to the next stage of outfight, we shall. Jirobo looked confused as Lee bent over to remove his ankle weights, both at once. Having been noticeably absent from the Chunin exam finals, he was thoroughly surprised at the size of the craters left behind when Lee dropped the enormous loads. Jirobo's eyes widened slightly before returning to their original scowling position. Is that all you got, kid? Weights? That's not going to be enough to beat him. He had to cut off his own sentence as he felt a kick like a steel bar smack across his face, sending the irate giant across the field. Lee just stood where he had been, bobbing slightly with a grin on his face. Most youthful indeed. Neji spun around, his Byakugan working overtime as every finger strike found its target in the form of the multitudes of spiders swarming down on him. The enormous queen above him glared at him with her 8 dead eyes, scowling if such a thing were possible for arachnids. He looked up at Kidomaru, now adorned with the black swirling patterns of his curse mark stage 1. Neji cursed at what he thought would have been a much easier fight, and would have been without that bastardized Fuinjutsu. He panted for breath as he finished of the last of the spiders, the webs they used to descend still hanging like thin, silvery willow branches. He refused to show weakness in front of his opponent by resting his hands on his knees, but even so the exhaustion of this fight was beginning to wear on him. He caught a second wind as he looked up to see the next wave of the spider summons swarming down on him from above. Byakugan. Kiba and Akamaru were back to back, dodging, weaving and blocking only when absolutely necessary. There were burn marks along his arms that screamed out for attendance and treatment, but he gritted his elongated teeth and fought through the pain. Every time he aimed a kick or a punch, he would try and get Hibiki right between where his two bodies were flickering between. Every time the boy would miraculously dodge without even having to move that much. It was 4 against 2 and Kiba felt the pressure on him as Akamaru finally ran out of juice and puffed back into his real form behind him. The young Inuzuka disguised a spinning axe kick and dropped down to the ground, throwing down a smoke bomb he had managed to scavenge from his pocket at some point during the fight. Drilling Fang. When the acrid purple smoke finally cleared, the Hibikis could clearly see the human-sized tunnel dug directly into the ground. A few seconds later, Kiba emerged from the ground a dozen feet away, spraying earth and mud around as his drilling body burst from the soil. He shook it off in the manner best befitting a clan who shared qualities with dogs before looking back over at Hibiki, trying to judge the boy's next attack. The average-looking boy proved hard to read as his 4 clones merged back into 2 before finally a lone Hibiki stood across from Kiba. The Inuzuka pulled out 2 specialized soldier pills from his jacket, feeding one to Akamaru and popping the other in his own mouth to gain back the chakra and energy they had both spent. Akamaru's features grew wilder and less domestic as his coat shifted from its usual pure white to a more intimidating red. Don't think we're done yet, Hibiki. The other boy just glanced back with an amused expression. I would hope not. Kiba grimaced as his ex-friend managed to get under his skin again before throwing Akamaru back onto the ground. Man-beast clone. Hibiki just sighed at the reused technique and moved into his own stance, ready to split apart again. Fang over Fang. The last jutsu caught the traitor off guard as the Kibas suddenly erupted into human and canine drills. They charged right at him in perfect tandem to what would usually be a fatal or at least severely debilitating attack. While still mildly surprised that Kiba was still able to pull off such a taxing technique, Hibiki sighed again. When the spinning duo approached, Hibiki began his own spin, rapidly expelling chakra from the tenketsu in only one side of his body, quickly propelling his boy around in a move not dissimilar from Neji's rotation. The 2 drill like Kibas bounced harmlessly off the spinning sound nin, ricocheting off him to bounce of the trees that bordered the clearing. They springboarded off of the trunks and tried to return and perform the same move as they had before, only to get the same results. This repeated a few times as Hibiki continued his impromptu rotation technique while Kiba and Akamaru bounced around the clearing, unable to harm him. Finally, Kiba had to stop, the stress of the technique too much for him as he nearly collapsed to the ground across from Hibiki. He was quickly joined by his equally exhausted pup, now back to his rightful snowy white as they both lay breathless on the ground. Hibiki slowed down his own jutsu to a stop, looking a little dizzy but not much worse off. He smirked at his nearly defeated opponents and calmly began to walk over, only for Kiba to weakly raise his head. Hey Saito, I bet you don't have enough chakra to do that clone technique again. Hibiki glared furiously at the boy. Despite his near defeat, he was still able to try and mock his attacker. Hibiki just stared at him more viciously while smirking to himself. He guessed he could do it as a last request for a dead man. His body vibrated rapidly and quickly split into 2 people, both approaching Kiba with menace in their eyes. Kiba just chuckled and pulled out a single kunai from the pouch at his waist, holding it in trembling and exhausted hands. Really, Kiba? You're that desperate? Kiba chuckled once again, earning increased levels of hatred from the approaching traitor. The downed Inuzuka stared at the simple piece of steel for a moment before flicking it as hard as he could between Hibiki's blurred forms. Of course it just passed harmlessly through, allowing the other boy to let out a victorious laugh as he once again took to staring at the panting boy with arrogance. Pathetic, I don't even have to resort to stage 2. Well, if that's all you have, Kiba, then that's as far as he got before Kiba tugged at the wire in his hand, pulling it taut from the kunai embedded in the tree across the clearing. The last thing Hibiki saw was the flash of light reflecting off the metal wire before darkness. Kiba finally let out a long sigh as he laid his head back against the grass. Darkness crept up on his vision as he contemplated the clouds above him, wondering for a moment what Shikamaru saw in them before succumbing to exhaustion and passing out. Later on, the Anbu and medical shinobi would come across the strange scene of a severely chakra-exhausted boy in a fur-trimmed jacket, a dog proudly perched on his chest. The battlefield itself was a mess of burns, craters and a large but thin tunnel that was slowly collapsing on itself. To top it off, the legs of another shinobi could be seen lying on the floor, the respective torso a few feet away from it. Right now, all that was keeping Jirobo alive and not a small pummeled mass on the ground was his extraordinary durability. Lee's blows came too fast and too unpredictably for the giant to see or effectively counter, rendering him unable to return the flurry of rock-hard blows that rained down on his muscled body. Occasionally he would catch a brief glimpse of green only to have it disappear and the back of his head smacked with the force of a small boulder. Jirobo's patience grew incredibly thin as Lee appeared again a few dozen feet away, not even looking remotely winded, while Jirobo was covered in bruises. He wasn't majorly hurt, but if the fight continued in this fashion, then he would slowly be worn down until he was just a vaguely human-shaped stain on the ground. You have lasted much longer than I thought. Your flames of youth must surely burn bright, but I must ask if you are now willing to surrender peacefully before I am forced to take more drastic precautions. Jirobo grimaced. He didn't really want to find out what those drastic precautions were if everything so far had just been the warm-up. He grunted as the arrow markings on his face distorted and spread to the rest of his body. His skin became the same color, red as dried blood, while his hair grew wilder in the places it still grew at all. Certain areas of his body became blotchy and deformed as swellings and lumps appeared to highlight his hideous change. Imperceptibly his muscles expanded, increasing his already intimidating presence by a few inches. Lee decided to test out what this new form of Jirobo's brought and blurred forward faster than the normal human eye could detect. Luckily for the red giant, his eyes were now far from human, and as Lee's foot swung out for the man's face, he caught it in a crushing embrace. He held onto the ankle he had caught with one hand, slowly increasing the pressure by closing his fist. Before his lower leg could be completely crushed, Lee twisted his body and lashed out with his free foot, catching the transformed sound nin in the mouth, which barely fazed him physically but was enough of a shock for Jirobo to let Lee go. Lee backed off on his hands, feeling his injured ankle would hurt too much to put pressure on right now. He twisted and stared at his opponent, glaring at him but at the same time excited by the challenge this man brought. He hopped back so the world was the right way up, only balancing on his uninjured leg as he once again evaluated his opponent. The man was now much stronger with better reflexes and was most likely faster as well. Lee just narrowed his eyes and smirked to himself. He would just have to be even faster. Gate of opening, open. Chakra began swirling menacingly around Lee, and Jirobo stared at him, wondering what was going on. Gate of healing, open. The chakra picked up as Lee's body tensed and the floor around him began to crack. Jirobo didn't like where this was going and began to move forward before his opponent could finish whatever he was doing. Gate of life, open. The chakra now swirled like a small maelstrom as Lee began to develop a glow around his body, seemingly of pure chakra. He let up there, not wanting to overdo it and completely blow out his muscles like his sensei told him. He clenched his fists and the simple action caused the ground beneath him to crack even more before he disappeared into thin air. In the time it might have taken Jirobo to blink, he felt a tremendous force slamming into him from below, unbelievably lifting his weighty body from the floor. This happened 3 more times, slamming him more and more painfully into the air like he could fly. He was unable to retaliate in any way as he flailed madly in the air, trying to find purchase that he knew wasn't there. Lee suddenly appeared above him, his eyes void of pupils, just white globes that stared at him like the Shinigami itself. Jirobo got one good look seared into his memory forever before Lee spun in the air, viciously slamming his uninjured foot down into Jirobo's body with the force of a train. The crater he created upon impact was huge, his own weight plus the force of the blow enough to leave him deep in the ground. The crater only widened when Lee followed up on his attack in a straight dive bomb onto Jirobo's chest. Even through his curse mark he felt the ribs crack from that strike. He was unable to heal even a little before the action was repeated, 4 times. Finally Jirobo groaned out as the markings receded back into his mark while the man himself was blissfully unconscious. Lee stood over his latest opponent with a smile. He was slowly getting more used to the effects the gates had on his body. Fairly soon he hoped to match his sensei and open the 6th gate while being nearly unaffected by the first 5. Right now he felt the ache from his overworked muscles, but it was more the equivalent of an entire day's strenuous training. He thanked his sensei for such rigorous routines before jogging off into the forest, certain that his opponent would not be getting up. He still had to help his friends if he could. Neji stopped himself from screaming out when the large arrow pierced through his chest, guided at the last moment to prevent the wound being fatal. He gasped for a moment before he was able to right himself and focus on the thread leading away into the trees. He grabbed the webbing, focusing on it before his body could succumb to its injuries as he directed chakra up through it, straight into the mouth of his deformed opponent. He rushed the multi-armed archer before he could recover, delivering blow after chakra sealing blow into the man's unprotected chest. With each strike he felt his own body failing him, but he carried on through the pain until with a gasp he was able to call out. 64 palms. Kidomaru flew back from the strike, if not dead then severely wounded. Neji smiled up at the sky for a moment, realizing that he had done it. He had proved the people who called him a genius right. He had earned the name now and was allowed to finally let the pain that threatened to overwhelm him come crashing down like a flood. His last waking thought as he fell backwards onto the ground was a flash of green and a familiar black bowl cut. He was already unconscious by the time 2 arms firmly stopped him from hitting the floor. Naruto and Gaara were still focused on the 2 identical brothers before them, but as usual Gaara was letting no moment go to waste and was already sifting his sand through the earth. Sakon and Ukon seemed to be playing with them more than anything else, bantering between themselves as they leant on their respective coffins dangerously, as if they would just reach in and snap the occupant's neck at a moment's notice, which Naruto figured was the idea. Well brother, I do believe the process is nearly finished. Yes, I remember our time in the coffin. Most painful if I remember right. His brother nodded along with him, further enraging Naruto. Give me back Tayuya or I will rip you 2 to shreds. Both brothers put a hand over their mouths in mock shock and indignation. Really brother, the rudeness on this one. I know, it is sometimes so difficult to find civility in shinobi these days. Again the brothers shared a sympathetic nod as Sakon turned to the 2 seriously, capturing their attention. Besides, I don't even think it's possible for us to be ripped into shreds. You see the Kekkei Genkai we share allows us to sift our own molecules through those of out targets or really any solid object. A devious smile enveloped the androgynous man's face. Isn't that right brother? Both Gaara and Naruto looked across only to start in shock when they noticed Ukon was nowhere to be seen. They heard an ominous cackling from somewhere suspiciously close to Gaara as the 2 desperately looked around for any sign of the wayward enemy. Oh please, you'll never find my brother. Looking around again, a smirk developed on his green-painted lips. You'll have to look a bit more inward. The man chuckled at his own joke before they heard that same cackling, this time seemingly from where Gaara was standing. To both of their shock, Ukon's head appeared to melt out of Gaara's shoulder like his body was nothing more than water. I've never inhabited a Jinchuriki before. Ukon frowned from his position inside of Gaara, his molecules spread out through the boy's form. They feel like he was frankly cut off as a gravely shout came from the forest behind them. Sand burial. Ukon's and Sakon's eyes both widened in panic as the body Ukon was inhabiting suddenly lost its color, instead becoming grainy and beige. Immediately the sand clone detonated, exploding outwards, taking Ukon at his molecule-sifting body with it. Sakon just stared wide-eyed at where the clone had been standing before glaring at Gaara as he emerged from the forest, fists still held out in front of him, clenched tightly. You killed my brother. Gaara's eyes narrowed at the last of the sound for pointing out the obvious. I'm sorry, would you have liked to go first? The deadpan tone with which Gaara spoke only increased the menace behind his words. Sakon's eyes darted dangerously back and forth, caught between terror and righteous fury for his brother's murderer. I'll kill you for that. However, despite the words, the pale man didn't move an inch in his muscles. Gaara began to raise his hand again while sand drained out of the ground, quickly forming into a small uneven ball in front of him. He hoped to use this moment of indecision and cowardice to his advantage. They had pissed him off by kidnapping Tayuya. Sand bullets from the floating ball, little pebble-sized chunks of sand, flew out at frightening velocities, straight at Sakon's frozen form. He was only saved as a tall pale man suddenly dropped down from the sky and stood right in the way of the attack. The bullets merely punctured the man's skin without penetrating the inexplicable layer of solid bone beneath. Kimimaro, what are you doing here? The pale man turned to his teammate, staring at him with emotionless, cold eyes. Lord Orochimaru grew impatient with waiting. I have come to serve him by giving the vessel time to complete the process. Kimimaro leveled an equally cold and blank look at Naruto and Gaara. And if that requires the removal of these two, then so be it. Behind him, Sakon shook his head, looking at his teammate in worry. But Kimimaro, your illness. The glare the tall man leveled at Sakon was far from cold that time. I live to serve Lord Orochimaru, and if it requires the sacrifice of my own life, then I will do so gladly. Naruto and Gaara took in this entire scene somewhat impassively, wondering where this new guy had come from and what his abilities were. Naruto had just seen him survive a near point-blank range sand bullet. That attack was enough to break bones usually. There was also that body armor they had seen. Naruto could have sworn it was actually bone, but bone wasn't that tough. He narrowed his eyes as the two sound nin finally finished their conversation and Sakon took off, fleeing from Naruto and his brother's murderer to the relative safety of Orochimaru. Naruto couldn't have cared less, honestly. He hadn't taken the coffin, so Naruto was more than happy to focus on the pale, lanky one until he could rescue Tayuya. Gaara, we should make this quick, that other guy might be going for reinforcements. Gaara nodded to him, which the blonde Jinchuriki caught from the corner of his eye as he didn't want to take his attention from Kimimaro. You two should flee while you can, nobody has ever survived my dances before. In any other situation, Naruto might have laughed from the absurdity of a shinobi telling his opponent they were about to defeat them with a dance. He knew that sometimes specialized kenjutsu styles are names after dances, but Naruto couldn't see a sword on the man's person. He thought it might have something to do with that strange armor ability, but he hoped not. He was finally tired of waiting and dropped into his four-legged stance, Gaara just impassively crossing his arms, looking almost as bored as Kimimaro. I will warn you only one more time, do not fight me or you will die. Naruto snorted. The man was about to face two Jinchuriki, he had no idea what was about to hit him. Chapter 30. Naruto sprinted across the ground at Kimimaro, but before he completely closed distance, he unsealed a kunai and threw it straight at the man. As predicted, he simply caught the kunai in mid-flight and looked about ready to throw it straight back when Naruto disappeared from view. Thanks for holding on to that. Kimimaro felt the kunai taken from his grasp as Naruto twisted his body into an awkward shape to deliver the fastest and most lethal kick he knew to the back of his head. What he wasn't expecting was for two long bones to suddenly rip themselves out of Kimimaro's back and cross over the back of his head, stopping Naruto's foot from landing. In his shock, he didn't properly react when Kimimaro countered by spinning furiously and elbowing Naruto in the chest. He was launched back by the surprising power of the blow, obviously supplemented as Naruto watched the man's elbow receded back through his skin. The terminally ill man was given no respite as sand shot up from the ground all around him, trying to capture the man and crush him to death. Kimimaro skillfully jumped and arced his body through the air away from the sand to land back on his feet with the grace of a ballet dancer. Dance of the Camellia. Even in a fight, Kimimaro's voice was emotionless and blunt, although his unusual style of fighting captivated both Gaara and Naruto. They watched in fascination as the man's own arm bone slid out of his wrist, turning into the perfect sword, lightweight and tough. Gaara didn't stay distracted long, quickly sending out tendrils of his sand to either ensnare or crush the agile Kekkei Genkai possessor. Naruto couldn't get close enough to attack while Gaara was using his sands like this, so he retreated a fair distance to give the two opponents room to maneuver. It really was a sight to see. Kimimaro would bend his body to escape Gaara's sand, and in all honesty, Naruto had to admit the man made it look like a dance. The tendrils and arms he couldn't dodge were sliced clean through by the surprisingly sharp bone blade. The two seemed to be at a stalemate and both realized it, Gaara quickly withdrawing his sand while Kimimaro jumped backwards impassively. Naruto, I need time to prepare, keep him busy. The blonde grumbled a little, staring across at the very adept combatant who was returning his sword to its rightful place in his arm. Easier said than done. Gaara just shot him a glare and Naruto let up a few choice mumbles again before deciding against taijutsu this time. His foot was sore thinking about hitting those bones again. He formed his hand into a familiar seal and immediately 5 of him appeared out of thin air, each drawing a kunai and channeling wind chakra into the blade. Instantly the kunai in his clone's hands were sharper and more durable, perfect for what he had in mind. They all took off straight at Kimimaro, who stayed perfectly still, collecting himself for fighting multiple enemies. Dance of the Willow. All over his body long white bones protruded in vicious spikes that ended in deadly points. As the clones approached with Naruto staying back to observe and possible support, they split up. 2 went in one direction whilst 2 went the other, circling the bone wielder as the last clone jumped high into the air using its fellow clone as a springboard. Kimimaro just moved down into a well-practiced crouching stance, allowing the sun to shine on his bony protrusions. The 4 on the ground attacked simultaneously, all lashing out at the same time with their wind-enhanced kunai. The maneuver forced Kimimaro to produce more bones from his body from much more awkward places. The clone in the air came down clutching a Rasengan, only for Kimimaro to dodge out of the way at the last minute and send a kick to the clone's unprotected stomach, dispersing it. Naruto grimaced as the clone's memories returned to him and he rubbed his stomach painfully. That was a strong kick. The other four continued to battle Kimimaro at close distance, keeping him occupied if not winning the fight itself as Gaara seemed to gather his energy for something. Kimimaro grabbed one of the clones by the leg when it overextended a kick and used its momentum to send it hurtling into another knee, dispersing both in a poof of smoke. The remaining clones looked to Gaara nervously but held their ground against the very skilled Sound Nin. One of them got a lucky blow in and sliced one of Kimimaro's protrusions clean off. His celebration was cut short when the man simply grew it back, bones magically appearing out of nothing as the spike was restored. Kimimaro took the clone's slightly shocked hesitancy as a moment to deliver a vicious kick, enough to destroy the clone, earning another wince from the real Naruto. The final clone just looked at Kimimaro with but anxiety and curiosity. "How are you doing that?" The older shinobi narrowed his eyes at the boy, looking for some kind of deception. Finding nothing but genuine curiosity, the man sighed, which in turn elicited a round of coughing that didn't sound healthy at all. Naruto suddenly remembered Sakon talking about an illness and he wondered if this was it. "I have the rare bloodline trait of the Kaguya clan. It allows me to directly and sometimes indirectly control my osteoblast and osteoclast cells to grow and reshape my bones on a whim." Kimimaro punctuated this sentence by sending out his finger bones like tiny pullets, riddling the last clone with them as it finally dispersed out of existence. Naruto took a moment to get over the phantom pain of essentially being shot before he stood up tall. "Why would you fight for someone like Orochimaru?" Kimimaro narrowed his eyes and Naruto immediately regretted bringing it up. "I fight for Lord Orochimaru because he saved me. My clan were warlike and barbaric, fighting everything with a pulse because they refused to move out of the era of barbarians and into the era of shinobi. As such they were cut down where they stood and I would have joined them were it not for my abilities and Lord Orochimaru. He saved me, gave my life purpose and meaning." He finished the speech with another bout of coughs, this time louder and worse than the last. "I have failed my master too many times, I could not strike down the Kazekage like he asked of me." Naruto's eyes widened while Gaara's narrowed dangerously, whatever he was doing speeding up. "Then this illness prevented me from becoming his host. I cannot fail him again, so I must bring back the vessel so my life can have meaning again." All through the speech Kimimaro had been advancing on Naruto, who had concurrently backed off, not quite knowing how to combat the bone manipulator without using the Kyuubi's chakra, which he didn't want to do for risk of losing control again. Luckily Gaara finally relaxed as he finished, bringing his arms up in one fluid motion as the world suddenly heaved. Both Naruto and Kimimaro were thrown about on their feet as a desert's worth of sand blasted from the ground, sweeping up into the air before condensing and slamming towards Kimimaro's unbalanced form. Imperial Sand Burial. The mass of sand crashed into the last Kaguya's body, crushing him against the ground as the sand dug deep with its roots while the upper half formed an enormous pyramid. Finally all the hardest elements in the ground sheathed the pyramid like a coating, that sand would now be impervious to almost any attack. They waited with bated breath for a few seconds, but when nothing emerged they released the breath they had both been subconsciously holding. Naruto sighed in relief and smiled at Gaara wearily, worn out from the fighting and running. His smile turning into a snarl as he remembered the reason they came here in the first place. He took off across the field, having to navigate the pyramid. He rounded the massive corner to see the two caskets billowing smoke now. He ran over, soon followed by Gaara, but fell to the ground as the petal mark on his wrist suddenly flared again and pain washed over his body. He struggled to his feet only to see the two caskets practically explode outwards, releasing one last cloud of smoke which hid the two shinobi inside from view. Somebody suddenly dashed out of the cloud in the opposite direction and Naruto knew it was Sasuke. He wouldn't have cared less about him right now, but he was technically part of the objective, so he waved his hand at Gaara, who nodded and pursued the target quickly. Naruto stumbled over to the other cloud of smoke, watching it slowly clear away, letting him first see a silhouette, then red hair. He smiled and increased his pace, ignoring the dull throb from his wrist as he did so. He sprinted across to Tayuya's kneeling form only to start when he got nearer. The last of the smoke cleared and he could finally see Tayuya, or at least who he assumed was Tayuya. She had undergone some changes. It was still her, at least that much was obvious as she was wearing the clothes he had last seen her in. Except, from what parts of her skin he could see, she looked a lot darker now, beyond tanned. Her hair had also changed, lengthening and turning more a shade of pink than red. Of course, the most noticeable thing he could see from this angle were the large white horns protruding from her head, which weren't unlike the bone spikes Kimimaro had used himself. Tayuya was currently staring down at her hands, her back facing away from Naruto. When she heard him step closer, she flinched, huddling in closer on herself and seeming to shrink, very unlike Tayuya's personality. "Go away, shithead, don't look at me." Naruto frowned but kept walking closer. In response, Tayuya stood and tried to run away from him. Unfortunately, her center of balance had shifted, and even in his weakened state, Naruto was faster. He caught up and gripped her wrist, tugging at it so she spun around to face him. He grabbed her other wrist when she did so, staring at her new face for the first time. Like he had thought, her skin had darkened, making her look like she could be from Kumagakure. However, it was her eyes that captivated him, gaining black markings around the outside with small points emerging from the bottom of each eye. Her eyes themselves had gained black sclera while the irises had turned the most brilliant gold. He wouldn't say the last part out loud, but he also thought she had become slightly curvier in this state. Tayuya tried to turn her head away, not wanting Naruto to see her like this. "Please, shithead, turn away, I look like a monster." Naruto scowled, but it wasn't aimed at Tayuya. With an absent thought, he dismissed his genjutsu and the transformation underneath it. He released his natural form to the world, ears, tails and all, and forced Tayuya to look at him by cupping her chin. "Tayuya, you aren't a monster." Tayuya saw he had changed and frowned at him, momentarily overcoming her own insecurities out of concern. "Shithead, what if somebody sees YMMPH?" Naruto quickly silenced her by pressing his lips against hers, making her golden eyes widen in surprise before they fluttered closed. Naruto kept his open, watching with a pleased grin as Tayuya's altered features receded before the flame markings on her body did the same. The curse mark on her shoulder pulsed angrily at being denied, but quickly the protection seal reformed around it, cutting off its influence. Naruto sighed in relief before realizing Tayuya was still kissing him. He remembered what happened last time he broke a kiss first and decided against it. He put his hands on her waist while she in turn pulled hers around his neck, both acting on pure instinct. Naruto remembered something he had read in the appropriately named Makeout Paradise and prodded his tongue against Tayuya's lips, eliciting a small yelp of surprise from the girl. Even through the shock, she recognized what was happening and hesitantly opened her mouth to allow him entry. Naruto slowly moved into the girl's mouth, meeting her own tongue as both teens opened their eyes wide at the strange sensation. Neither of them found it uncomfortable or unpleasant, so quickly the two writhing muscles were fighting for dominance between Naruto and Tayuya. Surprisingly, Naruto won and he claimed Tayuya's mouth before finally they both broke away from one another, panting heavily with a thin stream of saliva connecting them at the mouth. They both stared at each other, red tinging both their cheeks as blue eyes stared into green. The intimate contact finally broke when they heard a forced cough behind them, forcing to look around and see Gaara, staring at them oddly while a large man-sized ball of sand floated behind him. Both teens immediately shied away from one another, blushing furiously but doing their best not to let Gaara see it. Gaara smirked knowingly before he quickly saw a problem with the situation. "Naruto, your tails." Naruto looked around, his blush replaced with confusion. "Huh? What about them?" Gaara just sighed and put a hand to his forehead as Naruto realized what he meant. He chuckled sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. It didn't take him long to replace the transformation followed by the genjutsu which Tayuya reluctantly helped him strengthen. Finished, it was Naruto's turn to stare as he looked at the large ball of sand hovering a few feet above the ground. He could hear a few muffled noises coming from inside, some sounding more profane than others, and was about to ask about it when Chidori! A hand burst through the tough sand wall, but only a hand. Naruto immediately noticed that it was a mottled gray color with sharpened white fingernails like miniature claws. Gaara just twitched the corner of his mouth in annoyance before he made a flicking gesture with his fingers. The sand around the protruding arm tightened uncomfortably and then shifted until everybody heard a sickening crack, letting them know the arm was broken. Gaara finally let up on the painful torture and the strange arm slithered back inside the sphere while Gaara proceeded to close up the small hole that remained behind. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the whole affair but said nothing, feeling the Uchiha got exactly what he deserved if he had anything to do with Tayuya's kidnapping. The three Suna Nin and their captive started moving out of the clearing until Tayuya finally noticed the proverbial elephant in the room. "Whoa, what's with the fucking pyramid?" They retraced their path through the forest until they came across an area practically covered in strange yellow kunai along with dead spiders that the motionless body of Kidomaru. It didn't take much looking around to find Neji being tended to by Lee with his somewhat limited first aid knowledge. Upon seeing how injured the Hyuga was, Naruto felt a pang of guilt at leaving him behind like he had. He steeled himself though, he knew what he was doing when he volunteered, plus the objective was ultimately fulfilled. All they could hope now was that he could get some proper help back at the village or earlier if they were lucky, and the medic shinobi were already on their way. Naruto helped Lee carry Neji as delicately as they could, which proved to be difficult considering the slightest nudges would earn groans of pain from the unconscious Byakugan wielder. They all moved past where Lee had fought Jirobo, all of them marveling at the incredible crater in the makeshift clearing. It made them look twice at Lee, wondering what he had done exactly, but soon the monotony of slow travel returned the group to their own quiet reflection. Sasuke wouldn't stop moaning from inside his temporary prison, even though every time he did Gaara would constrict the sphere just a little. They all breathed a small sigh of relief when they all heard the noises and moaning stop, assuming the Uchiha had fallen unconscious from lack of oxygen. Gaara added a few air holes to the sphere and they continued walking. Lee and Naruto could have cried out in joy when they finally reached the area where Kiba fought Hibiki to see various Anbu and medic nin swarming the place. The group was immediately spotted and Neji was carried away on a stretcher to be properly treated. Anbu agents quickly surrounded them, noting the sand sphere in their appearance. Was the mission successful? It was a bird-masked Anbu who asked, and Naruto quickly nodded while Gaara dumped Sasuke onto the ground. Everybody noticed that his seal had returned to normal, at least indicating that he was in fact unconscious. The Anbu nodded his approval before motioning for one of the other agents. The latest Anbu walked over and performed a few hand seals, startling everybody as wood erupted from the ground and promptly wrapped Sasuke up. What's going to happen to him now? The first Anbu turned to Naruto, looking at him in obvious curiosity despite the mask concealing his features. He simply looked at Sasuke being hauled onto a different operative's shoulder and back at Naruto before walking off. He obviously didn't feel obligated to answer any questions unless they were important to their own mission. Naruto just sighed. That kind of reaction couldn't have meant anything good, but he smiled, safe in the knowledge that he got Tayuya back. The four still conscious ninja ducked into a nearby medical tent that had been set up, walking over to where Kiba lay stretched out on a portable stretcher. There was a doctor hovering around, checking a chart every so often. He looked at them curiously before his gaze flickered between them and Kiba. Oh, there's nothing to worry about, merely a mild case of aggravated chakra exhaustion. Naruto and Lee furrowed their brows at this. They had never heard of that condition. What do you mean aggravated? The doctor just chuckled. Don't worry, the word makes it sound worse than it is. It just happens after people like the Inuzuka take a soldier pill and use all of their chakra up. Really, there's nothing to worry about. I'm sure a boy like him has gone through it a few times in their training. The four ninja nodded, but right now they were all staring at the other beds set up around the tent, longingly staring at them. Each was tired in their own right, and right now sleep seemed like the best possible option. Unfortunately, that was also denied to them as another Anbu operative lifted the tent flap. You four need to deliver your report to the Hokage as soon as possible. The exhausted shinobi just nodded wearily before following the masked ninja out of the medical tent. Most of them looked like they barely want to walk, let alone run, but they were used to pushing their bodies to the limit and were soon hopping through the trees in the direction of the village. And once Gaara disabled Sasuke, we returned through the areas we fought the enemy in, picking up our teammates before arriving at the medics and Anbu. One of the Anbu used wood. Tsunade waved him off with her hand, looking slightly tired herself, although Naruto couldn't blame her considering it was about 3 in the morning. Yes, I know the details after that, she sighed deeply, wishing she had some sake with her right now to calm her nerves. She leaned back in her large chair and turned her head slightly to look out the large panoramic window that had a view of the entire village. Alright, well, mission success, you'll all want to go get some sleep, I guess so. Dismissed. The assembled Chonin all nodded their thanks before retiring from the room. Lee bid them good night as they exited the Hokage Tower before sprinting off in the direction of the training grounds, making the other three wonder where he got the energy. The Suna Chonin made their way towards Anko's apartment complex in a more peaceful manner, slowly walking there in silence. It was more peaceful than awkward, all of them too tired to try and strike up a conversation. They made it back in short time and quietly snuck in so they wouldn't wake Anko if she was in. Gaara wished them a good night with a yawn before they all went to their respective rooms. Tayuya was about to get into bed before Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. She turned to him curiously, wondering what he wanted considering they were both shattered. Tayuya, I know you're tired, but do you think we could? He smiled weakly. Do that again? He motioned with his eyes until Tayuya got the picture, making her blush a little, but she nodded slowly, her own smile on her face. She had to muffle the squeak of surprise when a happy and suddenly energetic Naruto tackled her onto the soft bed, already pressing his lips against her, waiting for her to return the gesture, which she gladly did. Neither of them noticed the small video camera in the corner of the room with a small red light blinking occasionally. In her room, Anko watched the monitor with a broad but slightly perverted smile. Am I a genius or am I a genius? I can't wait to show Hana. When Tayuya, Gaara, and Naruto walked into the Hokage's office, it looked like Tsunade hadn't moved at all since last night, and strangely the stack of paperwork seemed even larger. Right now she was peacefully dozing with her head on the desk, a small strand of drool leaking out the corner of her mouth to slowly pool atop some document or another. Naruto leaned a bit closer to Tayuya and whispered out the corner of his mouth. Why doesn't she just use clones to do the paperwork? Tayuya just shrugged and whispered back. She's the Hokage, I'm sure she'll figure it out eventually. Naruto just shrugged and nodded. Hell, if he could work it out then Tsunade should be able to. Finally the woman seemed to stir at their whisperings, bringing her head off the table, bringing a sheet of paper with her as it stuck to her face. That earned a small round of snickers from the Chonin before Tsunade's eyes focused and they became more serious. What? You three are back already? You can't possibly want another mission so soon. Naruto shook his head uncertainly, he wasn't sure how to go about saying this. Actually the repairs to Konoha are finished. We thought it was probably best if we went back to Suna now. That seemed to wake Tsunade right up as she sat bolt upright in her chair. After everything that had happened, it had nearly slipped her mind that these three weren't in fact Leaf Shinobi. That should have been fairly obvious from Gaara's forehead protector, but Tsunade had a tendency to overlook what she wanted to avoid, debt collectors and paperwork for instance. Oh, that's right, well I suppose your service to Konoha has ended. She seemed troubled by this, especially by Naruto leaving. He was the reason she became Hokage in the first place. In her mind she had imagined someday handing him the hat and robes while she looked on in pride. That image slowly crumbled in front of her as a harsh reality hit home. Naruto seemed to notice this and tried to cheer the woman up a little. Hey, don't worry about it, you know we'll come visit. He grinned broadly and Tsunade couldn't help but join him. Well, if that's everything. She trailed off, really hoping that one of the three would correct her, tell her there was something else they needed, but sadly they all just gave a curt nod. Tsunade sighed, turning on the swivel chair to stand up and walk over to the three. Okay then, gather the supplies you need and you can fill out the appropriate paperwork with Izumo and Kotetsu at the gate. She paused, the smallest smirks appearing on her face before she wrapped all three of them in a death hug that was actually enough cause for concern that Gaara's sand defense sprang up, pushing Tsunade back while he panted for air. Stay out of trouble. She received some hasty nods so she wouldn't attempt another hug. Tsunade turned to Tayuya next and smiled knowingly as she glanced between her and Naruto. Anko was rather indiscriminate when it came to gossip. Keep him out of trouble, Tayuya. The redhead nodded slowly, wondering why she was singled out, but soon they were on their way out of the office and back into the streets. They spent the rest of their time saying their goodbyes to the people they had met and come to be friendly with, even visiting Kiba and Neji in the hospital despite Naruto's hatred for the establishments. They all swung by the Inuzuka compound and bid farewell to Tsume and Hana, both of whom seemed genuinely sad the trio were leaving. Finally they made it to the gate where they saw Anko waiting for them, obviously taking the free time to scare the daylights out of Izumo and Kotetsu if their faces were anything to go on. They approached and Anko spotted to them, waving in an overly enthusiastic manner that made the gate guard sweat drop in embarrassment. When they had first told the purple-haired Kunoichi they were leaving, she had pouted and complained, saying they were just starting to have fun, but eventually she came around after a not-so-small bribe of Dengo. Hey Gaki, I guess I'll be seeing you then? The three nodded a little sadly. Anko may have been crazy and a complete slave driver, but she and Hana were fun to be around. She just shrugged, flicking a Dengo stick out of nowhere and picking her teeth with it. Naruto smirked at the action. It was just everything that embodied Anko. At least when I next see you I'll be able to beat you, Anko-sensei. The taller woman just laughed and ruffled Naruto's spiky hair much to his annoyance. Yeah, sure you will, Gaki, and Jiraiya will stop being a pervert. She said it jovially, but in her mind she already knew that if he used his Hiraishin on her then he would probably be able to beat her as they were now. Of course he didn't need to know that little tidbit of information, so Anko kept her lips sealed. Widening her eyes like she forgot something, she smirked and pulled out a camera while the Chonin looked at her curiously. Anko-sensei, what's that for? She just chuckled and tossed the camera to Izumo, who looked at it blankly. You guys were my first team, so I wanted a photo of us all. Naruto looked around the gates. Shouldn't Hana be here as well then? Anko pouted with her arms crossed under her chest in a way that would hypnotize most men. Oh please, I was the real sensei. She was just the helper. Naruto smiled as Anko walked right into his trap. Oh, is that right, Anko? The aforementioned kunoichi turned around very slowly to see Hana behind her with a swirling vortex of darkness around her looking positively murderous. What? No, of course not. You know me, Hana, just joking. She said it with a smile, but everybody noticed the bead of sweat roll down her cheek. Of course Naruto, Izumo, and Kotetsu were the only ones who followed it down further. Anko decided to divert the attention off of her. Well anyway, now that we're all here we can really take the photo. She laughed nervously while Hana calmed down, and soon they were all grouped together with the two sensei at the back and the Chunin at the front with Naruto in the middle. Hana and Anko had to leave after that, but not before the three of them got their copies of the photo, each carefully putting it in their packs. They signed the correct paperwork that allowed them to leave He Village, and soon they were on the road out of Konoha. It felt good for all three of them to finally go home after so long away. Normally it would take a shinobi 3 days to reach Sunagakure from Konoha, but the trio were in no rush and made it in just fewer than 4, which was still decent. The endless deserts were a comforting sight for them all as they approached the massive entrance to the village. The guards only briefly looked over their paperwork. Everybody recognized them by now. They all seemed to be acting strangely around Gaara though, well, stranger than normal. Surprisingly, the first person they saw when they walked through the village gates was Baki, and they all smiled happily while Naruto rushed forward. Baki-sensei. The grizzled veteran smiled pleasantly at his students after not seeing them for such a length of time. Hey, I bet the village has been pretty quiet without us around, he said it jokingly, but Baki actually nodded his head, looking dreamily off into the distance while Naruto developed a small tick over his eye. Hey, that's not funny, sensei. The older man begged to differ and chuckled to prove it, although the laughter died down when Baki addressed Gaara. Gaara, there is something we must discuss, but I felt it would be better if we went to the council. Naruto stopped paying attention, turning around to see two more familiar faces approaching. He waved over to Kankuro and Tamari, and while the other blonde waved back, the puppeteer in training jogged over to his brother, interrupting his conversation with Baki. Hey little bro, or should I say Kazekage-same? Tayuya, Naruto, and Gaara all widened their eyes considerably while the former two stared at the Ichibi container with shock. What? Chapter 31. Naruto and Tayuya stood, or rather sat, outside of the council chambers in heated expectation. If it wasn't for the privacy seal placed on the room, they would have been both pressed right up against the door for anything they might hear regarding their friend. The news had hit them all unexpectedly, and at first Naruto had thought Kankuro had been joking. It turned out he wasn't. The council were explaining the situation to Gaara, and the two outside couldn't wait to hear what was going on. If it was all true, then Gaara would become the youngest Kazekage and youngest Kage ever. It was an amazing achievement. Naruto knew he deserved it. Nobody loved the Sand Village like his friend did, and he would probably protect it with his life. He also knew that Gaara had the potential to become one of the greatest shinobi of their time. His control with sand was increasing every day, and he was just beginning to properly learn magnet release like his father and the third Kazekage before him. Finally, a slightly paler than usual Gaara exited the chamber, turning to his friends with an obviously startled expression. They stood up from where they had been sat against the walls of the corridor and walked over. Gaara seemed a little shell-shocked by the experience. He had aimed for Kazekage for a while now, but he hadn't expected it so soon, and not because of the death of his father. So what did they say? It was Naruto who spoke, placing a hand on his shocked friend's shoulder. We should talk in my office. Even Gaara sounded incredulous when he said it, not quite believing his own words were true and this wasn't all a dream. They walked through the halls of the Kazekage Tower, and out of respect for Gaara stayed quiet until they reached his new office. Gaara walked in first and quickly moved across the room to sit at the large desk that took up most of that side of the room. He sat down, looking a little swamped in the large chair, like a child wearing their father's clothing, which, when he put on the Kazekage robes, he would be. This is awesome, Gaara. You're Kazekage now. His friend just nodded mutely, staring into the desk and the small pile of paperwork that sat to the side. So what's your first decree going to be? Gaara smirked a little at Tayuya's joke, but silence still hung heavy in the room. Come on, Gaara, you have to talk eventually. Gaara finally looked up, looking at his two closest and oldest friends who were sitting in the chairs across from him. I don't deserve it. Both his friends just looked at the redhead in shock, not quite believing what they were hearing. What do you mean, Gaara? You have to be joking, right? Naruto stood up from his chair and slammed his hands down on the desk with quite a bit of force. Nobody but you deserves this. Gaara looked at his friend with a bit of shock for the outburst, but still didn't look any more convinced. Gaara, you would protect this village with your life, wouldn't you? He nodded slowly. Despite the fact they made you suffer by placing a bijou in you without your permission? Again another nod came from the young Cage. Then you're fucking perfect for the job. Naruto seemed a little annoyed Tayuya had cut in on his rant, but he nodded enthusiastically anyway because it was essential the point he was trying to drive home. Come on Gaara, you're level-headed, you're strong, and you control sand for Kami's sake. Something you have no shortage of here. Who's better for becoming Kazekage of the village hidden in the sand? Naruto narrowed his eyes when it looked like Gaara was about to try and reply. You'll have the council for support and advice, and you know we'll always be here to help you out. Naruto smiled a little at that. You'll do an amazing job Gaara, trust us. Tayuya nodded along with the sentiment. Gaara sat back in the chair, his hair falling away from his eyes to show him looking incredibly thoughtful. He looked nervous, but at least now he was thinking about this properly without as many doubts. Thank you Naruto, Tayuya. He leaned back forward on his chair, his hands forming a steeple on the desk in front of him as he stared at the wood. I need some time to think about this. Naruto and Tayuya both nodded curtly before standing up and walking towards the door. Before he left though, Naruto had one last thing to say. Gaara, if you did this, it wouldn't just be for Suna, it would be for every Jinchuriki out there. You could show them that there is hope, that they can be loved and respected as well. Gaara seemed a little taken by the heartfelt statement before Naruto followed Tayuya out of the door, leaving the Kazekage to be alone to think. He sighed as he leaned back on the chair, turning as he did so to look out over the village through the window. All those lives going about their daily business, civilian, shinobi and kunoichi alike, they would all be under his protection, his guidance. It was such an enormous burden to bear for one so young, and Gaara could feel that pressing down on his shoulders. But then he wouldn't have to bear it alone, he would have his friends, he would have the council, and he would have Baki and his siblings. The knot in his chest seemed to loosen a bit as he stood up and looked out of the window at the village, his village. Both Tayuya and Naruto were worried for their friend. Despite their encouraging words and help, they knew that accepting the job would be a burden. It was a burden they all were fully prepared to shoulder together. They would never abandon their friend like that. Even so, they couldn't help smile. Gaara would become famous as the youngest Cage ever, the manipulator of deserts. They walked through the village just contemplating that, taking in the sights they had missed these last few months. Nothing had really changed in the Sand Village. People still went about their lives, shinobi still trained, and shopkeepers still flogged their food and wares. It was all so familiar to them now, and it was comforting at the same time. Tayuya had never truly called any place her home, but the Sand Village certainly came close. It was filled with the people she cared about, and, looking at Naruto, it was filled with people who cared about her. The redhead quickly grew a smirk as she looked at her boyfriend, too lost in his thoughts to notice. Come on, let's hit the training grounds. Naruto looked around, snapped out of his thoughts quite suddenly. What? Already? We only just got back. Tayuya's smirk grew and she started to pull on Naruto's arm in the direction of their favorite training ground. Ha, I don't think I've ever seen you refuse a chance to train, shithead. Naruto just smiled sheepishly. That was actually probably true, except after the third's death. Anyway, you know I want to come up with a counter for your Hiraishin. Naruto laughed at that. Ever since he had completed his technique, Tayuya had been racking her brain to come up with an effective counter. He wasn't sure why she thought she could. If the entire nation of Iwagakure couldn't, then she had little chance. Even so, he had explained everything of how the technique worked and answered her every question. It was a win-slash-win for Naruto either way. He either found there was no counter for his technique, which was good for him, or he learnt what the counter was and could prepare for it if it was ever used against him. So far Tayuya hadn't found anything. There was of course the fact that it actually required the kunai and seals to be placed somewhere, but Naruto could travel to a moving kunai and he always had spares in his seals. It always surprised his opponent when he did that, throwing a kunai behind them only to appear just as it was going past them. He had heard that the fourth did something similar during the Third Shinobi War. As much as Naruto idolized and respected the man, he didn't want to merely copy the technique, he wanted some way of improving it. He needed something that made it unique as opposed to just a copy of a legendary jutsu. Hey, you know I never named the technique. Tayuya stopped pulling at his arm and looked at him strangely. What are you talking about? It's called the Hiraishin, right? Naruto shook his head, his mouth shifting to one side as he gave it some thought. Well, technically it isn't the Hiraishin. It might do the same thing, but it isn't the same technique. Tayuya's face smirked as she realized Naruto was right before her eyes lit up. Are you kidding me? We get to name a brand new technique? That's fucking awesome. Naruto smiled and nodded as the two retuned to walking towards the training ground, now both in deep thought. How about the Raijin no Sutepu? Naruto considered the name but found that step didn't quite accurately portray what he was doing and shook his head. How about Kukan Tenso? Tayuya thought about the name. It definitely sounded cool, but Naruto could only transport himself and things he carried with it, so it still didn't seem right. Shukuro Ruapu Oshiru? Naruto chuckled. It's a little bit of a tongue twister, don't you think? Tayuya frowned but nodded anyway, going back to her thoughts. A large smile grew across Naruto's face as the perfect name suddenly came to mind, and he nudged Tayuya so she would look at him. What about the Fuji no Iki? Tayuya thought about it and her own smile grew across her features. Yeah, that sounds pretty awesome. Wind God's Breath. It's got a nice ring to it and it kind of emulates the Hiraishin's name. Naruto nodded, happy that Tayuya agreed with him. She was a little downhearted because she hadn't been the one to think of it, but happy that Naruto's technique was now truly his own. We'll tell Gaara when he has some time, see what he thinks of it. He looked around to try and see where they were. The two had been so in thought they hadn't noticed where they were going. To his surprise, they had actually reached the training ground without noticing. He smiled warmly at the sight. The training ground was near a large pillar of rock that jutted out of the desert like, as Tayuya liked to put it, a massive middle finger to Kami. Off to one side there was a peaceful and perfectly clear oasis surrounded by some thick grass and shrubberies as well as a few palm trees. It was like a small tropical island, just without the ocean surrounding it. Naruto grinned and unsealed one of his special kunai, throwing over to Tayuya, who caught it on reflex. Hold this for a second. Before we train, I just want to test a theory I had. Tayuya nodded and seemed interested. Usually when Naruto had a theory, something ended up getting blown up. She grimaced as she remembered Naruto first experimenting with transporting things other than himself with the Fuji no Iki. The poor cat would never be the same. She watched as Naruto ran at the small oasis, thinking he was just going to run on its surface. She surprised him when he simply dived straight into the water, not even bothering to remove his clothes. He re-emerged from the cold waters with a laugh, looking at Tayuya's confused face with a knowing smirk. Just hold on to that kunai, okay? Tayuya just frowned and nodded. She was doing it, wasn't she? Suddenly Tayuya felt strange, like electricity was traveling across her skin. She nearly dropped the kunai from shock, but before she could, her vision went fuzzy and she was instantly drenched. Anybody watching her would have seen her simply disappear from her position on the side of the oasis and suddenly reappear underwater. Tayuya's eyes went wide as she nearly breathed in water, thrashing around in shock and panic until a strong hand found her own and pulled her to the surface. Naruto watched in worry as Tayuya coughed loudly on the bank of the small pond, retching up the water she had accidentally inhaled. He had meant it as a joke. He didn't mean for her to nearly drown. Truly, he had simply wanted to see if he could make the connection with the seal's two-way and transport things marked with the seal to him. He guessed on that account it was a success, but he made a note not to try it around water until he got a few bugs tweaked. What the fucking hell? Tayuya had to stop to cough up more water, was that? Naruto only looked away apologetically, rubbing the back of his head embarrassedly. Sorry, I didn't expect you to appear underwater. Tayuya scowled at him, having already worked out that she had just traveled via the Fuijin no Iki somehow only to end up under the water. Did you just test out something experimental on me? Naruto's eyes opened wide and he waved out his arms in front of him in a manner he hoped way placating. What? No. I've done it before and it's perfectly safe, I promise. It was just supposed to be a joke. Tayuya would have hit him, but she was too busy coughing up her lungs on the bank. Naruto stood over her, slowly dripping onto the sand beneath him as he waited for her to finish. Finally the worst seemed behind her and she stood up a little shakily, looking down at herself in annoyance. Great, now my fucking clothes are soaked. Naruto, hoping to make it up to her, smiled brightly and grabbed the kunai out of her hand, throwing it away from him so it hit the large pillar of rock. He rushed towards Tayuya, who didn't have time to react before Naruto scooped her up in his arms. Hey shithead, what the fuck are you? As she spoke she felt that familiar prickling across her skin. Doing? Tayuya opened her eyes after clamping them closed, not wanting another off Naruto's pranks. He carefully set her down and she realized that he had moved them to his kunai at the pillar. What the fuck was that for, you moron? Naruto just rubbed the back of his head and pointed at Tayuya's stomach, at least that was what she thought he was pointing at. She looked down, worrying that he might have left a part of her behind or something like that, only to see everything was normal. She moved to punch him for being an idiot but realized when she moved her arm that her clothes weren't clinging to her. She looked down again and realized her clothes were now perfectly dry. Her hair was still somewhat damp, but it was better than being drenched. She looked at Naruto, who had looked away, his eyes closed in expectance of the punch that didn't come. How did you do that? He cracked his eyes open and smiled once he saw Tayuya wasn't beating the crap out of him. I have to focus on what I bring through the seal with me. I just left the water behind when we moved. Sure enough, Tayuya looked over to where they had been and saw two rather large puddles slowly soaking into the sand. Wow, I didn't realize you could pick and choose what you brought through with you, Naruto chuckled nervously and returned to rubbing his head. Yeah, neither did I, Tayuya chuckled before she realized what he had just said. Stop experimenting on me. For emphasis she threw in a punch to the head to punctuate each word. A very dazed and slightly scared Naruto just nodded hurriedly. He didn't think it would help right now if he added in he had technically experimented on himself as well. Tayuya huffed and crossed her arms under her chest, suddenly having lost interest in training. She smirked and eyes Naruto's still sheepish expression. So what are you going to do to make it up to me, Naruto? Naruto recognized the tone in her voice. She had used it a few times on their journey from Konoha. Tayuya's eyes went wide as Naruto practically pounced on her, bringing his arms around her back to support her as he pressed his lips against her heatedly. After a moment of shock at the speed of it all, Tayuya relaxed and leaned into the kiss herself. She questioningly licked along Naruto's upper lip, to which he immediately allowed her entry, letting their tongues battle it out as their breathing became more ragged. Tayuya felt her legs weaken and soon she was only staying up because of the support Naruto provided. She moaned into the kiss, making Naruto smile before his hands started to travel down from her back. He placed one hand on her ass, which was quickly followed by the other, and he used that as leverage to lift Tayuya up. She wrapped her legs around his waist, content to let him carry her as they continued their hungry kiss. It was enough to say that the both of them had quickly found out they greatly enjoyed kissing one another and made it their goal to do it as much as possible. Tayuya momentarily broke for air, but she leapt right back in as soon as both took a good breath. One of Naruto's hands broke away from its place on her soft cheek and started rubbing her back slowly, eliciting another moan from the excited redhead. Eventually the two tired each other out and sat back against the pillar next to one another, panting after their small tongue war. Tayuya leaned in closer, placing her head on Naruto's shoulder as they looked out at the training ground. She enjoyed the way the harsh desert sun glittered off of the still waters of the lake, making the surface shine like it was composed of diamonds instead of water. Naruto's gaze was more transfixed on the beauty next to him, just eyeing her slightly damp hair and small smile. He loved it when Tayuya smiled. It was another reason he enjoyed their kisses so much. So, training? Tayuya burst out laughing at the absurdity of Naruto's remark, playfully slapping his shoulder as she chuckled. Right, training. Both Naruto and Tayuya were woken early in the morning, much to Tayuya's grumbling displeasure, by an Anbu operative. The weird thing was he told them they had been summoned by the Kazekage. Naruto grinned widely when he realized that meant Gaara had taken the position. He hadn't come back last night and both of them were worried. At least now they knew that he had taken the position, which meant their words had helped. That even got Tayuya smiling. They hurried through the village. Friend or not, you weren't late when summoned by the Kazekage. After a quick sprint they both appeared outside of his office, the receptionist only briefly glancing upward at them. They tentatively opened the door, not sure what they expected to find behind it. It was actually rather anticlimactic, just Gaara sitting at the desk looking over a small pile of paperwork that had accumulated since he accepted the position. Gaara? The redhead behind the desk just shook his head, confusing the two new entrees. Hello Naruto, Tayuya. They were slightly surprised when the voice came from their left and looked around to see another Gaara standing by a window, obviously having been looking out when they came in. The sand wielder just chuckled at their startled faces as they looked between him and the clone. What? You expect me to be around Naruto for 7 years and not pick up a few things? Naruto just smiled at Gaara using an A-rank jutsu just to do some paperwork while Gaara grimaced to himself. Although I have begun to realize why Naruto became so irritable after shadow clone training, that information influx is quite tiresome. Naruto just nodded, rubbing his head without even meaning to as he thought about it. He quickly perked up though. So you decided to take the job? Gaara nodded with a small smile, turning his neck to look out over the village again. Out of all of them, Gaara had been the most homesick during their stay in Konoha. So how does it feel to be called Kazekage-sama? Gaara's small smile turned into a fleeting frown as he turned back. Almost as tiring as this endless paperwork. I don't understand how the Hokage managed it without shadow clones. They all shared a laugh even though the actual answer was known to them. She drank. Naruto straightened up a bit when he remembered why they were here in the first place. So why did you summon us, Lord Kazekage? He said it jokingly, but it earned another frown from the young redhead. Please, don't call me that, it just doesn't sound right coming from you. Naruto chuckled but nodded anyway. So why did you call us here? Gaara smiled at Tayuya and walked over to the desk, letting the shadow clone disperse before he sat down in the chair. His eyes narrowed for a fleeting second before his body relaxed into the chair. The information he got in those sudden bursts was unpleasant, but endurable. Well, for one, I wanted to see my friends. That earned a small grin from them both, but more importantly, now that I'm Kazekage, I have certain privileges. The first thing I'm doing is putting you both on an A-ranked mission. The two teenagers stared at their friend incredulously. Naruto actually put a finger in his ear and wiggled it to see if he was hearing right. An A-ranked mission? We just got back to the village. Gaara leaned forward on the desk and steepled his fingers together. Let me finish. I was thinking about our encounters with Itachi, Kisame, and Orochimaru, and it comes to my attention that none of us are powerful enough to fight against them and even have a hope of winning. A little bit of Naruto's ego deflated, but he saw Gaara's point. As Kazekage, even more information about Akatsuki has come to my attention and it has worried me. Every known member of the organization is a well-known S-class missing nin. Naruto narrowed his eyes. The information was shocking but expected based on what he had seen. That is why I am sending Naruto on a training trip to enhance his skills in preparation. He let the comment sink in for both of his friends before Naruto's brow furrowed. What do you mean sending? Where am I going? Tayuya also seemed to have questioned, but in an impressive show of patience she allowed Gaara to answer Naruto. That would be up to you. You must find places and people that are willing to train you. I have a few suggestions, but that can wait for later. He could see Naruto was still questioning him and he sighed. Naruto, it is best if you do not stay here in the village. There is no telling when Akatsuki will make their move, but our spy network places their best estimates at 2 to 3 years. You will have that time to travel the elemental nations and hone your skills. It is imperative that you improve so that Akatsuki can't use you for their goals. He leaned back in the chair, allowing Naruto to absorb the information as he turned to Tayuya. You said you were sending Naruto on a training trip. What about me? Gaara sighed and took a moment to think. This certainly wouldn't be easy. Tayuya, I am not sending you with Naruto because I have a different mission for you. Naruto looked up at this, listening more closely. I want you to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Silence reigned over the large office as both teenagers stared at their Kazekage in shock. What? Gaara flinched at their joint assault on his ears. Are you crazy, Gaara? Why would you ask Tayuya to do that? Tayuya had been about to angrily shout out essentially the same thing, but she turned to Naruto with a blank expression. What, you don't think I could do it? Naruto just stared at her in shock, wondering what the hell she meant by that. Of course not, Tayuya, but that would put you in danger. You would be close to the people who are trying to kidnap me and Gaara. Tayuya stared at him angrily and Naruto shrank in his chair slightly. So now I can't take care of myself, is that right? Naruto just looked at her with his mouth open, unable to speak from the shock. Tayuya's eye was twitching as she turned back around to Gaara. I'll do it. Gaara sighed again and spared a glance between her and Naruto. Tayuya, please don't be hasty about this. Naruto is right and you will be placing yourself in a great deal of danger. If you want to do this merely to prove Naruto wrong, then I will withdraw the assignment from you. Tayuya narrowed her eyes at him, but Gaara remained impassive, if slightly weary. I said I would take the mission. Gaara lowered his head a little but nodded all the same. Very well, I will give you more details on the mission later. In short, we have found a way into one of the Sasori of the Red Sand spy network. He is a current member. From there you can infiltrate the organization and find a way to actually breach Akatsuki itself. You too will have to train harder if you hope to actually become one. He leaned back and opened a drawer in his desk, withdrawing a folder with care and set it on the desk. You will approach them with this. It is the current defense strategy of the village as well as a few A-rank but not too dangerous jutsus from the Kazekage vault. Both teens stared at him a little strangely. It is an offering to gain their good graces. Don't worry about the defense plans, we will be updating them shortly anyway. They both nodded at this. It sounded like a good idea. Like I said, we can go over the finer details later. Tayuya nodded and leaned back in her own chair, suddenly having a lot to think about. Naruto, I mentioned earlier I had suggestions for your training trip. Naruto turned back to his friend-turned-cage. The first place I would recommend you go to is Kumagakure. Why? Gaara frowned at being interrupted but carried on anyway. Firstly, I have a letter I would like you to deliver to the Raikage that I would rather not send by messenger hawk. I will be asking for an alliance between our nations. Both Tayuya and Naruto raised their eyebrows at what should have been top secret information. I am also asking him for advice on a few matters. As a new and young Kage, it would benefit me to hear the wisdom of others. Tsunade is a new Kage herself and the Mizukage is currently in the midst of a civil war. As for the Tsuchikage, well, I don't believe he and Suna will have an alliance as long as we are allies of Konoha. Tayuya frowned from her seat. Kumo don't exactly like Konoha either. Gaara nodded with another sigh. I know, but to a lesser degree. Now that both Suna and Konoha have new leaders, I hope the Raikage can't see past his prejudices regarding Konoha. Anyway, back to the point, the second reason I would send you to Kumo, and perhaps most importantly, is the fact they currently have 2 Jinchuriki. I want you to warn them of the threat, along with any other of our kind you come across. Naruto nodded, he saw the importance of this as well. Perhaps more interestingly, the 2 are reported to have somehow gained full control of their bijou. If you can, learn how and possibly better use that knowledge for yourself. Again Naruto nodded, but this time with a smile. Getting control of Kyuubi's chakra faster would be a great help against Akatsuki and Orochimaru. Lastly, Kumo is well known for their lighting users, you can finally train your other affinity properly. Naruto's smile grew into a grin, he had wanted to learn lightning jutsu for a long time, but they were more than scarce in Wind Country. Is there anything else? Gaara nodded while Naruto struggling to keep up with all of this information. Other things have come to my attention as Kazekage. I now have a list of the general location of all the Jinchuriki of the elemental nations. That stopped Naruto dead cold. 2 currently reside in Earth Country, 2 more in lighting, 2 others in water, and lastly there is 1 Jinchuriki reportedly living in Takigakura in the land of valleys. Naruto nodded along, not quite sure where Gaara was going with this. I would like you to try and find the Jinchuriki from Taki, they are more than likely alone, so I would like you to, in essence, check on them. If you deem it necessary, I want you to offer her sanctuary, and Suna however know that Taki will not be happy if they find out you are doing so. Naruto nodded one last time, more solemnly than the rest, and Gaara finally leaned back in the chair, leaving the 2 to think about what he had said. Lastly, and this is more advice than an order, do not go to Earth Country. Naruto looked up from thought with a frown. Is it really that bad? Gaara just nodded. You experienced the prejudice of Iwa Nin firsthand with that old man. You bear far too much resemblance to the 4th Hokage for Earth Country to be safe for you. Naruto sighed in his chair. It really didn't feel fair that an entire country was essentially off limits for him just because he looked like somebody else. Yeah, you're probably right. Gaara nodded and looked over at Tayuya, who was still thinking. Don't worry about it too much, Tayuya. You won't be going on these missions until after my coronation. She nodded absently, and he took that to mean she had understood. Again, this is more a recommendation than anything else, but I urge both of you to not return to the village for at least 2 years. Both teens shot out of their chairs with the same anger that had started this whole conversation. 2 years? Once again Gaara had to wince from the combined shout. Yes, 2 years. For all we are aware, the Akatsuki is monitoring the village as we speak. If you come back you will be in danger. This gives us enough time to plan out the next step. Gaara expected Naruto to be very opposed to this idea, but he just stood back, grinning eagerly. Then you know I'm coming back in exactly 2 years. Tayuya on the other hand didn't seem nearly as ecstatic. Gaara had just told her she wouldn't get to see him or Naruto, her boyfriend, for 2 whole years. So we need to find a way to stay in touch? Gaara nodded again as the 2 settled back into their chairs. Yes, we are currently working on that and have a few ideas for Tayuya. She looked up from thought, intrigued, but Gaara didn't continue. Like I said, we won't be doing this for a few days, so you have time to pack, prepare and say your goodbyes before you leave. Naruto looked like he wanted to say something more, but at that point the secretary popped her head around the door. Kazekage-sama, the council wishes to speak to you regarding your proposed change to the Shinobi Academy. Gaara nodded to her with a small smile before standing up from the desk with Tayuya and Naruto following suit. Thank you, Naruto, Tayuya. We'll speak more about this back at the mansion. Until then I suggest you start preparing to leave. Both nodded with small frowns, both deep in thought about the next few years to come in slightly different ways. I'm going to become as strong as I can to protect Tayuya and Gaara, just you wait. I won't get to see Naruto for 2 years? Well, at least I'm going to be training as well. I'm not letting him overtake me. Chapter 32. Naruto looked out over the sprawling desert that stretched out endlessly in every direction. After so long as a shinobi, such a sight was no longer as intimidating as it had been when he first set eyes on it. He knew how to survive even in the harshest of conditions, how to find water, what you could and couldn't eat. He actually had a smile on his face as he walked calmly through the shifting sand beneath his feet. His instincts told him he should have been unhappy. He had only been in Sunagakure for 3 days before he had to leave again, for 2 years no less. He wouldn't be able to see his friends or girlfriend in all that time, and they could only communicate scarcely. Even so, the young blonde felt exhilarated. This was the first time he had been truly on his own for 7 years. He could literally do whatever he wanted. To punctuate that fact, Naruto just randomly did a flip through the air, landing with vulpine grace on the unsteady sand. He laughed to himself, a blonde madman laughing as he strolled casually through an impenetrable desert, only a map in his hand and the clothes on his back, as well as the 50 or so storage seals dotted around his body out of sight. He sighed to himself as he picked up the pace, eager to get out of the desert as soon as he could. He was only slightly sad because Tayuya had to set out on her own mission before he left, only having a limited window of opportunity to infiltrate Sasori's network. He had bid her farewell from the gate and she had returned the favor, with gusto as Naruto recalled, licking his lips with a smirk. Of course that meant she couldn't be there to see him off on his own adventure, but at least Gaara and Baki-sensei had been there, offering him words of encouragement and advice. Of course Baki was only there to tell him not to do anything that would make Suna look bad, but Naruto caught the sentiment behind the words anyway. Nobody could say he didn't appreciate what the veteran had taught him over the years, even if his methods were questionable at best. Him and Anko were similar in that regard, both eccentric and slightly sadistic, but both having his best interests at heart. He wondered if he just had a tendency to attract the stranger teachers. He chuckled, figuring he would know that once he found a sensei for his lightning affinity. He pulled open the detailed map and quickly located his position based off of the position of the sun and local landmarks like noticeable rock formations. Naruto knew if he was captured, this would be the first thing he destroyed or sealed. It contained far too much information about the deserts of Wind Country to get into enemy hands. To be honest, Naruto was surprised Gaara trusted him with it. He knew the Suna Desert like the back of his hand, but he had never been to the Land of Valleys before, his first destination. Nearly a day of almost non-stop sprinting and tree hopping later, and Naruto finally reached the border of the Land of Valleys. He was forced to skim the borders of Rain Country and River Country before cutting through the northwest of Fire Country before finally reaching the border. He had to be rather careful now. While the Land of Valleys held no alliances with other nations, it bordered Earth Country and their patrols were known to stray from the country's boundaries. Naruto had once wondered what it would be like to henge into the 4th Hokage and just take a stroll into Earth Country. Even after death, the man still technically had a flee-on-sight order, and Naruto was curious if such a thing still applied. Naruto figured he could do a pretty good impersonation of the man, especially considering he knew 2 of the man's more recognizable techniques, including the one that struck fear into the hearts of Iwa shinobi everywhere. In the end, he was talked out of it, rather harshly, by Gaara and Tayuya, who told him he would probably end up kickstarting the 4th Shinobi War. He thought that was a bit of an exaggeration, but after their heated glares he dropped the subject quickly. Still, he figured it would be pretty hilarious to see a few Iwa nins piss themselves if he suddenly appeared in their midst as Minato Namikaze himself. A thought for another time. Right now Naruto was more concerned with scoping out the surrounding environment. He always did this when he entered somewhere unfamiliar. It always paid to know your way out. He unsealed a kunai and drove it as hard as he could into a nearby tree, far enough that you couldn't make out the 3 prongs. He hoped that anybody who passed it would just ignore it as a normal kunai. He was still just technically in Fire Country, so even if it was found, it would probably just be treated as a relic of the last Shinobi War. His escape route said he quietly hopped past the border into the Land of Valleys itself, moving as subtly and silently as his training allowed. He knew that Takigakure was a small village, larger than the recently formed Hoshigakure but still dwarfed by the 5 main nations. However, that didn't mean they weren't still shinobi. As proof, he could smell more than a few of their outlying patrols moving around the thick forests around him. That was another thing he noticed. While Fire Country was well known for their forestry, it had nothing on the Land of Valleys. It seemed like the entire country was just one massive jungle that stretched out an impressive distance until it met the borders of its neighboring countries. There was so much forest he wondered if the country had been misnamed. The general dampness that clung to everything messed with his sense of smell a bit, forcing his to rely on his hearing more than usual. Even with that small handicap, he managed to make it through the patrols unnoticed. If he could outrun and hide from Onbu-level shinobi in both Konoha and Suna, then he could deal with a few Chunin guards that didn't even know he was there. He smirked, finding it all a little too easy as he finally broke out of the suffocating foliage of the jungle and found an awe-inspiring sight. Takigakure was, in a word, beautiful. It sat up high on the largest cliff Naruto had ever seen as its trademark waterfall crashed over the side into the strangely calm pool below it. He could make out the outlines of buildings and walls high on the cliff, but he knew that with all that water, Plus the sheer height of the cliff itself would make walking up extremely difficult and climbing plain suicidal. The main thing he saw though was the absolutely enormous tree that proudly grew in the center of the village. It dwarfed any building he had ever seen before and must have been as tall as the Wave Country Bridge was long. However, he didn't let any of that dishearten him. He steeled his resolve knowing that the shinobi of the village must have a way in and it would only be a matter of time before he found it. Naruto took back his earlier sentiment. He had spent 3 days now circling the village, avoiding the patrols while simultaneously searching for the way the shinobi entered. He had of course found it. They approached the massive waterfall by walking across the lake and it parted to give them entry. Somehow Naruto didn't think that strategy would work for him and he had spent his time searching for another way. What confused him was that there must have been a civilian way to enter the village but he had yet to find it. He knew they were called ninja villages but the entire village of Takigakure couldn't have been solely comprised of shinobi, could it? He couldn't even go around. The cliff that supported the village just seemed to stretch on forever in either direction. To go around he would have to actually enter another country before doing a U-turn and going all the way back and that would just take too long. Finally it had gotten to the point where Naruto's patience had worn too thin and he decided to risk the cliff. He waited until the darkest part of the night. The moon was thin so he had a good cover of darkness as he set out towards the impressive lake. He kept on the lookout for any returning shinobi. He knew he would be stuck if any exited the village. His senses wouldn't be able to warn him in time, thanks to the waterfall which masked their presence. He dashed across the lake, his body so light that he didn't even make a ripple on its surface. He would have used a kunai to traverse the distance easily but the sound of it hitting the cliff face might alert somebody. It suddenly gave him the idea to create a seal that projected a small field similar to a privacy seal to cancel out the sound a kunai made but he put the thought to one side. It was a bit late to be readjusting his plan. He made it across the lake without incident, still very agitated due to the fact any number of shinobi could burst out of that waterfall without him knowing beforehand. He looked up the cliff face. He had thought it looked intimidating from his camp but it had nothing to staring at it up close. He had to crane his head back all the way just to pick out its edge in the dim light of the night. Taking a deep breath he first placed one foot on the wall, then another, slowly but surely walking upwards. Due to the thin coat of moisture it proved difficult to stick to the wall using chakra. He was simultaneously using the water walking exercise and the tree climbing exercise, which despite their similarities were quite different. While tree climbing focused on forming your chakra into a vacuum to stick to the surface, the water walking technique used your chakra to repel the water, because more often than not it would be below you. Even so, by taking it slowly and being extra careful with both his footing and his chakra control, Naruto managed to make steady progress up the sheer face. He froze suddenly as he heard the sound that had become familiar to him over the past 3 days. The ever-present background noise of the waterfall seemed to dim as he heard the water split into 2 mighty streams by some unknown source. He heard the jovial voices of a few shinobi as they exited their village on some mission or another. Unfortunately that had the side effect of moving some of the waters of the waterfall slightly closer to Naruto. The resulting moisture buildup on the stone and rock around him suddenly made his job sticking to the wall that much more difficult. A few beads of cold sweat managed to make their way from his brow to his chin with him unable to wipe them off for fear of even the slightest movement giving away his position. Suddenly his worst fears came to light as one of his feet slipped, quickly giving way to the other as he used too little chakra and lost his suction. His eyes opened wide in a brief moment of panic before his hands instinctively shot out, grasping a life-saving handhold on the slippery rock. Unfortunately for him that simple move loosened some rock from the wall and almost in slow motion he saw some pebbles fall past him and drop with small splashes that might as well have been bombs. Naruto's heart froze in his chest as one of the departing Taki nin stopped, looked behind him at the fresh ripples moving through the water. The man's hand immediately went for the kunai in his pouch while his eyes pierced through the darkness above him, searching for even the slightest thing out of place on their precious cliff face. Naruto just waited with bated breath, hoping his henge would be enough as he lay back against the wall using the entirety of his body to stick to the cliff. "Hurry up Yubaka, we're on a timer here." Naruto had to hold back the immense sigh of relief as the female member of the team slapped the suspicious man on the back of the head, ushering for him to continue in. The man seemed to instantly lose interest with his small suspicion and the cliff face to turn to his teammate and nod like a kicked puppy. Naruto found the interaction somewhat familiar but at that moment he could have kissed that kunoichi. That was, if it wouldn't have gotten him surely captured and killed, if not by Taki then by Tayuya when she found out. The team moved on, leaving the lake and subsequently Naruto behind while he finally released that small sigh and continued to scale the rock, this time using both his hands and his feet for added security. Right now he somewhat resembled a gecko as he scaled the cliff, Wondering all the while why he hadn't thought to do this in the first place, it was much less nerve-wracking. He finally rolled over at the top of the cliff, panting from the exertion both the climb and both chakra exercises put on his body. Even that didn't stop the smile spreading across his face when he turned his head and saw one of the best sights in his life, the walls of Takigakure in all their glory. Naruto walked through the streets calmly, long having learned the secrets to blending in with civilian populaces. At least it answered his question about Takigakure and civilians, however that did open up the question of just where their civilian entrance was exactly. The question was too bothersome for him right now and would probably lead to a distracting argument in his head, something he didn't need when the situation required focus. Currently he was reaching out with Kyuubi's chakra subtly to try and locate similar sources. He didn't find it hard, the other Jinchuriki obviously didn't have a good grasp on their resident's chakra. Either that or the seal was weak or weakening and Naruto wasn't sure which was more worrying. Unfortunately for him that was where his good luck ended. While he could detect the chakra presence nearby, with the crowds around pinpointing it became almost impossible. He supposed he could ask where the Jinchuriki was, but if Taki was anything like Konoha or how Suna used to be, then he wouldn't meet with favorable responses. He sighed deeply to himself just looking around the place he had found himself in. It was some kind of market, a large one at that given the number of stalls and shops that reminded him all too much of the merchant quarter in Suna. Barely a few days away and he was already feeling the pangs of homesickness. He chuckled to himself, earning a few strange looks from the residents that walked by. He could imagine what Tayuya would say in this situation. Call yourself a fucking shinobi getting freaking homesick like a baby? Grow a pair shithead and get on with the fucking mission. He chuckled again but nodded to the chibi Tayuya that had taken from in his head, much to his amusement. He refocused on the task at hand, scanning the crowds for anything unusual that might lead him to his target. To anybody watching he just appeared to be a regular citizen, stopping to the side of the busy streets to take a look around. However, in actuality he was scanning every shop front, every face that walked by and every conversation taking place within a 100-meter radius. When he was like this he was the ultimate information gathering machine, supposedly private conversations instantly becoming known to him. He frowned when he struck out. All he got were a few corrupt shopkeepers and a couple of thieves. With a subtle one-handed seal he produced 4 shadow clones in the darkness of the alleyway behind them. He masked the poof of their entry with a cough before they hinged and walked out into the busy streets. He calmly waited, just leaning up against the wall, knowing that his clones knew what they had to do. All throughout the village the clones spread out, adopting the same technique as him to gather information more efficiently. He grinned widely after 10 minutes when one of the clones found something and destroyed itself to relay the information to him. He quickly dispelled all his clones before the eventual information backlog would give him a headache. His smile had returned even though it was tainted by slight hints of anger over what he had heard. The clone moved through the crowds expertly like a ghost, nobody even noticed its existence as it weaved past people, never touching a soul. Finding a suitable spot to begin his observation he settled against a wall, much like his original. He extended his senses and waited like a fisherman calmly awaiting the tug of his reel. Sorting through useless transaction information he finally struck lucky as he overheard a very interesting conversation coming from a few men near the end of the street. I'm telling you, the Takikage is protecting her, it's like he actually likes the little demon freak. His friend seemed to be against this, the puppy dog look of patriotism evident on his rounded features. No way, Lord Shibuki would never condone the actions of that monster. The first man to talk just frowned. I know that Takikage would never betray the village, but it's obvious he's stopping that little demon from getting the punishment she deserves. The third man who had yet to speak crossed his arms, a disgusted look overcoming his scarred and weathered face. Please, don't call that thing a she. It is nothing more than a blight on our fair village, tainting the sacred tree with its mere presence. I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't able to make the hero water this year, no doubt it's trying to sabotage us from within. The man's companions nodded in solemn agreement. But what are we going to do about it? Lord Shibuki will need the water to put on the regular display of power which prevents the other villages from invading. It was the rounded man who spoke, earning more nods of agreements from his co-conspirators. Easy. The scarred man spoke up, leaning out of the shadows to reveal a pair of onyx eyes which sparkled with something the clone recognized all too well. I happen to know that the demon is regularly seen around the east of the tree at night, always disappearing before anybody can get close. We'll go and set a trap for it there tonight, finally rid out village of it before it can destroy us in turn. The clone grimaced in disgust of what he had heard before dispelling itself, completely out of the awareness of the 3 conspirators. The real Naruto grimaced as well, it was like delving back into his own past. When all was said and done, Naruto thought he was going to have a word with the Takikage. He seemed to be protecting the Jinchuriki, which he had at least gathered was female, much like the third had done for him. Yet also known to him was just how effective such protection was, and Naruto just had to hope that the man really did value the Jinchuriki as a person, not just as a future weapon. He still had a few hours until nightfall, so he began to walk through the village, still keeping his ears open for any more information regarding the Jinchuriki. Anything on her appearance, age, or even what bijou she carried would have been helpful. Most of all, Naruto had an intrinsic urge to know the girl's, or woman's as the case may be, name. He wasn't sure why, but he felt as though it was important. Naruto sat as still as possible in the lowest hanging branch of the massive tree he could find that gave him a good view of its eastern flank. That was difficult in itself. The tree just seemed to get bigger the more Naruto looked at it, and the lowest branch he could find was well up on its weighty trunk. He also had to be careful. From the reverent way the conspirators spoke about the tree, it was obviously precious to the nation. He was fairly certain climbing all over it would be a big no-no. He had arrived half an hour before sunset, securing himself quite comfortably to the branch he found while his eyes constantly and vigilantly scanned the ground below him. Finally, a few minutes after sunset, he saw movement in the bushes far below. He was far away, but he could still just about pick up a shock of mint green hair that almost perfectly blended with the cover. He smiled, hoping that this was who he was waiting for. That smile quickly turned ugly as he spotted 3 more rustles in the bushes not too far from the girl, but enough that she didn't notice. The girl furtively looked around before tentatively stepping into the clearing that bordered a small pond. She looked around again before creeping over to the pond carefully, her ears primed for anything. Naruto sighed, remembering that was how he had been back in Konoha, never letting his guard down for a second. In those few moments, a deep throaty chuckle could be heard as the 3 conspirators from earlier emerged from the bush, walking up to the now panicked girl. She looked ready to run for it, but the 3 men managed to surround her on each side, blocking off her escape routes. The girl cowered down, unable to escape the beating she was now sure to receive. Naruto knew better. This was no mere beating they had in mind. He knew these men had no intention of letting this girl live. The larger one he had first spotted was wielding a large sword braced on his shoulders. His stance looked a little strange, but he at least looked like he knew how to wield it. The scrawnier man had 2 knives, one in either hand, and he glanced around, obviously the one least comfortable with the situation. The last man, the scarred one that had actually suggested this horrific plan, was casually swinging a large chain through the air, the end fashioned into a knife that glinted in what little light the moon provided. Before they could even make a move towards the terrified girl, Naruto dropped the full 100 feet to the ground from his perch. His body slammed into the ground with considerable force, but he lightened the impact to tolerable levels by breathing out a harsh stream of wind chakra from his lungs to slow his fall. Even so, his body had caused a small crater in the ground, spider web cracks spiraling outwards from his impact zone. He stood up to his full height, which, when actually compared to the men before him, wasn't that tall. The men just seemed shocked to see anybody. When they saw the glint of his headband, they thought they had been found out by the Takikage. However, when they saw the metal plate didn't bear their waterfall symbol, but the kanji for 9, they growled in annoyance with the scarred man stepping forward. "Who are you?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man. He would not kill him, he had technically done nothing wrong. Yet, but he was certainly going to make this experience unpleasant. "That's none of your concern. What you should be worried about is explaining why 3 fully grown men decided to attack a defenseless child at night, no less." He didn't hide the malice from his voice, but strangely the scarred man's posture softened slightly. "Ah, you misunderstand. The thing that stands behind you cowering in a mock, taunting display of supposed fear is nothing but the Nanabi. My friends and I were merely taking it upon ourselves to permanently erase its existence from the world forever. Now that you understand the situation, perhaps you would be willing to join us?" Naruto's eyes narrowed and he unknowingly began to channel killer intent at the men before him, making the scrawny one cower slightly, his grip on the knives loosening. "The only monsters I see before me are you 3. He settled into his main upright taijutsu stance, increasing the killer intent as he did so. "As a shinobi, I am sworn to rid evils like you from the world." That was all that the middleman could take. Naruto's eyes seemed to be burning him from the inside out. He dropped his daggers and turned to run away, only to clothesline himself painfully on Naruto's outstretched arm. His companions blinked in shock. 1 second Naruto had been stood in front of them, the next he vanished and caught their friend before he could flee. Living in a shinobi village prepared you for the speeds they could move at, but even then Naruto's instantaneous movement was unreal. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto had taken the liberty of littering the area with his Fuji no Iki seals. He was lucky, If he had waited any longer, then they would have faded. What are you? It was the large man who spoke, and as soon as he did so, Naruto appeared right in his face, so close that the man could see the jagged slits that occupied the boy's eyes. You can call me 9. With that, Naruto swiftly snatched the sword out of his grasp, snapping the poorly made blade over his knee and throwing the shattered remains to the side. He grabbed the man by the collar of his shirt before lifting him up with unexpected strength and throwing him with the same ease as his sword. The man sailed across the small clearing and impacted with his companion, who had only now begun to stand up. The two were quickly knocked unconscious from the double blow as Naruto shifted his attention to the scarred man. Why are you doing this? That little demon deserves to die. Naruto let out a very audible growl, a deep visceral sound that didn't belong in the throats of humans. In a flash of yellow, he was in front of the man, already having grabbed the chain from the man, much to his surprise. That momentary hesitation would cost a shinobi his life, but this man was just a civilian. For Naruto to attack him properly would just be unnecessary. He twirled the chain experimentally, unused the ungainly weapon, but still managed to twist it in the air to wrap around the last man expertly, safely holding him in place. With a disgusted grimace, Naruto held onto the chain tighter and focused. In the next instant, the man found himself overlooking an enormous drop, 100 feet at least. Naruto just looked down, deciding this was high enough. He dug the blade of the weapon in the branch of the tree, making it secure before he simply dropped the man, letting him freefall for a few seconds before the chain went taut and the man was jerked violently back up. Naruto vanished again, appearing in the clearing only to look up. Sure enough, one could just about make out the form of the man hanging from the branch with the chain wrapped tightly around his body. Naruto let out a calming breath, snarling slightly as he thought he might have gone slightly overboard. Takigakura was about to become a bad place for him to stay in a few hours, so he was going to have to quickly come up with an escape plan. He turned to the sounds of sobs, his hardened and snarling features immediately softening when he saw the girl. Looking more closely now, she was probably a year or two younger than him. She had the mint green hair as he had seen before and dark mocha skin. What drew Naruto's attention were her startling orange eyes. He didn't even think you could have eyes that color. Right now those eyes were looking at him in a mix of terror and confusion. Naruto sighed and moved closer, but the girl immediately shied away from him, falling in her back and shuffling with her arms towards the small lake near the base of the tree. Naruto stopped moving forward, unsure of how to approach the girl. Instead of doing that, he simply sat down where he was, adopting a cross-legged seating position as he just sat there watching her patiently. Slowly the girl managed to move back to her feet, throwing glances between Naruto and the lake behind her before curiosity overcame her young mind. Who are you? Naruto smiled kindly, a warm smile that made the girl tense. She was obviously unused to such treatment and didn't know how to react. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. He spoke softly, much in contrast to the way he had spoken to the girl's assailants. Speaking of which, the mint-haired girl kept throwing looks at the two unconscious bodies behind Naruto. Why did you help me? Naruto smiled again. This time the girl didn't flinch, just staring at him strangely but not lowering her guard. Because if I hadn't, you might be dead now. The girl gasped a little bit but suddenly became even more defensive than before. Why would you even care? Naruto tried to maintain his smile as best he could, but he suddenly found it hard as anger flared through him at the thought of what these people had done to this girl. Because we're the same. Again the girl seemed distressed, staring at Naruto with so many questions that she didn't know what to say. What do you mean the same? Naruto frowned and shook his head, looking around as he heard the very distant sound of running footsteps. We can't talk here anymore. Is there a safe place you go, somewhere where you hide? The girl seemed unsure but nodded her head slowly. Can you take me there? Suddenly all the defenses were back up as the girl scooted away from Naruto towards the lake. Listen, we don't have much time, people are coming and it would probably be best we aren't here when they show up. The girl might have been frightened by Naruto's presence, but the thought of more people was even more terrifying. Her other fears overridden, the girl just pointed to the lake before turning and diving in. Seconds later Naruto joined her, shooting through the cool waters like a bullet as he quickly located the girl. She swam away from him sloppily, using a much improvised style to propel herself through the waters of a roughly human-sized tunnel. Naruto stayed on her trail and soon both of them gasped as they emerged from a pool inside the tree itself. They both pulled themselves onto the roughly carved floor of the strange room, and the girl quickly put as much distance between her and Naruto as possible. It wasn't much in the small wooden room, but it was enough for the girl to feel slightly safer. Naruto sat down again, exactly as he had before, noticing that the room seemed to be lit somehow. He looked up at the ceiling only to see a multitude of what looked like bright glowing orange crystals. He quickly realized that it was the sap of the tree, hardened into resin which led in the light of the moon high above them. "What's your name?" Naruto again spoke in his soft tone. He really didn't want to upset the girl at this point. After a moment of hesitation and internal debate, the girl looked back at him in a mix of defiance and caution. Fu. Chapter 33. That's a cool name, Fu. What about your last name? Fu just shyly looked away, a single tear rolling from the corner of her eye like a lost gem. I don't know. I don't know who my parents were. Nobody ever told me, nobody ever talks to me. Naruto nodded in understanding. It was the same with him, although he at least had a last name to go on. It was a pain all orphans shared, the lack of knowing who you really are while everybody creates their own identities. There is always the craving to find out who you could have been, who you should have been, and where you fit in the world. A long time ago Naruto had simply gritted his teeth and stopped thinking about it. He had his family, Gaara and Tayuya. His eyes watered just a little thinking about the girl in front of him. While people had saved him from himself at 7, she had nobody. He couldn't imagine being alone for so long and wondered what he would be like. It was a depressing line of thought and wouldn't do him any good. He instead focused on the girl in front of him that needed him now. Well, do you want to talk then? Fu just stared at him, a few emotions flashing across her malnourished features that Naruto couldn't quite catch. Most prominent through was her overwhelming suspicion over this whole situation. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Naruto cringed. The untrusting words hurt him, but he had to push through. Like I said, we're the same. Fu's eyes narrowed, locking onto Naruto's own to try and understand what he was saying. What is that even supposed to mean? Naruto sighed wearily. This was going to take a long time. He stretched his back and shuffled backwards so he could lean against the wall. Fu seemed cautious of the movement but tried not to show it. Fu, what do you know about Bijou? The girl looked at the ground, obviously thinking about the question. She couldn't place it, but the word did seem familiar. She shook her head and Naruto sighed. It now just got a lot harder. Okay, the Bijou are like these giant creatures made from chakra. He looked up at her from across the room. You do know what chakra is, right? The girl just nodded in irritation and Naruto held his hand up in a placating manner. Okay, sorry, just checking, he chuckled, an action Fu wasn't sure what to think of. She had never really heard another person laugh honestly, only when they are thinking of something malicious. Even so, she didn't believe that Naruto was doing anything or thinking of anything bad for her. The Bijou are very powerful, their power shown through the number of tails they have from 1 to 9. A lot of people try to control this power, but the only way they can do that is to seal the Bijou inside of humans. Fu's eyes began to narrow as she thought about Naruto's words more. The people they seal the creatures inside of are called Jinchuriki, the power of a human sacrifice. Now Fu was really starting to panic. Why are you telling me this? What does this have to do with us? Naruto looked at her pleadingly for a moment, the panicked and untrusting tone in her voice cutting him like a knife. He sighed and went to lift up his shirt. Fu flinched, but he just held up a hand to show he wasn't doing anything to hurt her. He lifted up his shirt so that she could see the intricate seal on his stomach. She blushed a little at seeing his toned body but became curious about the markings. What's that tattoo mean? Naruto chuckled. He guessed one could mistake it for a tattoo. Of course those didn't disappear when you stopped channeling chakra into them. That is the seal that keeps the Kyuubi, the 9 tails, inside of my body. Fu let out another startled gasp, but instead of frightened like he had expected, she was more curious. So you're a Jinchuriki? Naruto chuckled again, a warm laugh that held no negative intent whatsoever. Jinchuriki, and yes. The Kyuubi was sealed in my body when I was just a baby by the 4th Hokage of the Leaf Village. Fu frowned as she rubbed her own stomach. So you think I'm a Jinker thingy as well? Naruto nodded, this time looking down sadly. My village hated me too. They believed I was the creature sealed inside of me. They ignored me, beat me, called me names like demon or freak. Fu's eyes opened wide. Naruto might as well have been explaining her own life to her. From what I know, it's the same for all of us. If we aren't hated, we are feared or exploited for our powers. The villages keep us like we're some kind of weapons, hating our very existence while expecting us to value their own enough to die for them. My best friend Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. His village tried to raise him into their ultimate weapon. Why are you here though? Why are you telling me this? Naruto's eyes came back up, determination burning in them. Because nobody should have to live that kind of life, scrounging for any warmth and caring that we can. He stood up in the small room and Fu for once didn't flinch. That's why I came to find you, to help you. He took a few steps forward and Fu still didn't move. I can take you away from here, take you to somewhere where you won't be hated, where you can have friends and people that care about you. He crossed the distance until he was right next to her. You can be one of my precious people. He held out his arm and the smaller girl nervously took his hand. And then you can start having your own precious people. The smile he gave her warmed Fu's heart a little. Naruto just had a way of expressing all his positive emotion in a single grin. Fu couldn't help the smile that touched her own lips, a smile that hadn't seen the light of day for far too long. Suddenly all that time she had spent hiding her emotions, protecting herself from other people and shielding herself away, all of that came crumbling down. She moved on the instincts of a child and threw herself forward, barreling into Naruto on a bear hug. Her small arms didn't quite make it around Naruto's body, but she gave it her best, and after a moment of surprise Naruto hugged back. Thank you. Naruto looked at Fu and saw she had a few new streaks running down her face, the light silvery lines just catching the moonlight as she cried in happiness. He smiled again and just waited until the small girl let him go. She stood and wiped the last of the tears from her face with her forearm. But how are we going to get out of the village? I tried before and the shinobi just took me back. Naruto's kindly smile turned into a foxy grin. Don't worry about that, now you have me. He turned around so he didn't miss the slightly odd expression on Fu's face. She had never had anybody in her life, not like this before. The Takikage was nice to her and did his best to protect her, but he was always busy and they never saw each other that much. Naruto turned back around, seemingly focused on something in his head before his eyes opened, and he nodded happily. All right, we're good to go. I need you to hop on my back and hold on tight. To emphasize this he turned around and crouched down. Fu didn't move for a moment, but when Naruto turned around with that warm, comforting smile she quickly clambered onto his back. Okay, this is going to feel really weird, try not to throw up if you can. Fu stared sternly at the back of his head, as best a mole child could. Whatever it was that he had planned, she was ready for it if it meant escaping the village. She suddenly felt a tingling sensation skip across her skin like being lightly electrocuted. Her world went a little fuzzy for a few moments, but when it snapped back into focus she was shocked to see trees surrounding her. Naruto carefully lowered the girl off of his back, she was still just a little dizzy from the long-range transport. He smiled as he pulled the kunai out of the bark and resealed it in his wrist. At least now he knew the Fujin no Iki worked at long distance. Fu was just staring around herself in awe at the trees. She had never really been up close to the smaller versions of their sacred tree before. She had seen them when she tried to run out of the village, but she hadn't gotten close enough. She walked up to one and lightly placed her hand on the bark, running her small fingers over its rough surface. Naruto looked at her with an amused smirk but said nothing. He had no idea how much the village had screwed up this girl's life. There, out of the village. How easy was that? Naruto couldn't help the satisfied smirk that crossed his mouth for a moment. How did you do that? What did you do? Naruto placed a conspiratorial finger to his nose. It's a secret. Fu just pouted and Naruto found it cute, chuckling to himself. Maybe I'll tell you later. Fu seemed to visibly brighten at that. She had essentially lived some kid's dream, to teleport instantly. So are you a ninja? Naruto nodded as he checked some of his supplies. Sometimes he lost things going through the seals. So can all ninja do that? Naruto just grinned to himself. Nope, only 2 people have ever been able to do what I just did, me and the 4th Hokage. Fu looked around the forest as he spoke but still listened intently. The man who made you a Jinkiwawa? Naruto nodded again, this time a little more grimly. Fu caught onto the discomfort and tried to change the subject. So are you some kind of freelance ninja if you aren't in Taki? Naruto just chuckled and looked at her in amusement. She was so like him when he had tried to escape Konoha. No, I'm from one of the other villages. The girl looked shocked and a little awed. There are other ninja villages? Naruto nodded happily, finishing up on his supply check. Yeah, a lot more. Hop on my back so we can get going and I'll tell you about them. Fu did as she was asked and soon they were soaring through the trees, surprising Fu at how fast Naruto could move. Even for a ninja, Naruto was fast and right now he was toning it down so as not to scare Fu. As he ran he explained the other villages, how there were 5 main ones and all the other nations that didn't have ninja villages hired them for jobs and contracts. Fu actually seemed a little happy that Takigakura wasn't a major village. They had always tried to stress to her the importance of their village in the world. Naruto growled as he knew they were just trying to make her loyal to the village and help her in becoming a weapon. He had wondered why she wasn't more knowledgeable on these things. By now she would have started in the ninja academy in Konoha. It turned out she was 11 and would have started her training this year if Naruto hadn't come. In Taki, girls start their ninja training after the men. It didn't make a lot of sense the way Fu explained it, but he got the general idea. They were fairly chauvinistic. Naruto was a stamina beast, but even he had his limits, especially when carrying somebody on his back. Even though Fu was very light from her age and general thinness, the extra weight still pulled him down. The two settled down in a clearing and Naruto went about preparing everything they needed. Fu watched him in awe as he set up the fire and pulled out some meat and vegetables from a scroll in his pouch. She marveled at how completely self-reliant he was, and at every turn was asking him questions about how or why he did one thing or another. Naruto was more than happy to answer all her questions. The last few days on his own had been pretty quiet and he was more than happy for the company. By the time night came, he was already beginning to feel sleepy and Fu looked almost dead on her feet. They had both been through a lot that day and were smiling at the thought of finally resting. Fu surprised him by asking if she could sleep next to him. She didn't want to be alone at night. He smiled softly like a parent might to their child when told they had a bad dream and just nodded. He didn't see the harm in it. He slept with Tayuya anyway and his nights had been a bit lonelier than he was used to. Fu surprised him. He had thought she would be cold and distant towards him, maintaining her layers and barriers of distrust to try and keep him away. Instead, she seemed to be practically latching onto him, like she had finally found somebody who showed her care and warmth and never wanted to let them go. Naruto had no idea of the truth in his thoughts. It was exactly how Fu felt when Naruto looked at her. She had found the big brother she had never had, and right now she would fight before somebody let her be taken from him. Naruto settled down and instinctively wrapped his arm around Fu like he would Tayuya. The girl didn't mind in the slightest and held onto his arm like a stuffed animal. Naruto would have smiled at the childlike way she behaved if he hadn't already drifted off into sleep, the familiar sounds of wind from his own mind growing louder. He sat up in the grassy clearing to an incredibly strange sight. Kyuubi was across from him in her human form and she wasn't alone. After the incident with Itachi, he had never seen her reassume that visage. He had asked her why she didn't, but she just said it had its uses and they were uncommon. His gaze drifted across to the other occupant of his mind, someone he was pretty sure shouldn't have been in here. It was a she, could definitely tell that much. She was also young, or at last young looking, considering she was somehow in his mindscape. She had bright green hair that spiked out down her back that perfectly matched her emerald orbs for eyes. She had a bright smiling face and Naruto could just tell, as one of those people, that she was naturally excitable. She wore a bandana around her neck and a white tank top that cut off just above her navel. Below that she wore some almost indecently short shorts, other than that she was barefoot. Another very prominent feature were the 6 enormous wings that spread from the girl's back, 3 on either side. They looked like they belonged on an insect, thin and transparent with faint veins crisscrossing its surface. In fact, they looked exactly how Naruto remembered dragonfly wings from his younger days in Konoha. The girl also had a long green ribbon-like tail, also looking befitting of an insect. It wound away behind her, the same color as her hair. She was talking with Kyuubi across the clearing, but when she spotted Naruto she squealed girlishly and rushed over incredibly quickly. Before Naruto knew what was happening, he felt his face being pressed into 2 very warm and soft globes as the girl hugged him ecstatically. He flushed bright red at the close proximity to the woman's breasts, but after a moment of 2 he started to gasp or air and wondered if this still was trying to kill him. She finally let him part from her, only to look down at him with her wide green eyes and a cheerful smile. Hello?" The girl's grin grew larger, but by this time Kyuubi had made her way over. "Naruto, say hello to my sister of sorts, Chome." Naruto nodded politely in the girl's direction, wondering what the hell was going. "Aw, you're right, Kurama, he is cute." Naruto blushed again as the vibrant girl spoke about him. Kyuubi? What's going on?" The vixen just sighed and placed her forehead in her palm. "Fu, the one you rescued from Takigakure, is the container of the 7 tails, Chome here." The hyper girl did a small curtsy at the mention of her name, going off in a fit of giggles afterwards. She always was the most carefree of the family. Chome just nodded happily. "You humans are always so down to earth. I couldn't imagine being stuck to the ground all day, it would just be boring." Kyuubi sent her a slightly irritated look, much like siblings do. "So you're the Nanabi?" Chome nodded again, her smile still shining. "So why does Kyuubi call you Chome?" The energetic girl sent him a funny look, her mouth twitching up at the side. "Because that's my name, or at least a close human approximation. It would take mandibles to say it properly." She chuckled lightly at her own joke, sounding like 1,000 crickets chirping. Naruto frowned. He had heard Kyuubi called the Ichibi Shukaku, but he had always thought that was a name humans had given him. His eyes opened wide. "Wait, Did you call Kyuubi Kurama? Chome chuckled again, glancing between the red-haired vixen and her jailer. Of course, what am I supposed to call her? Naruto just turned to Kyuubi, a little angry and slightly hurt. You've had a name this entire time and you never told me? Kurama just shrugged, not looking particularly bothered by the accusatory tone. It didn't seem that important. Naruto huffed, pouting slightly, which both of the Bijou just raised their eyes at. It's not even my real name, like Chome, it's just an approximation. Naruto still had his arms crossed, but at least he stopped pouting. So what are you doing in my head, Chome? The green-haired girl flopped down onto the grass and laughed. I wanted to say hi, I've been bored out of my mind for the past 11 years. Naruto joined her on the ground, soon followed by Kurama, but in a much more graceful manner. Why didn't you talk to Fu? He was curious because Kurama had been talking to him since he was 7. The green-haired girl just shot a look at the Kyuubi, it looked like jealousy. Not all of us are lucky enough to be sealed by an altered 8-element seal that they can easily pass their chakra through. Kurama just shrugged nonchalantly, looking bored with the conversation already. I have to wait until little Fu is able to contact me before I can even whisper in her direction, never mind pass on chakra. Naruto nodded in understanding. He already knew that each Jinchuriki was most likely sealed differently, as Gaara's seal was vastly different to his own. This is going to sound weird, but why are you a human right now? Chome just looked down at the ground sheepishly. It was the only way I could trick the seal temporarily and allow me to establish this mental link. Naruto nodded again. He couldn't say he understood, but it seemed like a valid answer, even though by the way Kyuubi stared at her he could tell there was more to it. He was satisfied now and prepared to back out of his mindscape and get some sleep, but before he could, Chome put a hand on his shoulder. Tell Fu I'm sorry about the way she gets treated and give her a great big hug for me. Naruto once again found his head enveloped in warm and soft woman flesh as Chome pulled him into her cleavage again in a very overenthusiastic hug. Naruto woke groggily, quite unlike him, as he was usually fairly alert in the mornings. He quickly figured out why when he realized it was still dark. He may have been a morning person, but by the position of the moon it could only have been about 4 in the morning, that was pushing it. He rolled himself onto his back, quickly realizing that Fu was nowhere to be seen. He shot up from under the blanket onto his feet, eyes already darting about. He sensed her chakra not too far away and sprinted off in that direction, taking to the trees to get there quicker. He covered the distance in seconds, literally appearing on the branch that the girl was sitting on in a blur. He nearly fell from her perch in shock at his sudden arrival, but he steadied her with a hand on her shoulder. Fu, what are you doing out here? You scared me when I woke up and you were gone. Fu nearly cried when she heard that. She never had somebody who was concerned for her, the feeling was foreign and strange. Sorry. She hung her head and Naruto instantly felt bad for insinuating she had done something wrong. He looked around and as far as he could tell she was just sitting up here looking at the moon. He lifted her chin with a finger and wiped the few stray hands of hair away from her eyes. He idly mused that she would have to get a hair clip or something. It's all right, I was just worried about you. That time Fu did let out a tear. All of this was just so overwhelming for the Nanabi Jinchuriki. Somebody actually cared about her, and not just as a weapon or in falsehood to gain her trust. What were you doing out here? Fu looked away embarrassed. I don't sleep that much, usually only a few hours a day. Naruto thought that was fairly interesting and wondered if it had something to do with her tenant. He would find it pretty useful. More time awake meant more time to train or do other things in. But why did you come all the way out here? Fu just shrugged, which made Naruto's eyebrow rise in amusement. He could hardly talk as he was known for his own random whims. It's peaceful up here. Naruto nodded. He had to agree with her. It was night time, so the birds were quiet. All you could hear was the wind moving between the branches of the trees and the gentle buzzing of insects. Well, come on, now that we're both up we might as well get moving again. We haven't even passed into the land of hot water yet. Fu nodded happily. Riding on Naruto's back as he sprinted across trees was her new favorite hobby. It was indescribable. She hoped that one day he could teach her how to do it. It would get her closer to the sky, and for some reason she felt more at peace the further from the ground she was. Naruto packed up the camp and soon they were back to it, sprinting across the countryside, just skimming the borders of fire and sound country. He made sure to be careful. He knew this whole area could be patrolled by both Konoha and Auto Shinobi alike, and Naruto didn't fancy having to explain why he was passing through either territory. It took a few hours, but they finally passed into the land of hot water. Naruto could tell because the air got colder and the air was beginning to thin as the terrain moved uphill. He could have stopped in at Yugakure, but Naruto was making very good time and he wanted to get across the land of frost before night came, otherwise there would be trouble. They stopped when they had to eat, but other than that Naruto was locked in a dead run with Fu on his back for the entire day. She enjoyed having the extreme piggyback, but she also felt a little useless, like a dead weight holding Naruto back. She didn't know that was true, but she still felt bad for it anyway. By the time they passed into Frost Country, Naruto already began to feel himself tire. His muscles were slowing down and the persistent chill in the air didn't help things at all. Usually this journey would have been nothing for him, but with the cold and the weight on his back he was definitely beginning to struggle. It also didn't particularly help that occasionally he was forced to trudge through large snow drifts. He sighed to himself deeply, creating a mist of steam in front of him from his warm breath. In Konoha it was summer now, yet here he was almost knee-deep in copious amounts of snow and ice. He worried for Fu. She wasn't particularly dressed for snow, the thin clothing he had lent her not really covering her body the necessary amount. He was okay. Kyuubi's and his own chakra kept him warm, circulating in his body, but he wasn't sure if the same could be said for Fu. She hadn't complained yet, but when he felt her give a small shiver from his back he gritted his teeth and increased his pace. He didn't want to be the reason for her getting hypothermia, so he started channeling Kyuubi's chakra to both keep him awake and to increase his speed. Fu didn't know what was going on with Naruto. She was more curious about the fact that she didn't feel nearly as cold as she thought she should have. They were surrounded by snow, but she only felt like she was standing outside on a windy day. She also wondered if it had something to do with what Naruto had told her about herself. He didn't look cold in the slightest, but when she shivered she felt him tense from her position on his back. Suddenly Naruto's back seemed to warm up almost imperceptibly and Fu was overcome with a wave of comfort. Naruto just seemed to be exuding an aura that made Fu feel perfectly safe and at home. She couldn't explain it, but maybe if she asked him he could. She decided against it though. He seemed to be concentrating even more now, picking up their pace. Naruto, where are we going? I thought you said you lived in Sunagakure, isn't it supposed to be hot there? Naruto chuckled, but because of the chakra he was channeling it came out slightly deeper than normal. Fu still felt okay with it, it just seemed powerful and comforting. We aren't going to Suna. Well, we will eventually, but we can't go there for a while. Naruto didn't need to see her to know Fu was giving him a puzzled expression. I'm on a training trip right now, I can't go back to Suna for 2 years. Right now we're heading for Kumagakure, and it's colder because it's up in the mountains. Fu grumbled a bit. While she didn't hate the cold, she also couldn't say she liked it either. Naruto heard this and chuckled again, earning even more grumbling from his passenger. He was distracted, so he didn't notice the slightly different shine in the snow ahead, which ended up with him tripping over the protruding metal par. He and Fu both went crashing into the snow, with Fu getting off light, thanks to being on Naruto's back. He picked himself up, brushing off the snow and murmuring about distracting women before examining what he had tripped on. He had heard the metallic ring as his foot had struck it, but wondered what it could be so far out here in the wilderness. He brushed some snow away from the bar and stared at it strangely, noticing its twin 2 feet away. The 2 metal bars lay in parallel with one another, both stretching off in either direction under the snow. He brushed away the snow in between them to find wooden planks at regular intervals perpendicular between the bars. He just stared at the strange sight, never having seen anything like it before. Well, that actually wasn't entirely true. What is it? Naruto shook his head, shrugging his shoulders as he did so. I don't know, I guess it kind of looks like the tracks for the mine carts back in the mines at Suna, but much bigger. He wondered at the size of the thing that must ride on the tracks. The tracks were 3 times the size of the corresponding mine cart tracks. Come on, we should keep moving before you catch a cold or something. Fu nodded but was still staring at the frozen metal strangely. Naruto picked her back up and sprinted on, both quickly moving on in their thoughts from the strange sight. A few hours later and they were both out of the endless snow banks and frozen lakes of Frost Country. In a way, with its bleakness and monochrome nature, it had reminded him a lot of the deserts in Wind Country, just much, much colder. Finally, though, they started to see rocky outcropping emerge from the snow at intervals until eventually they were rid of it completely. Except of course they were left with something worse. A blanket of mist had descended over the area, and it was only by Naruto's exceptional map skills did he keep them on the right track, that and the fact they were just following a road. With a chuckle, Naruto remembered the conversation he had with Kurama all those years ago. He now did understand the concept of condensation and realized that they weren't walking through mist, but clouds. He relayed this information to Fu, who for some reason was overjoyed at the prospect she was walking through clouds, or running as the case may be. Naruto just shrugged. If they were in the clouds, then Kumo couldn't have been far away. After an hour of stumbling around, near blind, thanks to the cloud coverage all around him, Naruto began to get annoyed. This place could rival Kirigakure in its difficulty to find. The air had also begun to get noticeably thin, even though the few scarce people they came across didn't seem affected in the slightest. They got a few strange looks as they walked through a village. After all, a blonde 14-year-old with a strange ninja headband giving a high-speed piggyback to a mint-haired girl with caramel skin wasn't exactly a common occurrence. With an enormous sigh of relief, they finally seemed to get above the clouds, a fact Naruto thought he would never be experiencing. The sight that they caught though was even more breathtaking than the lack of air at this altitude. Stretching out in front of them was a multitude of mountainous peaks, possibly thousands of feet high. The village seemed to be built into the mountains themselves with circular wooden structures encircling the peaks. In the center of it all was the largest mountain Naruto had ever seen, or probably ever would, engulfed by an intricate and massive glass sheath of a building. Large walkways were built in between the peaks, but it was obvious most of the village itself was built inside the mountains, offering the ultimate defense of nature. Naruto could also see many gardens and training grounds built atop the mountains with a few radio antennae thrown in as well. The sight was really unlike anything Naruto had ever seen in his life, and he was just now starting to understand how unique the hidden villages were. Well Fu, welcome to Kumagakure. He smirked at her odd expression before setting off towards the inspiring sight. Alright guys, that's it for this video. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like and subscribe. Quick message, for those who want to see more of this series immediately, I have already posted the full fanfic over on Patreon. The Sealed Kunai, the Sharingan Devil and Namikaze's Return are also finished over there. Anyways, have a great day. Peace.